In this arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Parallel League Major presented by Echelon. I'm your host, Ali Straza, and I am joined by Quinto, Muka, Desi. It's going to be a really exciting competition today. $50,000 on the line. How are all of you feeling about the competition today?
Okay, I'm going first. I'm hyped.
You're going first.
I'm hyped. I'm hyped and I'm stressed. I mean, I play a kind of a dual role in the scene that I'm also a coach. So we have two players that are in it. So I'm stressed about that. I really want them to win this, but man, that cinematic that we had before that really kind of gave me some goosebumps a little bit. Like, there's one name that's going to come out of this, and that's the name that's going to matter. So whoever wins this is walking away the first parallel major winner. That you can't contest that title. That's a badass title.
That
Oh my
is a
goodness.
badass title.
I am super excited as well, Muka. I am rooting for my boy Feno, as well as my boy Lamby for sure. I think it's going to be a really, really hard competition here. Lamby has the luck of the devil on his side, so good luck to the rest of the competitors there. But yeah, go Feno.
Yeah, definitely. Myself, who has been here since the beginning, and you guys watching the competitive scene come to this level, and watching people who has been here since the beginning also being in this top 8 right now is really exciting. So yeah, really excited also about watching guys like Feno and Lamby in this scene. This gives a lot of hype to the parallel league. So yeah, very excited about it.
Yes, so in addition to a very fat pay check for winning first place, the winner of this major also gets a guaranteed spot in the top 32 that goes to the Prime World Championship. So you're guaranteed in that knockout round. So there's a lot on the line here. And again, as Muka said, the glory of being the first ever major winner. So you can see there 17 league points in addition to $20,000. I mean, that's not too bad, right, guys? I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
That is pretty good.
That's fat.
Yeah,
Too much,
bounty.
honestly.
Yes. So
That's
Too much. Too much.
Yeah, but that's amazing for
second
sure.
place, though, $10,000, 11 league points. Same, third and fourth also getting 11 points. So, just making top 8 is definitely an accomplishment, and that's what we saw last weekend, right, in our Swiss rounds, culminating to these quarter round finals for today's matches.
Yeah, it was a really fierce tournament. I played in it myself as well. It was, I believe, it was 7 rounds. So it was 3 rounds day 1 and then 4 rounds day 2. A lot of people making it super close. Players like Tice almost making it as well. Tice, Monos just barely missing out on those tiebreakers there, and yeah, it's been super crazy, and I'm looking forward to seeing what sort of lineups these players bring. I had the pleasure of playing against PURP during the tournament as well, and he brought like a wonky lineup. So looking forward to see if he's bringing something weird as well. Since we did get a new update recently, like some balance changes here and there.
Yeah. Reminder, guys, we actually just started the Parallel League podcast. So we talked about a lot of this stuff on the first episode, and we'll definitely rehash a lot of what we discussed then, but make sure to check that out and look for it if you are really interested in the competition scene. Obviously, we're going to have guests on and talk all things parallel, so you can find the Parallel League podcast anywhere that you get your podcast, so Spotify, Apple, all that good stuff. But to review, yes, PURP definitely brought some very interesting decks lineup. And we also saw that there were a lot of like X2s that just barely didn't make it, like Manos, as you said, Tice, and I think a couple of people got into X2. So it was incredibly, incredibly sweaty. And yeah, Muka, do you have some interesting stuff you want to bring up from last weekend's?
Last week.
It feels like it. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It has been a while, which is why it's going to be kind of tense. I mean, yeah, like you said, only 2 X2 players made it to this top 8 out of like 20, I think. So
Yeah.
it was a like a slog to get through here and make it to the top 8 cut. And we have a new patch, so I we might see things that shape up a little differently. Universal is still good, but people are starting to experiment away from Universal now. Ogden Core has been seeing a lot of play on the ladder to counter like Catherine and stuff. So maybe that affects like different strategies. And we don't have the new Earthen Battle Pass card, but it did get nerfed. So I'm surprised. I'll be surprised if I see some people still try it. I think a lot of people will still try it because I don't think Cathari is super favored still. But it did get a nerf, so that might be pretty harsh to see. Yeah, poor Earthen players, but it still can do what it does. It just got to survive a little bit. You need a little luck on your side. But aside from that, I'm interested to see how the drafts line up because Perp did bring. He was the only player I think in this top 8 that didn't bring Universal as one of his decks last time. But I don't think he'll be the only one this time.
Yeah, that normal Ogden Core deck, it's super hard to play against as well, and I think even harder to pilot. So we'll have some interesting games if people are bringing that.
I always think watching those overclock Ogden Core games are fascinating because, as you said, Desi, it is definitely a harder deck to pilot for sure. And also the unit Kathy, I think we've discussed that is also a very high skill cap game. Like you're seeing it all the time, but the players that are at the tippy top of the ladder are definitely playing it at a super high level, and it's just not as straightforward as one might expect. Kinto,
Yeah,
how are you feeling about the Swiss rounds last weekend and now?
Yeah, I definitely, now that you mentioned Burb's Augen Core basic deck, I mean, this is the only deck that has this way of dealing with early Marco game and also dealing with the end game. So whatever unit Marco comes in with, there's gonna be 3 AOPs waiting there in the end game. So if you play it right, it's gonna be super easy to beat these unit Cathy decks, I would say. Same thing happened with Neve when Neve was stronger and many people were using it. Like the strategy around that deck was just save your AOPs, wait for Neve, drop it. The thing here is a bit different with basic Augen Core because with unit Cathy, because it's gonna be like waves of lots of units coming in the board if they play it right. So and it's gonna like the AOP is gonna happen later in the game. So it's a bit different, but I think it has the tempo and the way of dealing with these waves of units, and then in the end, just completely shut it down.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
pretty
an interesting
curious with
point there, Kinto.
that too, though. Like, because a lot of people were testing Augen Core to beat Marco now. So does that mean you let Marco stick? Like, what are you banning instead? So that's like what
Yeah,
I'm really curious to see.
and
And
also,
yeah,
Mhm.
good.
Yeah, and also on top of that, I'm wondering if there's any sort of space for maybe like a burn centric Catherine once again. Not that that's necessarily better against Augen Core, anyways. They have the point defense turret.
Yep.
That really messes them up. So.
Well, I think it'll be really interesting to see what our top 8 players bring. And speaking of our top 8 players, why don't we check out their career profiles, see a little bit more about them? Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, who are these guys?
Who are these guys?
All right. Zaratustraa with 2 A's here. Total games played, and once again, these career stats are going to be the stats for this season only, which started, I believe, in July. Was it, Ali?
July.
Yes, July. So Zaratustraa has total game plays almost 900, with 560 wins and 339 losses, with a 62% win rate, and a man of culture. Fellow man of culture, most played is going to be Markolian.
I love that.
Kind of culture.
For people that don't know Zaratustraa, I mean, he's a new name that popped up for this tournament, and but the people he prepares with are people that have been at top seats before, Ganera or Zeliuser. So these are guys in the community that have top tournaments before. So he's preparing with some of the best. So I'm not shocked that he got here, and I think he was the only undefeated in Swiss this last weekend.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
It's impressive. All right, moving on to Shogo 365900. Wow,
Yeah.
1,447 wins. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and a good win rate also.
64%. That's crazy.
And another man of culture playing Markolian. So
I
really
respect
good.
it.
Really
Shogo
good.
was one of
that
those
is a lot.
guys
Uh-huh.
when Burn Catherine was really big that you would just like be really mad when you saw his name pop up on the ladder.
Oh my gosh, and that's a lot of games played. I am actually interested to see how his number of game plays compares to Lamby, who, according to Feno, this guy is always online.
He is.
So, yeah.
It's wild.
But that's a lot, though.
Shogo also has a history in Hearthstone as well as Legends of Runeterra. So he's been playing TCGs for a minute.
Let's move on to Sattena. Ooh, 1,840. We're just like bumping up the total
Let's
games played
go.
each time.
Yeah.
And this is a true man of culture playing the Shroud. Let's go. Win rate
Well-
not quite as high, I will say, in comparison to our 2 previous Markolian players, but that's okay.
Yeah, he plays Shroud.
Representing Shroud.
Yeah.
I want to just shout out. He's a fellow Exile player. This guy was sick to have on board. While we were playing the Swiss, he was like this. I called him after a while like the silent assassin because like he wasn't reporting to us like how well he was doing. And then I think in the 6th round, I was like trying to calculate like who needed what to top. And then Sattena was like up there, but I missed his name the first time, and I'm like, why didn't you say anything? And he's like, I'm just doing my matches. We're just crunching along.
Uh-huh. I like the confidence.
See, sometimes I feel like if you acknowledge, like, ooh, I'm on a hot streak, I'm winning, then it's like you kind of jinx yourself. So I respect it, Sattena. Just like do your thing, get your wins in, and you're good. All right, we got PURP
Ooh.
up next.
Look at that hairstyle. Oh my god. I
That's
love
a hot
it.
boy
I
pick.
love it.
That's a hot boy
Yep.
pick.
Yeah. PURP, PURP defeated me in the Swiss portion last weekend, and now seeing his haircut, I definitely see why I lost here. So PURP with 3,236 games played this season with a 50% win rate, and once again, most played is Markolian.
Yeah, I think we have to point out that this win rate from PURP comes from the fact that he's always testing wonky stuff. So I wouldn't put too much and be too harsh on him of that 50% win rate, because this guy comes with the most insane decks each time and surprises everyone. And for that, you really have to test stuff in the ladder, and it's not just like doing it like in, I don't know, like against the AI, So we could assume this win rate comes from that.
PURP
Yeah,
is the one that made the Universal Naeus deck popular
Yeah.
after a tournament,
Yes.
right? Yes.
Yeah. He's had
Really?
2 tops with 2 innovative lineups, so it makes sense why he's played that many games. Like,
Yeah,
you got to be
guy's a
testing behind
madman.
the sauce.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
guy's in every top 8 basically.
A lot of times the
really-
greatest teacher is losing. Yeah, just trying
Yeah.
out new stuff and losing.
Look at that, 4,849 games for Lamby with a
I feel sick.
66% win rate. Holy moly! This is insane. This is absolutely insane. This Lamby is a machine, an absolute machine.
I think we need to gather around and have like a parallel anonymous or something for Lamby. I think this guy's got a problem, guys.
The intervention sign gets pulled out,
Yeah.
you know.
It's absolutely impressive to be able to play this amount of games and have that, like, the best win rate. 66% is insane. I have no words for it.
Yeah, one of the things that I respect the most about Lamby is just yeah, he's always has a great attitude. So moving on here to the next masked player here. How do we say this, guys?
I call him
HyllusDiardi.
Hyllus. I call him Hyllus.
HyllusDiardi 001 with a mask. All right, very mysterious for sure. He has 1,173 games played with 719 wins to 454 losses. So that's a 61% win rate and once again a Markolian main.
I love all the Marco mains. This guy's also an exile player, newer recruit, so we didn't get to prep with him too much, and also just blew his games. Like he was good. The dude is super well-rounded and knows his matchups really well. But yeah, it was a pleasure to get to meet him in such a short time frame, and he got ready and he's just like top 8'd. So this guy's gonna be someone to watch out for. More of an unknown name, but I think we'll see much more of him soon.
Right, on to Hevel. 1,620 games played. Hey, there we go. Most played Earthen. Like, we're breaking up the Markolian cycle here.
Poor guy.
Love to see
He's
it.
the one, yeah.
Yeah, great win rate. Also playing with Earthen, 62%. I think Hevel has been one of the most innovative guys around Earthen. He's always sharing, like, in the dev GG Discord, he's always sharing Earthen decks and his tweaks about it. He's really passionate about Earthen. So big respect to Hevel for this.
Yeah, with 999 wins, looks like he maxed out the win counter there. That's, very
I believe
nice.
he was the only person that brought Earthen that made it to the top 8.
He
in the
was,
rounds,
yep.
right? Yeah.
All right, and I'll take this one. This is my boy Feno, the master card game player from Greece, with 1,925 games played. And look at that win rate, guys.
Yeah.
1,307 wins to 618 losses. This guy was born with a card in his hand, I believe.
68% win rate. I think that's the highest win rate we've seen thus far,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Lamby was coming in
Yeah.
at
Oh, yeah.
66. Dang.
Yeah.
Okay, that's impressive.
He's efficient. Is what it is, you know? Like, he doesn't
Yeah.
have to play as many games as Lamby, but he's
I feel
up
like
there as well.
he's one of those players that understands like how he plays his decks the best. Like I've been really impressed as I've gotten to see him play,
Yeah.
how much like there's like a framework in front of him when he plays his decks, and he knows, like, you know, all the cogs and how they work together like really well. So that I think I underrated him at first when I first saw him, but like dude is a beast. Like he's scary.
Yeah.
Ali and
Yeah,
I
definitely.
know from the Hearthstone days as well. And for those of you who don't know, like back in the Hearthstone days, it was crazy. It was like 3 guys that were topping every single open tournament, and Feno was one of them. Yeah, just insane card game player. It makes you wonder just how someone can be that good at card games.
Yeah,
Feno was a
definitely.
grandmaster too, right? As well.
He's a
Yeah, so
grandmaster.
he's got a lot of experience, like understanding the structure of competition, also the pressure of dealing. I mean, being a streamer, he's always live. Like, I definitely would be pretty scared of Feno in this competition for sure.
Yeah, I gotta point out that every time I encounter him in the ladder, he has, like, I notice he has a unique playing style. So that's really impressive to see. Like you play against him and you know you're playing against a different type of player. So yeah, well deserved.
I also want to say that I think my favorite clips of just parallel content come from Feno. He is just so expressive in like how he's responding to his opponents or RNG, and it's just like it makes for some amazing content. So gotta shout him out there.
Yeah, these guys really, really love the game, and it's super funny to see on social media and stuff. Like people are like, "Oh, paid show" or whatever, and you look at the amount of games that they play. Nobody can pay me to can pay me to play that many games out of my own volition. So yeah,
Yeah.
If that's the case, Lamby's on overtime for sure.
hopefully he gets paid by the hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now that we've taken a look at the top 8, how are you guys feeling? Muka, obviously, I know you're going to be pulling for your Exile guys here. Desi, Quinto, who are you most scared of? Like, not necessarily making a prediction, but just like who do you think has got a good shot right now?
Yeah, I would say like we haven't seen Fino in a top 8, so definitely very excited to see him there. Also, like I mean, the big guys like Lamby. Also, I mean, I would say anyone has the chance to be this here, but we have people with experience, like as I'm saying, Lamby and Fino in this, so they might be very lethal. So and get that edge that the other ones might not have.
Yeah, and I think for me, I am once again rooting for my homeboy Fino. I hope that he takes it home. Also rooting for Lamby as well, but I don't think Lamby needs the good luck wishes. He has enough already. And then the player that I'm probably the most excited to watch games from is going to be PURP. Yeah, so I'm
Yep.
going to be very interested to see what he brought here to the top 8 today.
Yeah, I really appreciate the creative deck building, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Perp as well. And Sattena for throwing Shroud out there as your favorite or most played class. But all right, let's take a look at the bracket and just kind of see what matches we've got lined up here. All right, so we got Zaratustraa playing Hevel first, Sattena against Feno, Shogo playing Lamby, and Perp playing HyllusDiardi. Let's go.
Ooh, I like this, Ali. I like seeing
Those are
both
good
Fino
matchups.
and
Yeah.
Lamby on the other sides of the brackets as well. So two sort of crowd favorites there, um, and yeah, they have a chance to versus in the semi or in the finals
Yeah.
if they manage to pull through. So
Yeah, this is really well distributed. It landed pretty good. So like we might see some like an insane finals. So really excited about that.
We've definitely got some amazing matches on the horizon here. I do want to give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, and that is OpenSea. So, OpenSea is the
Oh.
world's first and largest peer to peer marketplace for crypto collectibles. OpenSea supports multiple blockchains with the broadcast set of categories, with the broadest, we're on a broadcast, broadest set of categories for new emerging asset classes, which include digital collectibles, gaming items, and other virtual goods. So if you want more information about OpenSea, head to OpenSea.io. And a big, big thank you to being, one of our sponsors for this first $50,000 parallel major, also presented by Echelon.
Amazing, yeah. And also, if you guys are looking to fill up your parallel NFT card collection, go to OpenSea as well. That's where you're gonna find them.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the first ever Parallel League Major presented by Echelon. I'm here with Quinto. We picked up a wild free tip scout, ready to get stuck into some games here. So, Scout, you looking forward to the competition?
I am indeed, yeah. Sorry, guys, I was a little bit late, but I'm super happy I'm here now, and I cannot wait, yeah, because we've got some great competitors, as we know, and I was listening before I came in, and I know you guys are talking about the decks that we could possibly see, so I feel like every time we're at these tournaments, we always see like another iteration or innovation with the game, where it, like we see decks evolve more, and again, I can't wait. It's super exciting. And then afterwards, we then see everyone usually running those decks, and you've got kind of got to like shuffle and adapt to it. So yeah, can't wait. It's going to be great. Super great. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. And yeah, we just had that patch recently, so it should be interesting to see if we get some different stuff, at least from last weekend's Swiss rounds. But let's take a look at the bracket and see what we got teed up for us here.
Yep.
All right, so the first match that we're going to see is Zaratustraa versus Hevel. So Quinto and Scout are going to be taking that match. But we also have Sattena facing Feno, which would be great. Shogo facing Lamby, and then PURP against HyllusDiardi there at the end.
Yeah, it's super cool actually. I mean the Sattena Feno matchup. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen there because I played Sattena recently on the ladder and I've spoken to him a little bit as well. Very, very good player. But then so is Feno, you know, so that's a real. There's no easy matches here, is there? That's the thing with the top 8. It's just going to be so interesting to see what they all bring. And I think probably, as we usually see when it's like high level play, it's probably just going to come down to the finest of margins, isn't it? The smallest little mistakes or maybe like not optimal plays is probably going to make the big difference. But yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
We're gonna be casting some great matches.
Oh,
Pre-dips.
We are.
Very excited to be casting alongside you. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, and same for me, man. Absolutely.
So Zaratustraa and Hevel are the first match here. We do have their deck lists, and a reminder that this is a best-of-5 conquest format, so they have to bring 4 decks, ban 1, and then win with all of their decks. So we're going to get into looking at what they've decided to bring for this $50,000 tournament.
Okay, yeah, look at this here. So this looks like pretty much the standard universal that we've seen running across the ladder for the last season. We've got the likes of the Mearsmancer in there, the Scanner Probe to try and steal some good cards from others, just to try and disrupt what they can do to universal. Half's in there. I like that we've got 3 Master Poisoners in there. I like that too, because that's a card which can really wreck you out of surprise, right? You think that you're finally getting a handle on the board with Universal, and then all of a sudden they drop a Master Poisoner and it completely swings the game. It's such a powerful card that 2 Alvaro Interrogators, probably one Annihilate in there, and then a Memento of the Fallen. Do you see anything slightly like surprising in there, Quinto?
No, not really. I mean, I would say like the 3 drone printers maybe, but and the Alvaros that are being used during this tournament is something that we were talking about in the podcast. Yeah. However, everything else is pretty standard. The 2 Ruined Tinkers, I guess it's fine. The 2 Black Market Fixers. I definitely agree with the 3 Master Poisoners in this meta, but overall pretty standard in the sense that even with the nerfs, even with the I guess we see there that Ingrid is at 7 still, but yeah, it's now at 8 cost after the patch. I think that makes a difference. Don't know really with the amount of ramp that's around, but overall pretty standard. Like overall complete universal deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a solid deck, isn't it? Like it's kept so many people so far up the ladder. And I think because it's so reliable and it's so consistent, like you almost don't really need to be super adventurous or like different with it. You just know that you can put this out, and as long as you play it well, you should be able to get enough good wins under your belt. So yeah, like good deck. Not really super surprised to see it. I think if we had have seen some really crazy stuff in there, then I would have been really interested to see how this deck performs. But yeah, I think the key with this one will be the deck that this faces, right? So depending on the bans, like what's going to be the unfavorable matchup for Uni here potentially, if that even exists really. So yeah, good deck.
For sure.
I think it'll be quite interesting to see if a game is decided based on that Ingrid nerf from 7 to 8. That would be interesting. Okay, next up, we've got a brand here.
Ooh, okay. This is my territory because I'm a big Shroudy. You guys know I'm Shroud and Proud. I'm always harping on about that mantle. So let's run through this then. We've got only 2 Engine Whisperers. You're not a fan of the Whisperers, are you, Ali? So you're probably happy only to see.
They're it's like they're necessary, I guess, but it's not the fanciest thing, but it's all right. 2
unnecessary evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just 2 Whisperers, which actually I think more and more players on the ladder are starting to reduce down the number of Whisperers just because you need to fit the logistic support cruiser into your decks now is absolutely essential. And there's so many other cards that you need in a Shroud deck to try and combat the threats that you get from Cathy, the unit Cathy, sorry, and also Universal. They've actually really made it a lot different now for Shroud players to try and react. 3 Void Trappers, lovely card, works really hard for you if you can get it down nice and early. The glaives in there. What's interesting here is that Zara's going for like 1 Spectre Attack Craft in there. Now this is a card that's very good base stats. It works hard for you if it can survive a couple of turns because you get the card draw from it. But opting to just go for 1 is an interesting choice because I might have decided to have spent that 1 card slot somewhere else perhaps, but let's see. I mean, the problem with that card is that in this meta, it can be quite difficult to get enough value out of it where it's actually generating the card draw from you by attacking turn after turn after turn. But yeah, it's there. 3 Honored Stewards, yeah, nice to see. What's interesting here is that we've only got 1 Trusty Belt, and kind of I'm very much in the camp where I feel like you only really need to play 1 because you get that recycled potentially, but maybe perhaps it would have been better to have got 2 Trusty Belts and scrap the Spectre Attack Craft. I guess we're going to see. Quinto, any thoughts on this deck?
Man, to be honest, I see this deck, like I went through it, scanned it, and this guy, like my first thought was like, how did he fit all of this in this deck? This guy is stacked. Like having the Demok, the 3 Unseen Allies, the 3 Demoks, the 3 Triumphs of the Lost. You could say like, yeah, the curve is a bit skewed to the heavy stuff, and that might be a problem in really aggressive decks. But to be honest, like I really like this deck. I'm really liking it. I think it has all the weapons needed to get those games. The 4 Unseen Allies might be a real menace against unit Cathy. So yeah, really excited to see this in play.
Yeah, I think also just one final note on this is that the Unseen Allies is such a crucial card for Brand so that you can start to get things out your Singularity and really start to like flood the board when the time comes. Most people that run with Brand will tend to run with say only 2 and free up an extra card slot for another card. But he's actually run with 3, which I think is great actually. And again, it comes back to what you said, Quinto, great point. Like, how has he managed to do all this? He's seen something that we almost haven't. So yeah, kudos to him. Good deck, and I can't wait to see Brand in action because I'm a big Shroudy, as you guys know. All right, wow. Do you want to take the lead on this one, Quinto, and talk us through Cathari here, Naeus?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Naeus is a deck that hasn't changed too much in terms of like including the logistic support cruiser. Overall, it's like the same as before. The 3 Tabulas has 1 Convergent Princeps here just to get that ball rolling. That it's really important for Naeus to have something to play on the first turns. The rest is like the Valorous Striker. The Cunning Incipient is a card that is really interesting. That I think it was something that had to be included after Uni became super meta, because this is a quick card where it can overwhelm the board and might actually get to a point where Universal is too flooded by stuff. And in Naeus, if you can manage to buff the token, the Cunning Incipient, you are probably gonna beat them in that game. The rest of the Bear, 18 Subjugate, we have Kalar, Magna, 2 Mayamancers here. It's really nice also to block anything like that can stall your game, like Honor Steward or any other muster that might come into play to do harm to you. 1 Black Market Fixer, I think it's fine. 2 Convergence Centaurus. Like it's really spread. I like the fact that he's running a lot of 1s and 2s. And we see the Indictus, which is a card that we generally don't see around. Really, I think this is a card that you include if you get it and you have a board here with Naeus. You can really do a lot of damage, to the opponent. 3 PS8 launchers. We have the 1 Eden Hammer, 1 Synchronicity, like a lot of tech cards, which is fine in this game, and obviously the 3 Triumphs of Europa. So really good deck overall, really spread out, really prepared to dominate the game since the beginning.
Yeah, I really like that you just picked up on the Naeus Inductus there, because this is a card which I think is fantastic, and having come up against it a lot, it can be a real pain as well, because it not only allows your adjacent units to do +2 attack each time they're attacking, but it also absorbs the attack from the adjacent units as well, right? Almost acts as a defender. So it's a real pain, because if you've got like a unit that's doing a lot of damage to you on the board next to it and you want to get to it, if you don't have, like, say, the removal options, like any effects to deal with it directly, you've kind of got to go through the Indictus to then get to those units. So yeah, great card. And we're on to Kathy, which is my favorite right now. Wink, wink. No, Kathy, Kathy, super strong. Look at, that's okay. We're still Kathy. So we just had a little bit of refresh there on the screen. Look at the graph on that. Look at the curve. Super stacked with 1. There's 15 ones there, and then we've got 14 threes. It's very much like typical Kathy. Just want to try and get a lot of stuff on the board really nice and quickly. So yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one. The victory is in there for 1, which is great. Love the victory. It's very, very difficult when they get that on the board to then remove it. I think we also see there 2 Ruined Tinkerers, which is an absolute pain when that starts to come on the board, and is then buffed by the Fire Support Base, which Zara's running 3 of. Memento the Fallen combined with Ruined Tinkerer and Fire Support Base is basically game over, isn't it really? So very strong deck. The key to this one will be whether Zara can actually get a lot, like the double 1 cost going nice and early with the Bannermans, and also with the Trigger Happy Troopers. And then of course with the Rally Cry makes a big difference in this deck. So he's got 3 Rally Cries. If he can get that Rally Cry going and potentially get Miriel in there, where that then decides to destroy the Logistics Support Cruiser, and boom, the Fire Support Base comes in, it's just going to be a very, very explosive deck if it all comes off.
Yep.
Any other thoughts at all on that, Ali, as well?
No, I think it's just the standard list, right?
Yeah.
That's what we've been seeing a lot on the ladder. But now we've got Hevel's deck, so it looks like it's pretty similar to Zaratustra's list as well. Do you see any differences here that might be key? Maybe no Manipulation Ray in Zaratustra's list, I think?
Yeah. Manipulation Ray is a card that I think Hevel is the first who has been using it. We also see the 2 Triumphs of Mars around. Not necessary for these guys to run 3 of them, and also the other tech card has been also a flex in this deck, the Memento of the Fallen. We have the 2 Ruined Tinkers also in this deck, but generally, overall, it's the same standard Kathy list. It's a proven, tried and proven deck list that's been around, just with a little change about the Manipulation Ray, which we can see some great stuff here. That I think. This is a card that definitely, in the situation, for example, if you face an Astel's Glaive with a board, that might be able to do something to the opponent.
Yeah, good point.
The Manipulation Ray and the repurposed hardware, which do you prefer, do you think?
I prefer the repurposed hardware, personally.
Yeah.
I think that is so powerful, because it can remove everything, Paragons included, and the great thing with Paragons when you use it on them is, of course, it doesn't add anything to the opponent's bank either, so it's like a real freebie kind of removal in a sense. Super powerful, and to be honest with you, it's weird because we didn't really see repurposed hardware being used a lot until recently, and I think people are now starting to realize just how powerful that card is.
Yep.
Right, so this is Hevel's Universal list, probably very similar actually from the looks of it. Memento the Fallen's in there. Well, actually, this is
really
correctly.
Yeah. It's not the same. It does have the Sanctuary difference included, and also doesn't run the Annihilate. Here has the Memento, but overall it's practically the same. The 3 Ruined Tinkers. The 2-gun barges is also a difference, and also have the 2 Albaro interrogators here. It's a bit different with a bit of tech cards, but we have seen the power of Sanctuary in Universal, which is like the biggest advantage I would like to mention here is the fact that if you get a monster like Ingrid or Maya Mancer or any other monster, and you're blocked by a Maya Mancer, for example, your monsters from the Sanctuary will trigger if you get them. And also the fact that if you get an Ingrid or a Phrades, a stolen or just discarded or anything, you can get them back with the Sanctuary. So I think in this scenario, if they are not focusing too much on banning Universal, Sanctuary is really interesting card to have, and a must card to have also.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Very good, strong deck, and yeah, interested to see how this one works again.
We have Nudon here. We have the 3 life siphons, erasures, 1 stolen power, 2 treasures. The EMP, really interesting watching the EMP come into one of these top 8 decks. 2 Triumphs of the Lost, the Demox, the Engine Whisperer, the Nudon's Venerated Raider, the 3 Singularity Stewards, we have the Harf, Boy Trapper. The 2 Fanatical Crewmen are great. I would say as a card that can discard the Ingrids, can discard key cards from opponents and then use them later. I really like using Fanatical Crewmen lately. I would say it's something that in Nudon also it's really important as a card to have stuff in your Singularity early on, because sometimes playing Nudon you get to a point where it's like I don't have anything in the Singularity to bring back with Nudon. So really liking here the Fanatical Crewman, and he's running, interestingly, 2 Logistic Support Cruisers, which is not the norm, and 2 Maya Mancers, also not the norm. The rest is pretty standard. The Sacred Siphoner, Adira, 2 Honor Stewards, and 1 really spread out deck with a lot of 2 copies. So really interesting to watch this Nudon perform.
Yeah, I think some people don't play this card in New Dawn, the Mercenary Gunslinger, and he's not playing it. I've started to include it back into New Dawn because I think that it's a good card just to help you in the early game against the Cathy meta right now.
Yeah.
But he's opted instead to go with the New Dawn's Venerated Raider, which is a very good card because it gives you, of course, a corrupted copy of a random card from the opponent's parallel. So very good card there. 1 stolen power. I don't tend to like to just put 1 stolen power in. I prefer to do 2. But
one thing to note here with the EMP is that he is really I think he's really thinking about the 3 drone printers being in place, or at least 2, or just like Sanctuary, 2 drone printers, stabilized shard. Like with this thing, you could destroy them all. So really interesting choice. Really would like to see it if it's useful in these situations, because it might be a bit expensive and you might lose a lot of tempo playing it. So really interesting.
Yeah, agree. I mean, I actually run myself the Shockwaves because I think you just need some relic removal if you're Shroud, personally. And I think you're right. You know, when those drone printers come on the board, it's a pain, and you almost just need 1 big solution to deal with them. So yeah, good deck, that one.
I hope only like the 2 Logistic Support Cruisers doesn't bite him, you know? Just, it's so good. It seems weird to not be running 3. But all right, on to Hevel's Earthen, of course. Rocking Earthen still.
Big Earthen guy, goes with the Aurora Fungi to buff things early, since this gameplay relies a lot of, and now that the Steward of the Garden is also banned. The thing with Earthen is that they have a lot of 0 attack units, like the Grove Guardian, the Stewie, the Cunning Diplomat. So having the Aurora Fungus is necessary, going with the 2 Cleanse of the Earth. The Virulent Spores, stacked on Virulent Spores to deal with that unit Cathy. Along the way, goes with the 2 Maya Mancers and 2 Logistic Support Cruisers, not counting too much on ramp. The Nehemiah's Faithful, which is a card that sometimes people tend to remove from these Earthen decks. The Photon Vanguard is another one of these cards that he was also using in his decks to be played during the tournament. Astera, Wong, and 2 Altars of Gaia. This guy plays Earthen, so like I'm not seeing it I guess this is a pretty standard Earthen deck that can deal with mostly anything. But we will see. He's the expert playing Earthen, so we will see how this all works out.
Yeah, really cool as well with the Altar of Guy. That's such a good combo when you pair it up with Terror on the board. So, yeah, really cool. Very good decks indeed. Hopefully you guys can hear me as well a bit better. Apparently I was a little bit too low. So, yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me now.
You sound good now.
Cool.
All right, so
Good.
based on looking at their decks, what are your predictions for their ban choice, do you think?
That is a good question. I'm gonna
Yeah.
leave that to Quinto to answer first.
Yeah, I would say like banning Universal and maybe Kathy. The rest is something that they will want to play around. So I see it as Hevel coming around with decks that he knows they're gonna ban his stronger stuff. So he's just prepared to play against whatever he gets. And in the case of Zaratustraa, I think he also stacked his, for example, his brand deck with a lot of stuff, knowing that he might have to ban Universal and play against the rest. So yeah, I would say banning Universal or Kathy is going to be the way for both of them.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, I just think that they're the decks which are kind of horrible. I mean, to be fair, I think Earthen to an extent could deal with a little bit of the Kathy. But I think we're probably just going to see Kathy and Universal, just because everyone knows they're like the super powerful decks, and if you can just take them off the board.
Yep.
And here
Both
we go.
banned.
Look, Kathy. Yeah,
Kathy.
There
both
we go.
Kathys. Yeah, get banned. So there you go. No surprises there, really, is there? Based on how prevalent and rampant they are in the in the meta right now.
Yeah, the fact that Kathy's Rallying Cry can just give you so much value for 3 cost, you can get up to 6 cost in value. That's the breaking point, I think, for everyone. Like coming back from that situation is really, really difficult. That high roll. So yeah, it's the most logical decision right now to just ban Kathy.
Yeah, you know what? As well, I love that you use the word "that's the breaking point" for most people, because it's not only the breaking point on board; it can be the mental breaking point for a lot of people when they see Kathy rally cry, then another rally cry, then another one. You know, it's one of those that just keeps coming back, and you feel like you get a handle on it. You feel like you're right. Finally, I'm in control, and then again it comes back, and they start to develop a board again really quickly. So I think just both players just did not want that headache of having to deal with Kathy, and it was the right decision, I think.
And also, I have to, workshop against
mirror
workshop.
match.
Definitely
Yeah,
just
what
wanted
was
to
you gonna
point out that I said that Zaratustraa built that brand deck to get against Kathy, and I was pointing out that it was like really heavy, but it's gonna be really good, that brand against the rest, like Earth and Universal, because of the heavy cards that he has.
Yeah, big time. So we're going into the mulligans here. Let's have a little look. So yeah, the printer, the painter, kept. Wow, he didn't really mulligan too much, did he, Hevel? He was pretty happy with his opening hand, which, to be honest, is pretty good, right? You've got a lot of 1-drops there. The drone printer's nice to play on 3, but potentially play on 4, because if you can develop that board, you can then play the gun barge, and that can really start to give you that control. Gun barge, actually, Quinto, I think is one of those cards that is so powerful in the game. It doesn't attack, but the key to the gun barge is making sure that you have any type of unit that can attack before you play it, and it can really give you that control on the board. How impressed are you with this card since it's come into the game?
Yeah, definitely the gun barge is interesting that he kept it, since going on the draw might be a bit difficult for him to play it. However, as we see in Zaratustra's hand, he doesn't have too many options for turn. He doesn't have an option, actually, turn through. So it's about what he's gonna bank. Definitely, he already has that Freddy's in hand. So it's gonna come down to banking the drone printer or the ruin tinker. He's thinking about the tinker, thinking about since he's on the play, going with the drone printer might be the best option to keep on cycling his deck. So now we're gonna see dominance, and the reason and it's gonna pay for Hevel to keep that gun barge in this situation, because it's gonna have 2 units to attack with. It's gonna be able to
Yeah.
kill that painter. So since he's on the draw, he might think about banking the drone printer in this situation. Already has the Freighties, has the memento. He will be able to develop a board really easily, which is a good
Ooh.
situation. He just banked the mercenary gunslinger. He just wants
Yeah.
to keep his strong stuff around. I think
Yeah.
it's a good decision in this situation, because it's not about, like, these universal matches are not about the early game. They are more
No.
about just ramping up and developing the end game.
Yeah, and I think also you're right. Good decision to bank the slinger. The slinger is great against aggro decks, right? When you can get it down early and just try and remove stuff. But in this type of long, slow burn game, it has less value. And it's one of those cards early on where if you can just bank a 1/1 and keep your more higher value stuff, then that's the way to do it. So, yeah,
Yeah.
good call from him. He's also now just picked up a Master Poisoner. We saw Zara had the Master Poisoner but opted to bank it. He's banking it too. I think it's a good decision because he can get the gun barge down. The scanner probe is actually quite nice too in this mirror match because it gives you one of the few opportunities you can have to actually steal the Ingrid, which could be a powerful steal if you can get that
Yeah.
scanner probe down. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is
It's
gonna
good
be a
starts.
powerful turn for Zaratustraa. I think this is where it's gonna shine the fact that this match is not much about the early game, because
Mhm.
you could say, like, against Unit Cathy, this might be a strong board for Hevel, but in this situation, facing an Astell's, a Journal token, and probably that Slinger, it's gonna be really difficult. And then he banks the Estelle. Really interesting situation.
Yeah. You know what I was going to say? I was going to say that the glaive in this matchup is really awkward
Yeah,
because the glaive, if you play it early and the opponent then draws an Ingrid and plays the Ingrid, you're going to lose the glaive,
yeah,
right? And
yeah,
also,
yeah,
if you play the glaive early and you think, okay, I'm going to start to wipe his board, and then they just drop down a Master Poisoner, your glaive is done. It's
yeah.
done really easily. So, yeah,
It becomes a liability, definitely.
yeah.
The glaive.
Oh, look, and he's just drawn the Ingrid as well. So he's got
Yeah,
Ingrid and Freydis both in his hand, which is an amazing position to be in for Hevel there. He doesn't even really need that scanner probe anymore, to be fair, because you really just use it to look for. Well, I guess he does, right? Because he still needs to look for the Ingrid for Zara. But it's a good position for him to be in with that. What do you think his next play is here? Because he's facing the token 2/5, and he's also facing that slinger, which isn't too much of an issue, but he doesn't have a unit to attack. He could use the scanner probe, play it, it attacks. You can then get rid of the slinger, but you're still going to have the issue with the token. What's the play here? Drone
yeah. He
printer.
goes with a drone printer and just draw with the Journal token. Really awkward turn for him since he had to float some energy. And this is the point in these mirror matches where it comes, like, who plays the Maya Mancer first to not get blocked
Mm,
for an Ingrid or a Freydis. Now that
mm.
Ingrid and Freydis have the same cost, it's really interesting to see what's gonna happen. Definitely Zaratustraa in a cost, like in an energy advantage here. So he's about to start developing his board, in the sense that, like, he probably is gonna want to play that Maya Mancer next turn or the turn after. Probably next turn. Yeah, most likely next turn he will want to play that Maya Mancer. So we will see if Hevel is gonna play that Maya
Mm.
Mancer first to block Sarah's Maya Mancer. So
Yeah.
really
It,
interesting to see what's gonna happen here.
yeah, it does become that sort of tit for tat game where you're almost just like it's almost like a standoff, isn't it? Like you're just
Yeah,
trying to block and make sure that you don't get blocked and just waiting for that little window where you can
yeah,
then play your powerful card and then try and take control of the game. Lovely on the lovely top deck there for
yeah.
Hevel with the Wong. Ruin Tinker is back in Zara's hand. He's obviously already developing the board with the tokens from the drone printer. I think you're right. I think that the next turn, has to be the Miasmancer for Zara, just so that
Yeah.
he can block off. Well, that being said, like he's got quite a lot of energy still over him, right?
Yeah.
So, and with like with Ingrid being an 8 cost now, he can potentially wait another kind of 2 turns to do that. I don't think he has to rush that.
Yeah, the thing
So
is that even if Hevel plays that Maya Mancer in this turn, he's really far behind in terms of energy. So it's a situation for him that's that's why I think he played the Wong in this situation, because now you're gonna see Sarah play that Maya Mancer for sure to just make sure that he's gonna be able to play Freyris the next turn.
Yeah.
And
That's a good point.
that's just more overwhelming if in the case that Hevel went with his Maya Mancer to at least delay that situation a turn, and be in a situation where he might be able to play an Ingrid or Freyris following it up. So now we're going to see a very strong turn from Zaratustraa.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think you agree with you there. Being able to get the Miasmancer down early as you can in this matchup is great, because you can then almost lock in a good couple of turns where the opponent's not able to play the Ingrid or the Freyris. He's done the Ruin Tinkerer here.
Yep. No more need for
And
the other drone printer.
No.
So he's just not going to
Oh,
ensure
hello.
his Freyris. He's going to go for the Black Market Fixer here, destroying the Juggernaut, attacking there with the Artillery Juggernaut, and leaving Hevel in a situation where it's he got saved by a bell here, because now that Maya Mancer is really gonna hurt from Hevel. Now it's clear. It's like I have the Maya Mancer. He will have 8 energy next turn, so I have to play it. Like that's the only train of thought. I think it's a really easy clear here with the Wong and the Gun Barge to clear the Ruin Tinker. Goes for the Logistic Support Cruiser first, because if he's gonna activate any muster, he definitely wants to do it before playing the Maya Mancer. And he is prepared now to do the chain, the most infamous chain here in this game, the Maya Mancer into blocking the opponent and then just
wow, look at that as well. That was a fantastic trade, basically using the Sanctuary, swapping out your completely like pointless painter at this stage of the game, and getting a super strong card. He opts to bank it, which is fair enough, but yeah, now we can get it going with the Miasmancer. Or is that going to be the point that Zara regrets, where he didn't put the Miasmancer down first? Let's see. He's also just drawn now, Zara. He's just drawn the Painter. So that's likely going to be one of the cards that could be banked.
Yeah. Awesome turn for Hevel there. Going with the Logistic Support Cruiser into the Maya Mancer, getting his needed ramp. This scanner probe from Zara, it's not gonna find what he intends to find, because Hevel already has the Freyris and the Ingrid in hand. He does trade something there for the other gun barge. I think he saw a lot of Sarah saw a lot of threat from that gun barge, but however he decided to bank it, so it's not gonna be faced with a. This is a other way to defend yourself in this situation, where it's like, okay, probably I'm gonna go against the Freyris or Ingrid next turn, so I'm just gonna widen my board as much as possible, drop that Poisoner, and try to clear his board and develop a board myself. So this is a great situation there for Zaratustraa. I think it's still not too much of a great board, because it's not as wide as it should be in terms of controlling and being able to withstand an Ingrid. But let's see how it goes, if Hevel is going to go with Ingrid or Freyris here. We see that Sarah has 2 Maya Mancers next, so it's gonna be interesting. However, that Ingrid's gonna pop another Maya Mancer, I believe, since it was the last card Hevel played, effectively blocking around whatever he intends to play, and also he might be able to steal that Poisoner to stop any threats. But
Yeah.
We see that Sarah has another poisoner there, which might be detrimental to Hevel's efforts.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point there about how if he gets his Ingrid down now, it then is going to play a copy of the last card that you played, which in the case was the Miasmancer. So it gives him another opportunity just to delay Zara playing his own Ingrid or Freydis. Here we go. This is like the big moment, right? Because we need to see how this pans out, what card he steals, what cards are discarded. Oh, okay. Good cards actually that he discarded there. Not high value at all. Yeah.
Great steal getting the scanner pro, because he now gets another chance. And this is all like this TCE is all about this situation. Ooh, gets a Freydis from the from the Ingrid. Wow.
That's huge.
Thinking about trading the Alvaro, I don't think it's necessary.
No.
Also have to point out that even if Sarah manages to deal with this board, we see also that Hevel's gonna get the Juggernaut token in this situation. But even if Sarah manages to deal with this board, Freydis is gonna be able to bring another Miamancer from the waste that Hevel has there. So this is a situation where it's like the infamous chain that we were talking about. It's gonna be very difficult for Sarah to come back from this, at least to the point where he finally plays his Freydis, for example, or his Miamancers. But at that point, Hevel will have already played all his strong stuff. So, I mean, in these mirrors, sometimes it's easy to come back if you're lucky. But we see those two Freydis in Hevel's hands are gonna be really insane. I'm intrigued and curious about why people aren't playing the card that gives you unlimited cards in your hand.
The hidden vaults.
Since it now has 0 cost, and it's a great addition in this universal decks where you have Freydis drawing a lot of cards and Ingrid giving you more copies. But I guess we'll see later if the meta develops a taste for that card.
Yeah, I am actually on the same opinion of you. When the hidden vaults got buffed and it got reduced from a 2 cost to nothing, I immediately thought, wow, this is going to be such a nice fit in a universal deck where, as you say, you've got Ingrid and you've got Freydis like generating cards for you. The hands can get really big, and you definitely don't want to be just wasting a card because of overdraw. And the hidden vaults is just a nice way just to throw a relic down for nothing and ensure that doesn't happen. What a great play that was, though. Good turn for Hevel, because like when he played the Ingrid and he stole the scanner probe, as you say, it gave him another opportunity to try and find that Ingrid. And he was also able, because the Master Poisoner was on board, he was able to then wipe the Master Poisoner from the last turn and take that off the board. Now, there's another one on the board, so he's going to have to deal with it. Looks like he's going to play the Freydis anyway, though.
Yeah, the Freydis here for damage to the Poisoner and bringing back his Miamancer. Also the fact that he will get another Freydis and another Miamancer. Well, actually, we will have to see that one, because if he needs to kill this Miamancer to get another Miamancer with the Freydis, with a second Freydis, because he only has one right now in the waste. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he's gonna deal with this Miamancer, how he's gonna kill it. Because if he doesn't, he's gonna face the Miamancer. He's gonna face a Miamancer wreckage from Zaratustraa here.
Yeah, he's sitting on 3 of them, isn't he? Just waiting for that window to play them.
Yeah. Very tough spot here. He needs to kill that his own Miamancer, one of those, in order to block here Sarah from actually developing a Freydis and the rest of the Miamancers, which are gonna be like, if Sarah manages to develop the Miamancers and the Freydis, he might turn the game around. So Sarah seems to be giving it to Hevel.
Oh wow, there we go. PSA.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He thinks that's the only Freydis that he's going to be facing.
Yeah.
Which you'd expect, right?
Yeah, you'd expect that. You'd expect that. It's logical.
Dear.
I mean, at this point, Sarah doesn't have any more poisoners. He bagged the first one and already played the rest of them. So this board is not as lethal as he might think it is, or just it is in that sense. We're gonna see what that painter brings us. Gets us that Black Market
Wow.
Smuggler. This is a
Yeah, so
nice
you can
card
steal it.
here.
Yeah, you can steal that relic of the drone printer from Zara. I think also another thing to point out here is that Zara played the Miasmancer, right? So that's going to make it a little bit awkward for. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Here we go. Getting that other Freddy's. The thing is that Hevel is gonna run out of cards. He will have to clear this board because if Freddy's brings, like, if he doesn't clear this board effectively and Sarah manages to play his Freddy's and bring back his Poisoner, he might be able to deal with the whole board from Hevel. So Hevel needs to close this one really soon.
Yeah.
Before that happens. We see that Hevel has that collateral damage. If he doesn't want to wait on the Smuggler, he still has one more turn to finish this up. 2 Freddy's on board. The 2 Mayamancers on board also. The Freddy's and the Mayamancer buffed. I think this is gonna be what brings home for Hevel.
Yeah, I mean, Zara right now, he can't even play his Freydis if he wanted to because he's blocked off. And his other options aren't necessarily going to handle the 8/8 Freydis there, the 7/7 of the Miasmancer. You're right. You need. Oh, there's a. Okay. So she's turned up, but it's unfortunate because he can't play it this turn and activate the musters. So he's in a tough spot. Yeah, Zara's in a tough spot now.
He doesn't have the Poisoner. He doesn't have any more Poisoners in deck. 2 are dead, and 1 is in the bank for those who missed it.
Yeah.
So there's no way here for him to deal with this insane board that Hevel developed. He's gonna go and try it with the PSA to clean as much as damage. But there's so much in Hevel's hand. Like, he has the Akara, he has the Eden Hammer. I mean, he's just gonna concede. We see that Sarah's just gonna concede. He knows it, that he doesn't have an answer for this.
And you know what, though? It could have been so different, couldn't it? Because if he'd have played his Miasmancer first, it might have actually just stopped that from happening. Very good game. It all really does come down to the Miasmancers, I think, a lot in that matchup there. And I think we saw that if you Miasmancer first and just block your opponent, it can really turn the tide. So that's a great victory there for the first game. What about the next game?
We see there the Augencore logo turns yellow, meaning that Hevel won already with the Augencore. So he now has to play with Earthen and Shroud. We're probably gonna see Zaratustraa finish it up with his Universal, but sometimes in these tournaments, if you stick to a parallel or a deck that you just want to win it with it, you might end up in a situation where you're not playing optimally against what your opponent will play. So we will see if Sarah makes the correct decision here. For example, if Hevel wants to finish it up with Earthen, Sarah probably is going to be better off with Shroud and getting that win, at least to give him some mental strength in the fact that when you're behind, you're in a difficult spot. So this is the part of the tournament where you really have to think in terms of just what is best for me, in terms of what can I play in the situation. So
what do you think is going to be the next deck that they play next, Quinto, especially for Zara now?
This is exactly the point. Hopefully he thinks about going, like, for example, here he has Cathari that definitely beats Shroud, and Shroud that definitely beats Earthen. But if he sticks to Augencore, he might make a mistake. So it's gonna be interesting to see with what he's gonna come up with. And this is a situation in tournaments that's just really tough, like paper, rock, scissors, which is just more about what you choose to play than how you play. So
Yeah.
it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, interesting because I think you mentioned that Shroud definitely beats Earthen. What we've seen in the meta recently is that that's not always the case. I've had a lot of people on my streams when we've been playing Shroud against Earthen, and they've kind of been saying that's going to be a free win.
Yeah.
It often isn't. Earthen can be a little bit tricky if they get that nice early
Yeah.
ramp.
Yeah.
But we're
If
seeing
they get
here,
that,
look,
yeah. If they get that early Crimea against Shroud, that's always it puts Shroud in a really tough spot because of the shielded, and yeah, mostly because of that. Yeah.
So Zara's sticking to Universal, and he's going to be facing Hevel, who's gone for Earthen. This is a good matchup, and I'm really curious to see how this one works because, again, as we just talked about, Earthen almost kind of relies on getting a nice quick start, whereas
Yeah.
the opposite said for Universal. They don't really need that quick start. They're not looking for it. They're looking to play the long game. So, I think if Hevel gets a quick start here, it could be away before Zara even gets a chance. But let's see. He's already got the Freydis in his opening hand, which is a good start there. And he's going to play a...
Well, even better start for Hevel, going with the Steward of the Garden initially.
Yeah.
Still, there's no answer from Sarah to this Steward of the Garden, and now we're going to see if Hevel plays that Moonlit or goes with our Aurora Fungi if he gets anything else, definitely. Yeah, for example, playing... Yeah, he's not going for the Aurora combo. He's just going to heal up his Steward of the Garden. However, this is going to be the situation where that nerf really hits. However, we see that Sarah has those two PS8s that he can use to just deal with this board. But Hevel gets another Moonlit, which is really good for him. He really needs to develop a board as quickly as possible in this situation. Because if he lets this game go to the end game, it's going to be really difficult for him to come back from it. We already see, as you pointed out, that Freight is in hand. Sarah has also the logistic support cruiser.
Yeah.
I think, the logistic support cruisers into Wong is really, really powerful.
That is powerful. Yeah, that was a great card just coming in for him there because that rolls in so nice. You play the LSC, you can then play the Wong on the next turn and completely almost refresh your hand with some new cards in there, potentially an Ingrid. Look at that. He's got Cleanse the Earth, though, Hevel, which is a really good card to have. He's got his own LSC. 2 Moonlits on the board is a very good position to be in.
Yeah.
Are you thinking, if you're Hevel, are you thinking, I need to start trying to go for this here by throwing down a Nehemiah? Just to try and ramp them up to kind of 6/6s and 4/4s?
Definitely. I would definitely be scared, though, about a Poisoner after that Nehemiah. Because that's what really turns the tide here for Universal. Definitely the board right now for Hevel is great, but facing a Master Poisoner next turn and going for face, it's a real gamble in this situation. We see that there's no Poisoner, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but Hevel doesn't know that.
No,
so probably he's probably just gonna clear this board and try to hover around it. We see that he is able to play that Cleanse the Earth with the logistic support cruiser. However, he's not going for that. He probably goes with the stealth. Yeah, definitely going with the stealth is a good decision here. Trying to clear as much things as possible to then drop that Nehemiah and inflict max pain to the opponent. So yeah, really excited to see that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the power of Earthen, isn't it? Is that they are just throwing down these monster units. They don't even appear monster units, but then when Nehemiah comes on, they become monster units. And, often, like for Universal in particular, they don't really run and they don't really have many defenders. They have like the Cunning Diplomat, which can only do so much, right? It has no attack whatsoever. And for Zara, I don't even think he's running them. I don't remember seeing them in the deck. So he's in a position here where he doesn't have a board. He doesn't really have a way to clear these units here at all, or even one of them. And if Look at Hevel. He's taking a drink. He looks comfortable.
He's
I
just
think.
sipping his cup there,
Yeah.
chilling about. Like, I have my 2 moonlets. They're just gonna buff
Yeah.
themselves for life here.
Yeah.
Let's see what this Wong brings about.
I
We
mean, he
can't
almost.
see right now. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think he's looking for here? Master Poisoner?
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
he
No
doesn't
Master
get it.
Poisoner yet.
No, he doesn't get
Really,
it.
really interesting. Really
Does get a
interesting.
Wong, which buffs up to 7 though, which is pretty good because he got 3 cards there.
Yeah.
And he's
Gets
also
that
got his token
defender.
down now, which is useful in this situation.
Ooh.
Will take some of the damage, but we're going to see most likely Nehemiah come onto the board, and then the Moonlits are going to become massive. Gets a heal as well, so takes it up to 6 there.
Yeah. This is
So he could
still. This is gonna be very interesting what Hevel does here, because this is a situation where if he plays Nehemiah, is gonna face that Annihilate. I would say
Yeah.
it's still, I think, a bit tricky for him to actually deal with this board. So he has to deal with this board first of all, and there's no clear way of doing it. Definitely going face at this point is not a bad idea.
Yeah, he's almost
see
just trying to go
that-
for it, isn't he? Maximize the damage to the face. Doesn't know
Yeah.
that Zara's sitting on an Annihilate, but if that Annihilate comes down and wipes out Nehemiah, then at least it reduces the damage that's on the board for Hevel. And I think we're going to see it, aren't we? I mean, you have to do it if you can. You've got to get Nehemiah off the board.
Yeah.
If anyone here is watching and they don't realize the power of Nehemiah, she basically comes on and she will effectively give the defenders attack based on their health. And a lot of the units in Earthen have really big health. So if you can just turn that health into the attack value, they're going to do huge amounts of damage. But since Nehemiah's been removed, their health stays the same, but their attack goes back to what it was.
Yeah.
And now the board is slightly less scary, right?
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Hevel, definitely. Now he doesn't have the damage. If he would have played that Nehemiah earlier in the game, he would have already been in a place where he's really close to lethal. But right now, 21 health seems too far away with what he has in board. He needs to get those formidable presences. I believe he's running also an Eden Hammer. No, actually he's not running an Eden Hammer in this deck, but he needs to get to the point where he's gonna get the Terra and play it with a board. Right now, that Wong is really, really, I would say, a threat to his existence. Not much to do in this situation, just attack phase. The defenders he has, he can defend though with the Moonlit here with 8 damage and survive. But the next turn, he's just gonna face, like, why did Hevel play that Maya Mancer at this turn if there's nothing that Sarah can play from it?
No, I mean, you want to be saving that for turn 7, don't you? So you can block
Yeah.
off the Ingrid or the Freydis. You almost played it too soon.
Yeah, and if Sarah decides to play that Maya Mancer, it's gonna be it's gonna block a Terra, for example, and can block that Primea Conduit, which it's a really good card to play in this situation since there's not much of a damage on board. He's still in a good spot, but let's see what Sarah does to handle this board from Hevel. There's still a lot of things he can do here. Has the scanner probe.
Yeah.
However, we see that Astel's Clave with the defender, which is really powerful, really strong here. If he decides to attack with his scanner probe, the Astel's gonna clear that Wong. But the thing is that Freydis might be too much for Hevel to handle if he manages to play it and still deal with this board.
Okay, so here we go. We see that the glaive is going to defend against the scanner probe, and it's going to basically cleanse the board. It's going to wipe out the Wong as well. So there's the cleave damage. It takes it away. He's got like almost like a clear board now. Plays the shard.
Yep.
Okay.
Just gonna go ahead and back the altar, or just gonna play it. Really interesting. He's thinking about healing himself and sustaining enough to just drop his big stuff, but he's not gonna play the Maya Mancer. However, we see that Hevel doesn't have the Terra, and he won't get it next turn. But that Crimea Conduit is going to come in strong with 8 damage. If he can also just go ahead and play that Aurora Fungi, it's also a good situation for him. He gets that logistic support cruiser, which is okay in this situation, but he doesn't need a ramp at this point. He needs the damage. So Freddy's gonna come in strong next turn, and probably getting another scanner probe, since that's the last unit. Well, not that this is not the Ingrid effect, but he might get anything from the waste that he has played. We see here Hevel how he's gonna set this up to win and deal the last amount of damage. If he's gonna go wide in this situation, definitely afraid this is not as scary with a wide board. If it was an Ingrid, it would be scarier. So he's just setting up the board wide and strong to just deal that last bit of damage, where getting a couple of formidable presence just ends the deal.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Yeah, it was a little bit interesting as well. Where he played the fungi, because he played the fungi on the Miasmancer as opposed to the glaive there, which means that the glaive technically could be stolen if Zara did have an Ingrid. But I still think it was a good play though, because even let's say for example that he did have an Ingrid, played it, steals the glaive's still going to have to try and go through the Primary Conduit, right? Which is a 4/4. It can't do it. All it does is it basically kills the LSC next to it, the 1/2, and then gives your opponent more card draw. So he's looking in a good position here. And for Zara, I think you can see he knows he's in a spot here. What can he do? What can he really do here, do you think, Quinta? I mean,
he's still gonna heal 4. Hevel's still gonna be a bit away from lethal. He's getting there. That Black Market Fixer. It's gonna be interesting. What will Sarah bring back from the waste in this situation? Definitely can clear the Crimea Conduit, but giving Defender to one of those logistic support cruisers, it might not be the optimal play. And we see here that he might come up with a Slinger to just clear that as stealth.
Yeah.
Which is one of the units that he played early on. Yeah, the Slinger, he's selecting it like, do I really need to play this? He goes ahead to clear that as stealth. And it's going to be 7 damage plus 4, 11 damage for Hevel next turn. And this is going to come down if Hevel gets a Formidable Presence or not, or just an Aurora Fungi will make it up. Well, we see that there's a Juggernaut coming. Well, we see that Cleanse the Earth, which is going to deal with it. The Cunning Deployment is going to give him another chance at success. Let's see. That
Formidable Presence. Oh my god.
There you go.
Wow.
Hevel.
Using the Cleanse Earth to remove the token, and the Formidable Presence will get this done.
Yeah.
Wow, what a top deck. We were talking about, you mentioned it, Quinta, didn't you? He basically needed a Formidable Presence, or he needed a Fungi, and he got the Formidable Presence.
Exactly.
So, wow. Great victory
really nice
for Hevel.
Really nicely done by Hevel.
Now. 2 wins.
Now,
wow,
this is 2 wins for Hevel right now, winning with Earthen, which was one of the most difficult for him. And I think in this situation, let's see if Sarah really comes back from it. Definitely Shroud. I would like to see Shroud, like Nudon for Hevel in this situation against any of Sarah's remaining decks. I think it's not favored. So Sarah might be able to come back from it. He really went again with the Unishop, and this comes back to the point that I was mentioning, that sometimes in tournaments, in these situations where you're just gonna get one of your decks out of the way and you just stick with it and play again and again. And we already see that where Sarah lost against the Mirror and now loses against the Earthen in a situation where it's like okay, I wanted to get Augencore and Unishop out of the way, but I'm losing, and now I'm 2 points behind, instead of just trying something new for the next match and shuffling things a bit for your opponent. Because if we would have gone with Shroud, I think he would have gone in a better situation.
He's
Now
gone
we're
for
gonna
Shroud
face
here.
a mirror here.
Wow.
A mirror here,
Ah,
which is a situation that's favored, I think, for Nudon. Nudon is always favored for Brand.
yeah.
So once again, I mean, this situation where it's like more about what you play
Wow.
and not how you play it, it's
Mhm.
what it comes down about in tournaments. So really, it's just that, I
Yeah.
would say.
I think I agree with you as well. Like Brand is probably not favored going up against New Dawn because New Dawn can just outlast them
Yeah,
in the end game with the constant access to the singularity. What was kind of interesting there was that Zara, and I think some of the recent adjustments to the Stewie might have come into play here. Ordinarily, in when you was playing Shroud, if you got 2 Singularity Stewards in your opening hand, it was usually a really good card to play. So you play the first one on turn 1, you play the second one on turn 2, perhaps. So you just get a nice strong start with the Stewies because they would get buffed really quickly and it could give you that nice aggro. But since the
yeah,
Stewies now no longer do not get buffed, when the opponent banishes something, you have to banish something on your turn for them to get buffed. He
yeah,
actually decided, I don't want 2 Stewies because it could be too difficult for me to get them buffed up quickly, and I might end up just losing my Stewies too quickly. So
exactly,
yeah, this is
exactly.
this is
You're
this is
totally
tricky
right.
as well. This is
It's
tricky
a
as well, right? Because
Yeah,
sorry there, Quinto, because
no,
like playing the Hevel playing the half here, it makes it really awkward when you're in a mirror match, right? Because you rely on getting your effects down, and it just means that all your effects are going to cost +1. It's actually quite a good response though from Zara because he can play. He's just played the shard, which means that his erasures that would have usually cost 4 now, he can already play them on the next turn if he gets them.
yeah, you're totally right here. This is gonna come down here. Sarah's gonna go with that Harf. I would say, like, if he doesn't go and drops that Harf in this situation,
Mm,
well, actually, he didn't. He played a Stylus Shard, so this is an easy turn for Hevel, where he's gonna drop that Singularity Steward into that Stolen Power, and then it's gonna go downhill there for Sarah because having that Harf already in the board, it's a situation that's really difficult when you're relying on so many effects. We see there
mm-hmm.
those 2 unseen allies, which are really strong for Brand because they can bring back the Corrupted Vision from him. We see that Hevel has that treasure scheming, which will
Yeah,
be effectively be able to do some stuff here. However, Sarah decided to go with a ramp, which
yeah,
in some way it doesn't mess it up if you're facing a Harf.
mm-hmm.
So definitely really interesting to see what he's gonna come up with. The logistic support cruiser into the Void Trapper, probably,
Yeah,
and then just going and dropping that Brand might be the play there to just start developing those corrupted visions and developing that singularity. However, we see here that Baron into the treasure scheming might be very, very, very tough
yeah.
getting an
I mean,
erasure
that's
there.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, could get the erasure, could get the rally cry, for example. That could be a really good play to come off there. I still think the Baron is a really good card to have. He got nerfed recently in the latest patch, but I think actually it was a really good change because it was a realistic change, a reasonable one. I think the Baron's been a little bit too overpowered for a while, but if he plays the Baron and then plays the treacherous scheming, he could effectively take another Baron. He could take the Unseen Allies. I think if I was going into the hand, I'd be trying to take the Unseen Allies, but he opts not to do it. He's going to get his New Dawn going a lot sooner in the game, buffs the Stewie as well, and tags the Void Trapper, which gives him a Stewie, but takes the Void Trapper off the board. It's a really, really horrible unit, the Void Trapper. You don't want to leave it on the board so that it can steal your units from your hand or units on the board. So I think probably the right decision just to trade, well, not trade, but like just tag the Void Trapper and accept that you're going to give him a Stewie. You definitely don't really want to be giving him the opportunity to hit your face, potentially taking a copy of the Baron.
Yeah. I mean, here, Sarah is just trying to ramp it up, trying to develop something at all, if possible. Developing a board, definitely, as we mentioned before, it's unfavored against Nudon. Here we see that he's just going to drop that Baron and the Spectre attack craft, the Stewie, the corrupted Stewie, in an effort to just get a board going.
Yeah,
But
just to
we
try
see
and
there,
overwhelm.
yeah, what is he going to get from the Singularity with that Nudon here? It's going to be another Stewie, which is really good.
Yep.
He doesn't even need to clear now that Stewie, as mentioned before, with the nerf for Shroud, getting that Stewie, that erasure, probably. Why he's not he doesn't plan to play the other Stewie, it seems, that one that he recovered. But getting another Baron here, it's interesting. However, I don't know if he will want to play that erasure just now, because that's a great card to play against the brand when it drops. So this Shroud Mirror Scout, I mean, you're as you say, Shroud and Proud. How do you see this? Like, how do you navigate this situation?
It's really tough because, like, in this situation here for Hevel, he's got, like, the Stewie's an issue, right? But it's not the biggest issue here. Baron is a big issue, and he's targeting that now. I don't like the Spectre attack craft, though. Oh, okay.
This is not a
So,
great getting the artillery
no,
volley here.
that's not a good roll. You don't want that, and the reason you don't want that, if anyone's watching, is you have to kill something on your board, but it will also kill the enemy's units based on the attack of that unit that you kill. So he ends up deciding, you know what, this is a good opportunity to wipe his board and sacrifice my Stewie, because his Stewie effectively could be erasured anyway on the next turn. He doesn't know that Zara doesn't have an erasure, but I think it was good play, right? Just to use the opportunity in a bad situation where you don't want that card to kill one of your units, but if it's going to kill a unit, I might as well take the rest of his units with me.
Yeah, definitely. Really interesting to see what, like, he played that treasure scheming. Sarah in this situation facing a Triumph of the Lost that's not gonna get played, but he knows there's another Triumph of the Lost and another Baron coming up here from the Singularity. Definitely, I would say that we could see a treasure scheming into a deleting one of the Unseen Allies, which is one of the cards that are really strong in this situation. But the fact that both are just playing those, like having those Demox in those decks, there's not much that can be done here. He's just
He's taking the demo.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. Ooh, and gets that. Yep. He's gonna now get one of the bank cards from Sarah. He's gonna waste them. One of the reveal ones with Trade Route Ambush. He didn't play the other Baron. He didn't want to probably get a Virulent Spores, which would be detrimental here for Hevel. He doesn't play the other Baron also. Yeah.
You know what, Quinto? I wanted to ask you something, and I'll ask you that in a minute. But one thing that I've noticed here, and you probably spotted it too, is that the half was played on curve on turn 2, right?
Yeah.
From Hevel. We're now at the point where, you know, Hevel's got 6 energy. We're going into kind of turn 7. The half is still on the board.
Yeah.
That's an issue. Because you need to get rid of it, even if you have to spend 4 energy on an erasure. But the problem is that Zara's not really drawn any erasures, has he? I haven't seen him really use any erasures. So he looks like he's going for the brand here, and he really needs to use brand to get rid of that half, because it's delaying what he can do here.
Yeah. We see that Sarah has banked another Demok. So he just has one more Demok in his hand. It's gonna be interesting how this end games ends. There's that Unseen Allies gets the Engine Whisper. Now Brand with a trusty build becomes an absolute menace for Hevel. So it's gonna come down to those Unseen Allies and getting as much value as possible. But as we say, like Hevel has so many Demoks right now that it doesn't matter the amount of Unseen Allies that we see. And we see that Harf. We see Sarah Sarah having that Harf. Yeah.
Yeah, he banked it so early.
Prime edition Harf. This is really, really nice seeing it right now in game. Haven't seen it before. And this is the turn that Sarah was waiting for. Gets also the Adira that might give him a lot of value. But unlucky for Sarah, he's just going to face 2 Demoks in a row.
Yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to put the trusty belt on Adira, hit the LSC first, which will survive, or could technically hit the half actually as well. Either or. I'd probably be going for the half actually, because that's the bigger problem here.
Scout, are we going to see a fatigue match here?
Yeah, most likely. Whenever you play in this mirror match, they do tend to go quite long, to the point where you are getting into fatigue, where you just run out of your cards in your deck, and you then start to take damage from having to draw from your waste. Funny enough, actually, I'm going to mention this here because like the guy I'm going to talk about right now is competing in this tournament. I played Lamby in this exact match where Lamby was Brand and I was New Dawn, and we literally played yesterday or the day before, right? And the game went all the way to the end. I had like 30 health. I took Lamby down to 1 health, right? So you can imagine, I'm on 30, Lamby's on 1, I'm New Dawn, he's Brand, and I'm thinking, I've got this, I must have this. And you know what? He was effectively out of cards, but he had an Unseen Allies, and he was able to use it so well. He just absolutely spammed the board. I was all out of demos, and he ended up winning when he was on 1 health. So these games can go... Yeah, it was mental. Like, I was on 30, he was on 1, and he still ended up winning. Insane. And I can't wait to see him play today. But to answer your question, yeah, these games, especially with some of the changes to, say, Baron, say, the Stewies, they tend to be, as I call them, a battle of attrition. So who can survive the longest? Who can outlast?
This is a good situation here where we're going to see a Demok and bring back whatever the Honor Steward stole here. And we're going to see a card. No, we didn't. I thought the Demok would trigger the Baron effect, but it didn't. No. So just a little Void Trapper there that's going to face the Unseen Allies now, I would assume. Which we see that Sarah has a lot of stuff. It's going to be able to develop all those corrupted visions. But Hevel, on the other hand, has one of Sarah's Demoks. So he actually has more Demoks there to just completely deal with whatever Sarah drops here in the board. He can play that Triumph of the Lost, which is all right in this situation. Getting that Void Trapper and the Demok also.
You know what though, Quinto? Like these games, these Shroud Mirror games are becoming more and more about timing your use of the demos rather than timing the use of your Singularity Stewards. Because it used to be whoever gets the Stewards down nice and quickly is then in a great position where they're going to be getting banished no matter what, right? Whereas now it's like, well, if you use a demo early and then your opponent then goes and steals, say, 2 demos from you, you could be cooked, right? Because then, especially if you're playing Brand, he's then got the opportunity to spam the board with Unseen Allies, and you've got no board clear because you used 1 and they stole 2.
Exactly. Exactly. You're totally right there. And here the fact, like, where it comes down to the wire, where it's like Nudon really outplaying Brand in this situation. There's no more Unseen Allies, and each one of these Demoks is going to become just more painful because it's going to fill up the Singularity of Nudon, And Newland is just gonna get so much value to the point where it's like there's nothing to do being Brand in this situation.
Yeah. And it's true. And if you look at his singularity as well, he's only got 5. He's only got 5 cards in his singularity. Um, it's not a great singularity where you can start to bring a load of stuff out and
Yeah,
really take control back of the board. I think the other thing as well is that have we seen Zara use a treacherous scheming yet?
yeah, he did. He did to
Did
steal
he?
one of the Triumph of the Lost from Hevel.
Okay.
We see here that Boy Trapper getting the Fanatical Crewman, just keep milling down Hevel's hand, but I don't know if this is gonna
No,
be
this
enough. Gets another
no.
Triumph of the Lost from the Unseen Allies, plays the
And the
Demon
demo.
first,
Yep.
and then the Honor Steward there to just develop a board. It seems that Sarah might be going on something here with those Unseen Allies if he manages to get the third Unseen Allies and develop a strong board and forces Hevel to play his Demok. We
Yep.
might see a situation where Hevel, there's not much he will be able to do. However, as we said before, the value that he might be able to get from Nudon might give him the chance here. But yeah, as you were saying, if you don't time it right and you
Mm.
fall for that Unseen Allies replenishment of the board, which can be really overwhelming,
Mm-hmm.
then there's nothing you can do playing Nudon. So
Yeah,
let's see.
agree.
This is a situation where Sarah is definitely forcing Hevel
He's
to play
forcing the
his
issue.
Demok. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's forcing it. He's saying, look, I'm going to start hitting you for loads of damage and potentially stealing a lot of cards from you with 2 Void Trappers on the board. You're going to have to either use several Erasures and Honored Stewards, but the best way is just to cleanse it in one go with a demo, which is what he's doing. And he's using his own demo, which is always a slap in the face when your own demo is used against you to clear a board.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
exactly.
know?
Exactly.
But right call there, I think from Hevel, he didn't need to waste resources when he just had one single
Ooh.
card which could deal with it.
I mean, Sarah has a way through getting that Fanatical Crewman into his other Fanatical Crewman. He's gonna leave
Mm.
Hevel with only 6 cards in his deck. He didn't
Yep.
steal it. He decided to obviously go with Adira, which can do even more, stealing 3 cards plus the 2 from the Fanatical Crewman, getting into 5 cards completely
Mhm.
stolen, and also having the situation where it's like having to draw next turn for Hevel, leaving him at 4 if he decides
Yeah.
to if Sarah decides to play that Fanatical Crewman at some point.
Yeah. So almost just trying to force him into a fatigue earlier, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what you're
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
Quinto.
That's a situation here that we're seeing. I mean,
I mean,
there's still a lot of stuff there for Hevel. He has the opportunity also because Sarah is at 10 health. There might be a way for Hevel to. This Life Siphon is great in this situation. Just banish that Adira, gets
yeah.
it from the Singularity, and we'll have to deal with whatever Sarah has in the board. Goes ahead and
Yeah.
plays the Baron. He will copy the Life Siphon here, probably
Ooh.
getting something useful. He also has the Erasure and
I'm
the
not
treacherous scheming
yeah.
to play in tandem, which
I was going to
is
say,
okay.
I'm not sure that was the right sequence to do that because with the Baron, with the change, I think what might have been actually better is to have done the Baron, then done the treacherous scheming first, because then you actually might have got a better effect that could have been copied. There's not many
Yeah.
good effects that you can copy at one. So he decided to do the siphon first, which then copied or not copied, but like played a random effect, which was useless. It was the blueprints one from Algincore, right? So he couldn't
Yeah.
even get any value out of that. But if he'd have done the treacherous scheming first, he actually might have been able to steal a card, then trigger an erasure, which then meant he didn't need to use his own erasure there to then deal with the Void Trapper. So I think the thinking was right that play the Baron and then try and get some effects going. But I think he could have done that in a different sequence to get better value there.
Yeah, definitely, that's right. However, we saw that artillery volley early game that's completely
Yeah.
messed up Hevel's game,
Yeah.
having to sacrifice his own buff Stewie. We see here a Triumph of the Lost and a Stealth Glaives from Sarah. This is getting really, really nice for him in the situation where he's just getting those value cards. Triumph of the Lost, really good. Getting that
Mhm.
copy of a Baron into another 5-cost card.
Yeah. That's
Really
huge.
insane.
That's
That's
massive. Yeah. If you.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Huge. If you can get that in a mirror match, that can really turn the tide. And if he ends up, the thing is, if he ends up getting a fight everything, that's not that great because that's potentially going to give him 6 cards, which will then mean that he's going to be getting to fatigue quicker. If he gets a Triumph for Europa, that's also not great because again you're wasting cards, so you're getting to fatigue quicker. In the end, it just got a Triumph, which another Triumph for the loss, which resulted in nothing. So it was really good play, but yeah, unfortunate he didn't get anything good from that.
Let's see what he decides to bring up. It seems that the only
Gotta be.
value
Yeah,
is
Adira.
Adira here, but this is a situation again where there's no Demok around for Hevel, and Zaratustraa has a nice board right now. He can go with the Honor Steward and definitely Adira. It's a breath of air, but
He's not going
he
for it.
decides to just go with another Honor Steward. In this situation, he knows it's probably going to be difficult for Sarah to come back from this. However, we see that Sarah has that Honor Steward, which will bring back his Wong. And let's see what he draws in this situation.
I think, what would you have done there, Quinto? Do you think you would have, unseen
Gets the
allies coming
last
in?
unseen allies, which will be an
Wow.
absolute menace for
That's
Hevel.
good timing there for him.
Yeah. Really,
I mean,
really good.
the thing is, though, this is the thing. These are the fine margins. If Hevel had just played the Adira, he would have stole it, and then that's completely changing the game, right? He's then stealing his last unseen allies because he's
Yeah.
used one. Did he bank one? I think he banked one, right? So so this is the last one, and he had an opportunity to steal it, which then meant he wouldn't be able to access his singularity.
Yep. And we see
Could have been a
here.
missed opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. He would have gotten it from the Adira.
Yeah.
He went for the clear the board way, but with the Honor Swords, clearing the board is not the best situation since this can happen to you. Now we see that Sarah has an even bigger board, gets his Baron back. He's gonna copy these unseen allies, I believe, and from the Baron, it
Do
seems
you know what,
he got
though?
a second unseen
Yeah.
allies, which
Yeah.
doesn't make any difference.
No, not really what you want. But what was interesting about that last play from Hevel, right, is that he deliberately erasured the Adira. He got it into his singularity. Then he pulled the Adira out of his singularity, put it in his hand, right? So it looked like he had the intention to go and play it,
Yeah.
right? Because if you're in a mirror match, you don't really want to take something that's safe in your singularity, like a powerful thing like Adira, put it in your hand in case it gets schemed, right? So I feel like he had the intention to go and use it, but then he just changed his mind at the last minute, and I don't think it was the right decision.
This can be the app. Like we have to talk about the fact that this noodle keeps on hitting face, has hit
Yeah.
face a lot of times. But look at this. There's still 3 cards in Hevel's deck. If it's not gonna happen. It still doesn't happen. It depends of like if Hevel played the Adira and then play the Wong, and the Wong buff the Adira, and for some reason Hevel gets a good card from Sarah's deck, then we would talk about possibly dealing that last bit of damage. But the thing is that Sarah is now gonna have the power of the Unseen Allies the next turn, be able to play so many stuff from the Singularity. So this is a situation where it's like, I would say Hevel probably wants to play that Fanatical Crewman. And gets the Treasure Scheming.
Where the erasure is
Possibly-
good here. Erasure
Yeah,
is good
Erasure
here.
is really
He
good.
needs to just try and reduce the damage on the board. And you can already
Exactly.
see the next card. Look, top right, you can see the next card because he's managed to reveal all the bank cards. You can see, well, he's just got them. So the next card
Yeah.
before he then just got a ton in there in his Singularity.
The
If
thing
he
is that
played Dira-
getting forced to clear the board in this situation is a bit weird for
Yeah.
Hevel because now he's gonna face so many stuff from the Singularity. However, we see that Sarah is also
Oh,
in a
he's got the
situation where he's
demos,
just
yeah.
so many demogs. Look at this. He's gonna get an Adira, effectively leaving Hevel without anything
Yeah.
in his deck. Has some damage, but he also has to clear here because he can't let Hevel attack.
No. Yeah,
This
like
is
if
really-
Hevel attacks, he has to get rid of at least 2 of them. He can't leave 2 on the board.
Yeah.
That's a great steal. That that was so vital. Oh my god! Oh,
Ooh.
amazing! Desperate measures as well. He gets the
Desperate
desperate measures.
to clear another
triggered.
unit
Yeah,
for free.
which it's brilliant. That's spot on. Oh, he so needed that. When you're down to 5, you're running out of cards, you need luck to go your way. That was huge. And the problem that Hevel has here is that he can't use really 2 of the cards he's got in his hand. He can't really use Wong. He could do, but there's no cards in his deck now to go and get. So there'll be no buff. He can't play the Fanatical Crewman and get value out of it because it's not going to... well, actually he could. It's going to take 2 cards from the top of the opponent's deck, not 2 from his. So he could get some value out of that. Probably needs to. I don't know
Yeah,
what's in his Singularity, though. I don't know what Hevel's got. He hasn't got anything major.
I'm gonna say that these Shroud Mirrors are possibly the most difficult games to cast. It's like so many things that can happen, so many possibilities. It's just like the Singularity itself in these casting matches, in these mirrors. But it seems to me like at first glance that this is gonna go for Sarah. He's gonna be able to develop a board. Like, look at this insane board right now.
Yeah.
And unless Hevel manages to top deck one of his demogs that he already played, then we are talking about Sarah getting this one the next turn, because now Hevel's gonna start taking damage and increasingly, and yeah, he's really close also to getting killed here. Let's see if he tops deck.
Let's
because
see
if not,
if
he's
there's a little bit of
cooked.
luck here. Yeah. And if if he is cooked, I want to hear his Jova.
Yeah, for sure. You're gonna hear it. Yeah. Let's see if he tops deck from the waist. Now he's getting cards from his waist, but also
Taking
yeah,
damage.
he didn't.
That's
so
terrible. Yeah.
this is gonna
It's
go
over.
for Sarah in this situation, unless he gets Malia, but Malia won't. Yeah, he's just gonna
No
concede.
good. Wow.
I mean, there's a world where if he had like waited die and plays Malia, he could deal that last 5 damage. So it's gonna be this Nudon deck from Hevel against possibly Augencore or Cathari, Neos or Unishop. So what do you think here, Scout? Which of these decks have the advantage against the Nudon from Hevel? Is it
Uni.
Neos or is it Unishop?
Uni. I'd be going Uni here. Like, I know there's different trains of thought with this one. The Uni one, I think, is favored because having played against Uni myself, it's still super strong. And if you can't steal the Ingrid or the Freydis, or if you can't steal, let's say you only steal one of them, you've still got a really powerful card that can do serious damage to you. Now, here's the thing. When you're playing, say, as Shroud, whether it be New Dawn or Brand or even Neve, right? You know that you need to go and steal those 2 cards. So your whole strategy of playing Uni revolves around, right, I need to go and steal those 2 cards. So I can't really play my game. And you're also having to deal with what's on the board in front of you. And with Uni, they have so many good cards that can allow them very slowly to to just kind of be building that board, whilst all Shroud's doing is just trying to search for those 2 cards, right? So I feel like for Zara here, the better option would be to do Uni, because then you're forcing your opponent to go try and steal the Ingrid and the Freydis. If they can't, you're then forcing them to demo, and you can still develop a massive board with the drone printer, and even just like with the gun barges, just controlling the board. So that's what I would do if I was Zara. I think the Linnaeus is still pretty strong, but I think that Shroud just has a lot more ways to deal with the Naeus early game, and also late game as well. So for me, I think Zara really should be going Uni here, because I think it's much more favored than the Naeus one. But what would you do here, Quinto? Would you be
I think
doing
both.
different?
I think both decks are favored against this Nudon deck. However, there's a way of Nudon obviously beating both of them. However, it has to be played like against Uni. As against Unishop, it definitely has to be played in such a way where you're just saving your stuff. He has that EMP to deal with the drone printer. With the drone printers, and possibly a stack of drone printers, which is one of the ways which Uni beats Shroud. And against Naeus, he has to have a really good early game to deal with the early threats.
Yeah.
If Sarah has these early game Naeus hands that just overwhelm you, and there's nothing you can do by turn 4, it's over.
Yeah.
So let's see. It's gonna be
Yeah, he's
Unishop
done it.
against Nudon.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, honestly, because I think he knows that you know against New Dawn, you don't need to win the early game. You just have to hope that your opponent does not steal Ingrid and Freydis. If they still won, it's still fine. You can win easily, actually, even if they still won, or both. Like, that's the great thing. Well, the great thing and the bad thing against Uni, how strong they are. You can have a Shroud New Dawn steal both your Ingrid and your Freydis, and you have still been able to get their health down massively and win the game just from all of the units that you can play on the board in the meantime, whilst your opponent's trying to steal those 2 big cards. And I think just looking at Hevel's opening mulligan here, this is actually not bad, but honestly, I don't think he needed the half here whatsoever.
Definitely.
Like, there is very few effects that Uni play. The only effects they really play actually are the PS8s. So having like a half here, I think he could have banked it, and I think he could have maybe tried to find like a scheming, because the scheming is way more powerful here. If you get that in your early hand, you need it really, rather than a half. So interesting that he decided to keep that.
And we see that Sarah gets both of his drone printers, which is gonna be a menace against this Nudon deck. He decides.
Yeah, I think his other cards aren't that great though. I mean, the gunslingers aren't great on in hand, but then with that painter, they can cause a lot of damage, right? So this turn, he can effectively remove that void trapper with the 2 slingers, which would be a lovely combo.
For sure, he decides to back the Maya Mancer, which he knows it's not as vital to keep in this matchup. Definitely dealing with that void trapper is really good. And now we're gonna see the printers next turn. He's saving those printers, as we see, and the memento. This is gonna be really difficult for Hevel to handle at some point, because this is what you want. Like, you want big board, already 2 slingers and the painter. He can even go with that memento early on. He's gonna get his Juggernaut token. He's gonna get the drone printers down. It's gonna be really tough for Hevel to handle this situation.
Yeah, I think the memento of the Fallen is one of the most annoying cards to try and deal with in the game, even if you're Shroud, right? Because you can banish something that has the memento of the Fallen on it, and all that happens is that the unit goes to the waste, and then the memento goes back in the hand. And so you just know that you're going to have to deal with it again on the next turn. It's a really difficult thing to deal with. The best way, of course, is just scheming it. He's not banking that, surely. Is he considering banking the memento here? Or was he just...
I mean, it's a card that can definitely get banished easily, and you will lose all your progress or whatsoever with it. I would say that definitely if you go to a basic premise, it's
Yeah.
the poisoner versus a memento. You only run one memento, but you're running 3 poisoners.
Yeah.
So if you just want to make it simple, bank the poisoner, and that's what he
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. I feel like that's one of those decisions when you're playing this type of game that really has to come to the front of mind. You think, how many copies of a card do I have? How powerful is that card? And if I have more copies of another card that might be better in this situation, but like I have more copies, so I can. Oh wow, look at that! Ingrid comes in, and he's already got the ramp going as
Ooh.
well.
But
That's
we
decent.
also see that treacherous scheming in these situations is
Yeah,
really nice.
he's got it.
And there's no Koso, so he can definitely bank that Ingrid.
Yeah. The best ways to use the scheming, I think, when you're playing in this type of matchup against Uni, is you need to allow the opponent really to draw as many cards as they can in their hand before turn 8 now, right? So on
Yeah.
turn 7, that's ideally when you want to be scheming, because if you just scheme quite early, your chances of actually getting that card are going to be much lower, right? Because the
Yeah.
opponent has less cards in their hand, so you need them almost to be just drawing as many cards, giving you as many opportunities to then go and steal the one card or the two cards that you're looking for. So it's great that the Ingrid's there. He doesn't really need to rush to use the scheming. He can wait and take his time. If anything, I think Hevel should be looking at getting the ramp going a bit more. He's already got one LSC down, gets another one down. He's then going to be able to potentially demo when he needs to as well, because that's the fine balance with this matchup, is that you're trying to ramp with them so that you can make the scheming at the right time, but their boards usually get quite big too. So if you don't manage to scheme what you need to before kind of like turn 8, then you need to be in a position most likely where you demo. And so getting the ramp going when you're playing a Shroud is just as important as scheming.
Yep, definitely, definitely. You're totally right there. Definitely more odds dropping that scheming before
This is
at the
this
last
is good
moment.
play. This is good play from Zara, actually, because he's played the Alvaro interrogator here. He knows that with this token, he can get rid of the glaive, right? And this is an absolute nightmare. If you're a Shroudy, you have to get rid of that card, the Alvaro interrogator. If there's more than one copy on the board, it can wreck you. It can
Yeah,
completely wreck you. And it's good timing as well, because, like, I think, with the board that he's developing, he's thinking, right, what are the cards which Hevel can play now as effects, right? The scheming, of course, to try and take my cards, the erasures to try and remove some of these cards here, getting
he
that
banked
down.
the AMP. No way.
Yeah, yeah. The one copy he had,
The
which is
one
actually
copy.
very effective in this matchup, he banked it.
Yeah.
And look, the next
As you
card he
can
got was
see,
a Whisperer.
yep, as you can see, like he didn't even have to bank there because
No.
of the LSC there. And the fact that now we see Sarah being
The
able to play those
the
both drone printers and not having the EMP in this situation is just absolutely crushing. And it's gonna hurt. It's
that's
gonna
so
absolutely
painful.
hurt. It's so
Yeah, that's so
painful.
painful when you bank like relic removal and then the very next turn you see the relic which you really need to take off the board. It's
Yeah.
awful. Awful feeling.
Yep. And
And
in a situation where it's like one of the win conditions from Unichop against
yeah,
Nudon is the drone printer. That's for a fact.
yeah,
Everyone knows it. So the only weapon he had against it is now in the bank, and we just
yeah.
see that Sarah is definitely overwhelming this board in a fashion where it's like I don't need to even play one of the ladies to win this game. So
No.
that's
Yeah.
the problem here. That's a
And he
problem
can't
for Hevel.
yeah, massive. And what's equally more of a problem as well is that not only has he lost the ability to remove the relic, right? Which is just going to keep printing drone after drone after drone. And New Dawn's biggest weakness is it can't deal with lots of units on the board.
Yeah,
So if you can
exactly.
exploit that, then you have a great chance of winning. He's going to take 3 damage here because he has to get the Alva Interrogator off, and it does 3 damage based off you using an effect. The big problem
Yeah.
here is that he's got the memento of Zara's got the memento of the Fallen on a unit, right? And that combined with the drone printer, look, watch this here. It's going to get erased, then the memento is going to go back in hand, and then he can just keep printing more drones, right? There it is, and he can keep reapplying that memento. And this is why almost he should use the scheming here. But what he's going to find, he's going to look in the hand, he's going to see that there's the memento, of course. Oh, he didn't use it. He didn't use it. That's game over. He did,
Look at
why
all
did
the
he not use the
damages
scheming?
that Sarah is gonna drop here.
Why
It's
did
gonna
he
be
not
2
use the
gun
scheming?
barges. It's still not turn 8, so I
yeah,
think
sure.
it's fine if he saves it for next turn. But 2 gun barges here plus it's a scanner probe also, a memento. It can go. I mean, it's gonna be gun barge and scanner probe most likely.
You know
Going
what
with the
though?
scanner probe, yeah.
You know what though, Quinto, right? When you've basically banked your relic removal and you can see that your opponent has the memento of the Fallen and they can keep printing the drones, you send the memento of the Fallen back into hand. I think you've got to take it with the scheming, because otherwise, if you just leave the memento in the hand and he can keep printing the drones, it's going to be game over anyway. It's just a matter of time. You at least need to remove that from the game, and scheming it doesn't remove it from the game, but obviously removes it from his ability to use it. So I know he was probably saving his schemings to look for the Ingrid, the Freydis, but that's also a big threat in this matchup when the drone printer is down on the board. It's printing drone after drone after drone, and you know that he can just sacrifice these drones with the memento of the Fallen on, and really just kill you off. He's going to see now that he's got the Ingrid. He's going to take it. He needs to. But this is the thing. Look, he's down to 11 health here, Hevel, and he's only stolen just now the Ingrid. This is how powerful this deck is that it can win, and you can win without having Ingrid or Freydis in the deck. And
Ingrid
Hevel,
didn't even matter.
No,
in this
and
situation.
all Hevel's been doing is just trying to steal and disrupt. Yeah, he's probably going to end up losing this because of the drones. The drone.
No, he's gonna lose it. He's gonna lose it because right now, look at all this damage. The memento and the gun barge is 4, 5 plus 4, 9. It's already leaving him at 2. And then even if Hevel plays that Demok, there's gonna spawn more drone printers and little drones, and it's just gonna end it up for Hevel.
Yeah.
It's too much damage, and anything basically that Sarah draws in this situation, afraid is just dealing 4 damage to face, or anything else can actually deal that 2 less damage. Like it took Hevel to a point where he couldn't take any road. If you went for the disruption road, you're gonna get wrecked by the units and the board presence situation, which is the main win condition for Unishop against Shroud. So not being able to control the board early on, not being able to deal with a drone printer, which he only played 1, he didn't even have to, Sarah knowing that Hevel having the EMP, he didn't even play the second drone printer. With just 1, it was enough to deal with Hevel. So
do you think that
was a complete shutdown? It's complete shutdown here for Hevel.
I mean, when you asked me before this game, what do you think is like a good or bad matchup here? And this is why I said Universal for Zara, because we're seeing exactly what happens in a lot of Universal Shroud matchups. Like you try to steal those cards because you know that you need to try and steal both of them to have a good chance of winning. It doesn't even matter for Uni if you steal them. if they've got the drone printer and they've got so many good units which can control the board early, like the painter, they've got the Alvaro, which gives you damage, and you have to try and remove it off the board. The gun barges, of course. Look, 2 gun barges on the board, that's going to wreck you. So he's down to 2, and he's going to use the demo just to give himself an extra turn to draw it out. And you know what though, right? Here's the thing: you can come back from this, right? I've done it myself live on stream. You can be down to 2-3 health with the opponent at 30, and you can still win. But it does rely on you having to steal the Freydis now. Because if you don't steal the Freydis, she can come on, as you say, and hit you for 4.
Yeah, definitely. We see there that Wong that will close it for Sarah in the sense that he might get his answers. He's just spamming his drone printer at this point. He knows that he just needs to have something on board, anything, even that painter there, drop it, because you can just buff it with a memento at this point and deal that 2 last damage that he needs.
And this is the tricky situation, is that when you've already been whittled down on health and you use a demo to clear the board when your opponent has drone printers and they have like basically 10 energy, you just know the next turn the board's going to be exactly what it was. They can just print drones for fun, like there's no tomorrow. And you're then thinking, I need another demo just to try and like prolong the turn, prolong me being in the game. And he hasn't had one. He's only had one, and he hasn't seen another one. And honestly, I think it's so surprising that Hevel banked that EMP shockwave, isn't it?
Yeah, but at this point, it doesn't even matter if he had it or not. It's just come to a point where it's like we see that Sarah here is just gonna, well, at least Hevel's gonna block that Wong. There's still the memento though. However, if there's a way to trigger that two attack for the memento, I think there might be a way to just kill a drone equipped with a memento. A really strange way to do it. Yeah, that way. For example, here you can just spawn a drone, drop the memento on the drone, PSA it, and get the 2 attack for the printer, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do, isn't it? Yeah. This is why as I say, it was so important that when he removed that memento and it went back in hand, he had the scheming. He should have gone to get it, because it can wreck you. It can wreck you, and it's wrecked him in this game. The memento has done so much damage on all these drones and these little units here, these little low-cost units. Very good game. Well played from Zari. Done so good there. He played a perfect game, actually, in my opinion. And he needed it, because it's now 2-2, Quinto. What a battle this is so far.
Yeah,
down to the last game.
And now it's going to come down to how lucky Sarah is with his early game, if he's going on the play, and Hevel doesn't have the ability to deal with this Neos early game. We saw actually that Sarah is really well equipped to have an early game with Neos. He knows that's the only way to win with Neos. And the biggest weakness, it comes down to the weakest deck from Hevel against Neos, which is his Nudon. He's not running early game tuned in Shroud with that slingers, as you were saying, that you usually lately are including that slinger to deal with early game and aggressive decks like Kathy. He doesn't run the PS8 neither. So actually dealing, like we're gonna see it, dealing with an early game here is gonna be really tough for Nudon. Let's see who goes on the play and who goes on the draw here. It's probably gonna define the game. If Neos goes on the play and has some early game, he's going on the draw. So this is good. This gives Hevel a chance at this point. Has the life siphon really good in this situation. He has some weapons to deal with. We see that Sarah doesn't get any early units. However, he has the little turn 2 combo with the Tabula Rasa and the Standard Bearer.
Mhm.
He doesn't have anything to play at this point. He doesn't draw any 1-cost unit, Sarah.
That's
Nothing to
quite bad,
play.
isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's unusual because when you play against Naeus, you expect them to play the Valarusi striker or the
Yeah.
Tabula Rasa on turn 1. So
Yeah.
that's
However,
that's
I would say this is still gets the second Tabula Rasa to develop a nice board here, Sarah, with the standard bearer and the double tabula. This is really good for him. Actually, it makes it a bit difficult for Hevel to deal with whatever um, Sarah comes up with because of the shield pot. Has to go through that first, and that life siphon is not going to be enough. This is where it comes down to. Even if Sarah didn't have early game, he on turn 2 manages to just get an insane board. And look at that, has a perfect curve there, the ATN subjugate into the synchronicity that probably it's gonna be the end game there if Hevel needs to end up playing with the Honor Steward, because he would just copy that Honor Steward and wreak havoc on Hevel's game.
Do
So
you know what? I feel
Yeah.
like, do you know what Hevel needs to be thinking about here, because he hasn't really got enough of the removal right now. Like he needs to be thinking about ramping to a demo, basically.
Yeah,
Ramp
that's
to demo.
basically his only answer there. And now look at that. It's a situation where it's like whatever Hevel plays here, it's gonna get copied by the synchronicity, and it's gonna be a madness.
Yeah.
He definitely needs to deal with these ATN subjugates as soon as possible, because if not, this is too
rough.
much. This is too
Yeah, this
much.
is rough. If he
Too
doesn't
much
get an
for
erasure
Nudo
here,
to handle. Too many threats. Too many early game stuff getting buffed here for Sarah playing Naeus. Getting that
But-
synchronicity is key also.
this is why I think we saw his deck, and his deck is solid, but I think not having those low cost cards like the slingers and the PS8s to deal with this here, because you're right, Quinto, with Naeus, if you allow the board to get strong and to grow a presence, it's going to be so difficult. That being said, he's done really well there, but we know what's going to happen now. He's going to get synchronicity'd, and that synchronicity is going to happen on the Honored Steward, which then means that the Honored Steward can just get removed into oblivion, not even to a singularity.
Yeah.
Into nowhere.
Just gonna disappear.
Yeah.
And now he's gonna get back his ATN subjugate.
Yeah.
Buffed again, I guess, with the bearer. And now Hevel is just facing an insane board here. That's gonna be really tough for him to get back. At least. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think at this point, I think even trying to ramp to demo is not going to help him now, because the damage which he's going to take each turn. Look, there's no way. I mean,
he's close.
Like to see him do it.
He's close. He really needs to get like a Triumph of Europa there from that Adira. If he intends to go with that, he can still play that Honor Steward. But I mean, Honor Steward in this situation for Hevel, it's really a no a no nothing and no show, because he's just gonna lose that Honor Steward and give back to Sarah. Nudo, the Paragon, Nudo on the Paragon in this matchup is practically unplayable. There's no time to play it. So it's gonna come down, I think, to a good Adira draw. But this Adira won't be able to actually deal with anything here in this board.
Well,
so
it might do if he Adiras into the Triumph for Europa, and then the Triumph for Europa then wastes the Baron. That's a way he can come back. He needs to get a Triumph for Europa first. He didn't do it, actually. Okay. He didn't do it. I don't know about
this
that.
This is going to be an insane Triumph of Europa.
Yeah.
This is going to be so insane. Like now we can talk about not coming back from anything, because we know that Sarah has both Tabula Rasas. He might get too strong from being wasted, too strong units being wasted from the effect itself. and has another tabula rasa in hand. So this is going to be an absolutely insane board. He decides to not go with Triumph of Europa. He's just going to widen his board, prepare that Triumph for something
I
bigger
mean, yeah,
in
this
this
is going to hurt.
situation.
I really feel like Hevel there had a great opportunity to use the Adira. Just try, like he's already behind on the board, so just take a gamble. You know, take a gamble. Your way is to try and control this. Is to see if you can steal the Triumph Europa, then maybe get the Baron in there, or just play some stuff effectively for free from it that can remove those units like an Honor Steward for free.
Yeah.
Oh, rough, really rough for him.
I mean,
No
here I
erasures.
see a Harf from Hevel into Adira into Life Siphon might be fine in
Nah,
terms
it's not
of
gonna.
like that's not gonna cut it. There is a Demok
Nah,
there.
there's a demo here.
He just needs to wait one more turn. I think
Yeah.
Hevel has a chance here
Yeah.
because it's Harf into Adira, possibly getting
This
something good. He's
this
definitely
was
gonna
huge.
survive until turn 8. So we're gonna see something here. Definitely, we're gonna see a chance, a little glimpse of redemption for Hevel, coming down to the third match, the fifth match actually of the series. They are 2-2 at this point, 2 points each. We might see
This has
I want to see a comeback, Scout here.
yeah. This has to be a Dira into the subjugate, or if you don't want to sacrifice her in the subjugate, it doesn't really matter. You're still gonna hit something here to try and take some stuff out. So he doesn't do it like that, but then he can take one of these other units out. It's great. Right, there
That's a
it is.
triumph.
There it is. Right, here we go. He needs to try and get a Baron here if he can. If he gets the Baron, he is alive. He doesn't even maybe need to use... Oh, there's no Baron, but there is a Astel's Glaive.
Stealth.
That's pretty good. That's very good.
Stealth Glaive is great in this matchup.
Yeah,
But
really
as you
good.
saw, he wasted a Demok,
Yeah.
which is for him to come back. I believe he's running just 2 Demoks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, there's still so much for Sarah in this matchup. He has that Wong to just replenish his hand. He has that Magna,
Hmm.
and probably we will see Hevel forced to play that Demok next turn. However, that Astel's Glaive can deal with his board. So
Yeah.
it's going to come down to see if this Wong buffs itself or buffs something else.
It's going to buff itself, isn't it? He loves to buff himself, Wong. He loves it. Prove me wrong, Wong. Ah, there he goes.
Buffs itself.
There
He
he
does
goes.
it once again, buffing
Yeah.
itself. So this is good for Hevel since he doesn't have to play. I mean, at this point, Sarah is just attacking for damage, forcing
Mhm.
a Demok here because he knows that he can just, after a Demok, just replenish his board and overwhelm Hevel. This is I mean, if there was a deck in Sarah's arsenal that can really deal with this Nudon, is this Nail. So he was really lucky and really in a good position once his last deck
Here it comes.
was
Here it comes.
the Nails.
And the worst thing about this for Hevel is that he demos, and then potentially he's going to have another big board if Zara decides to play the Triumph.
Oh no, he doesn't even need to play the Triumph. Here, there's the Estelles is really powerful in this situation against Shroud. Gets that shielded. For example, Hevel won't be able to play that Erasure, but Sarah
go.
just goes ahead and plays
Plays the
the
Triumph.
Triumph of Europa.
Yeah. This is the right play,
Oof.
right? This was the right play because
Yeah,
your opponent does a demo and then you can immediately spam the board and you're almost forcing the opponent to demo again. But if you paid attention, as you did, that his demo basically got wasted, right? So like he knows that he can spam the board here with the Triumph and the opponent's probably not going to have much answer to
Yep.
another onslaught.
Look at this. This is a board where that's like, if there's a Nightmare playing Shroud, this is it.
Oh, yeah, this is
Gets
it.
that Scanner Probe also. Like if there's another Demok coming, he can just know it. If there's another Demok top deck, he already knows that there's a Demok in the waist of Hevel. So now look at this. Like if there's a nightmare
Yeah.
for Shroud, this is it. Facing these
Yes.
little pesky units, like
Yeah.
little attack units, but they are gonna be able to
bigger.
just do the job. Like
Yeah.
these are the units that are gonna do the job. And now Hevel knows it. The underdog here, well, actually,
Oh
the
man.
underdog, Sarah, just made an absolutely insane comeback here in this
Yeah.
situation.
2-0
However,
down. 2-0
yeah,
down. Quinto. Amazing comeback so far. He hasn't done it, but if he does do this, wow, that'd be an incredible comeback from 2-0 down.
yeah, yeah.
But
There's so
he needs
much
to erase. Yeah.
erasure. Get those Stewie buff, but
3, 4,
I
5,
mean, there's
7. Yeah.
at this point, Sarah is just gonna attack phase, keep buffing his stuff. There's like, imagine if Hero gets his other Demok, if he has one.
Mm.
I don't think he does. It's just detrimental to what he's trying to do here because he has those Singularity Stewards buffed. He can't do lethal damage with them right now, so he's just gonna lose them both. And Sarah is just gonna be able to replenish his board again. Has the Triumph of Europa, has the Con Incipient, he has the Magna to keep dropping. He still has his Paragon. So, I mean, this was like, if I was Hevel, I wouldn't want to be in that situation where the last match that I had played was with against Aeneas. If he had to come to that point, I
We've
wouldn't.
just got we've just got confirmation actually that there are in fact 3 demos in Hevel's deck. So he could potentially draw one in a minute and still be in the fight. But he has to draw it now, otherwise it's over because he doesn't have any more crowd control. You know, he's got a really good singularity there. If he had, I think even at this point, even if he had the Void Unleash in his deck, which he doesn't, there's too much damage on the board and not enough in his singularity. So he does have another one, but he needs to top deck it now to have a chance to stay in this and to progress to the next round.
This is too much. This is gonna be 8 damage, 16 damage though.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's gonna fall short. I mean,
he knows it.
Yeah, he knows it. If he managed to get something else, I think a Wong, not even a life siphon in that situation from a Wong, would have saved him. Yeah. There you go, Sarah coming back with an absolutely insane comeback there. From 2-0, as you say, Scout, he came back from the graveyard.
Oh man, like he had one foot in the grave and he just refused to put the second one in there. Like he was like, no. Ali, what did you think of all that?
Oh my gosh, that was intense. That was almost 90 minutes, guys. I want to know how you two are doing because that's not an easy thing to cast back and forth. No, I mean, massive congrats to Zara. He did an incredible job. I think that, the deciding thing was that Shroud mirror, it really came down to that. And I do wonder if Hevel could have done something differently, like, maybe stealing one of those unseen allies instead of a demo. Potentially could have done something because he got a lot of value out of the allies there. But I mean, it was such a close series and it was long. We're in for a long day, folks. So buckle up and get ready.
I mean,
what did you guys think as a breakdown?
In that mirror, it was definitely like every turn for Sarah was a lot of value. Like he was getting so much value each turn that he compensated to the fact that he was unfavored in that matchup. He was getting the Triumph of the Lost, copying really good stuff. He copied, like he wasn't even playing his Demox from his deck. He was playing it from the Triumph of the Lost, getting a lot of value, getting the unseen allies, dropping a lot of stuff, completely overwhelming. He really did a nice job playing that brand. And I think that was the breaking point where he was like, okay, I won with Brand against this Nudon. The rest is an easy ride with Unishop and Neus against the Nudon. And he managed to do it.
Yeah.
And also, like, fatigue is always so relevant, right? Like, I think Adira got 3 attacks, one with the trusty belt, then stealing another one.
Yeah.
And that just is so relevant in those Shroud mirrors as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I agree with you as well, Ali, is that when you're kind of going up against Brand, you really need to try and deny them entry into the singularity over like a demo, because even if you steal the demo, right, you steal the demo, but they've still got access to the singularity. But if you leave the demo and then you basically steal the unseen allies, even if they demo stuff, it goes into a singularity that they can't access anyway, right? So like
Right.
it was really interesting, that decision that he made. And I think also as well, we can't underestimate that. First of all, he was 2-0 up, wasn't he, Hevel? And you know, Zara was 2-0 down, and I think he was starting to see the comeback. I think Zara was starting to grow in confidence a bit more. So amazing comeback. Hats off to both of them, because I think the games were long, but they were really intense and quite interesting. Well, very interesting. But yeah, amazing comeback from Zara. So well done, man, for getting into the next round. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy Zara got it, honestly, because if Hevel, that was a lot of extra. You know, if Hevel really had just taken it in the end. So we got
Yeah.
we really got to see, you know, a full reverse sweep, which is really cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket and then get stuck into the next match.
Let's do it.
Let's see, who do we have up next here?
Well, this is not correct, since it's Sarah that got to advance here.
Yeah, we just need to correct
Sarah
that,
with a
'cause
3.
Zara went through. Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, the production team really funny.
We're
It's
just
all
we're just
good,
keeping
it's all good.
we're keeping the viewers on their toes, aren't we? Just to see if anyone
Yeah,
spots
yeah,
it
yeah.
and, like, you know, says it in the chat. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be Zara that goes through 3-2. So it will be corrected, and we'll see it in a second, and then we'll see the corrected bracket. But I wanted to ask you one more question, Ali. Well, a few more questions, right? I want to
Yeah,
ask you lots of questions. But the question I wanted to ask you was, with the mirror match, just, I know we're talking about the mirror match quite a bit. One of the things that I mentioned, particularly with the change from the patch on the Stewies, is that it's not so much about getting the Stewies early. It's much more about managing the demos. You play a lot of New Dawn and Shroud in general. Do you
Yeah.
agree with that, now that the patch has changed the dynamic of how you play with Shroud and the mirror?
Yeah, I do. Like there was one play earlier on where I think he Hevel wound up banking a singularity steward, and I had almost wanted to
yeah.
develop it, but I was like, maybe that's my old line of thought thinking of
Yeah.
like prioritizing the stewards, you know?
Yeah.
So yes, I do think it does change the matchup a bit. But to be completely honest with you, I mean, maybe you can agree with me, Scout, here. Like, we love Shroud, but I wasn't that sad to see the change. Like,
No,
it,
no.
it, you know, it
Yeah.
makes
I
it
agree.
the mirror slightly different, but I think for the most part it was okay.
Yeah, I agree. I actually, I spoke to a lot of people about this, and I actually really enjoy that they made the change to the Stewie. I wasn't not expecting it, but when the change
Yeah.
came in, I thought, wow, that's actually kind of cool, because it makes that mirror match less awkward. Like, if your opponent was in that situation where they had, say, like 2 Stewies on the board and, say, a Void Trapper, you wouldn't want to play anything. You wouldn't want to play an Erasure. You wouldn't want to play an Honored Steward or a Siphon. So you play nothing, and you just wait until you get to a demo. And it made that whole matchup really uninteresting, really kind of like awkward and negative. And I think that change has been great. And also the change with the Baron. We saw, didn't we, in that game where one instance where Hevel played the 1 cost effect first rather than the Erasure. And I couldn't believe it.
Yes.
But it's little things like that, isn't it? So.
And can we also talk about the Baron getting the artillery volley? You
Yeah.
know, I mean, I'm sorry, but when
Yeah.
I am streaming New Dawn, like with Baron, he is such a liability. Like, obviously you
Yeah.
run the card, you know, he's great stats. I mean, you can't not play him, but like, man, I can't stand him sometimes
Yeah.
Yeah.
for reasons just like that. So
Yeah.
I think
Y-
if that copy would have been an erasure, I think we would have seen a completely different game.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
And missing out on the 8 damage there, like, yeah,
Which
a lot of things.
was necessary by the end of the game. If we would have been able to deal with that 8 damage to the face, he would have been able to, like, at least one more time attack with that Stewie. It would have been game for Hevel.
Absolutely. All right, let's we got the updated bracket, so let's take a look at it one more time. There we go. Zara taking it 3-2, and we've got Sattena facing Feno as our next match, which should be really, really exciting. Muka and Desi are going to take over for that match.
Yep. Really nice.
Yeah, amazing. So can't wait.
And here we go. Desi, Muka, how are you feeling after that 90-minute series?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was a crazy series. I can't believe that he beat Nudon with Naeus. That's wild.
I know. Yeah. It looked
Yeah,
pretty.
I think
pretty
it's a
solid here.
sign. I think it's a sign of things to come as well. These players are all amazing, so going to Game 5 is probably not going to be uncommon, but that means we get to see more parallel action.
It's very true. So we've got Sattena. Actually, you two, it's very obvious who you're rooting for here. We got Sattena for Exile, and Desi is obviously rooting for Feno here. So you two are going to be,
We're gonna be
fighting off in
fighting.
this.
We're gonna have
in this one.
biased narratives during this commentary right now. You're
Sure.
gonna see the most biased game casted in your life.
Yep. And whoever player loses has to give up an NFT parallel card, right?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay.
We got side events going on here between the
Yeah.
casters and little wagers. Cool.
Okay.
Well, I think we're gonna look at their deck list very soon. I'm quite interested to see what they brought. Nice. Okay, yeah, take it away, guys. We got Sattena up first here.
All right, I can cover this Naeust one. This one is a shout out to Sparkling, one of the craziest players that I've ever seen in parallel. He helped us out, the Exile squad, with this list, and Sattena liked it, so he ended up picking it. Not your typical list, like no tabulas, no hammer, not even any Centauris. More of like this beatdown value units. A lot of 3-drops. The idea is like you mulligan for all your 1-drops. And like maybe keep a 2-drop so that you draw into the 3-drops. You're not as worried about your curve. And yeah, we played it. We trusted Sparkling, and this is where we ended up. It performed better than I expected, so we locked it in.
That's insane. So no Tabula Rusa, but then you also have Meridus in here, which is also interesting because Meridus is in here without Idiot Hammer, without like Otis or something like that. So what's the idea here behind the Emeritus?
It pairs still with the Indictus pretty well. You still have like the Scanner Probe if you need Battle Ready. Glaive. There a lot of these like more permanent units. It's just there. It still has the same thing to like push pressure, but the curve is more lowered. So you're not relying on like maybe like a high cost card in your waist or in your bank for like the Tabula to hit. You're just everything is there that could be just played on its own and give its own kind of value. More of like an independent like list.
That's crazy. All right, I'm looking forward to see this one.
There's the Neve. I love the Neve.
Oh my goodness. How about you do all of Satana's decks and then I'll do.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I like that. Yeah. So if you watch the Parallel League podcast, I really vouched for Neve, and we tried it again after this patch, and that's the shroud we like. It's I always I'm a Nudon hater nowadays, unfortunately for Ali and Scout. I like my Neve. I think she just has a built-in win condition, which is nice. Like you get a bunch of units whenever you want to play the Neve later into the game. It creates a lot of pressure. Your opponent either has to keep some cards to try to be ready for it. That might lower their like early game and mid game, which is why we like put some units back in, like the Spectre Attack Craft and things like that. Try to get some more units that if our opponent's trying to hold some more effects for us, or they're trying to like hold on to a demo, we can power through the mid game a little bit and poke through, so that the Neve is not as we're not as reliant on it. But yeah, it's we like the Neve. I think it's good. Shout out to Feno and Tyler and Lamby. Like those guys all love the brand, but we're siding with Neve still.
I mean, I like this new version as well, with just like the 2 Neve's Dominions. I think a lot of times you just want to have it in the list as like a as a deterrent for people to play around, but oftentimes it's like you don't really need it. Like it gets so awkward at times, so I do like that, and going with a more unit-based version.
All right. And we brought one of your favorites, Deathsea, the Burn Cathy. We did not go with we didn't go Sattena didn't lock in the unit this time. He locked in the burn. I don't know. Exile players like burn. It's a common trend that you'll see across the ladder. Most of our guys are locking in the burn. They like that. They like those spiky turns, like, you know, doing 20 plus damage in one turn. And the way I kind of see it is, if you like going into uni, like, you know, the unit is a little bit better. But if you like going into Shroud, the burn, I usually like to recommend the burn. And these guys felt comfortable with the burn, so they like it. They think it's still good because Shroud will still be playable. And there was a little bit of a worry if you know, if Core was going to be brought, if Uni was going to be brought. We weren't sure, so I kind of, like, you know, left it up to their preference. And they you know, Sattena is a fan of the burn, so we locked it in. One thing to know is we're brave and adventurous. We got the fire everything in here. We like our big high rolled burn turns, so you're going to definitely see that with this deck.
Dude, this list is absolutely insane. 1 copy of Fleet Support, 3 copies of Crackshot, 2 copies of Improvised Tactics, and as you mentioned, that copy of Fire everything in the deck. So yeah, really looking forward to see this this list in action. This is wild.
It's probably gonna get banned, but if it doesn't, it'd be great to see.
Yeah.
All right, and we have the Uni shop brought in. There was a lot of, like, you know, I was actually surprised looking at the deck list from all the other competitors. I thought we would be one of the few that still brought Uni. But it looks like, you know, we still locked it in. Everybody locked it in aside from PURP, but we all know PURP does what he wants. And yeah, Uni shop, it's standard. You know, not much really changed in this list. We just thought it was strong. And if people were going to bring Core, Uni shop, I think, is still good into Core, like normal Core.
Yep.
So yeah, there's not much to be said about Uni. I think it's still good, even with Ingrid change. So a little bit slower, but still good.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting to see whether Feno is gonna choose to ban Unishop or to ban Catherine.
Yeah, that one will be interesting.
All right, we get into Feno's decks here. His first deck, one of his absolute favorites, is gonna be Shroud Brand. Let's see if he did anything specific or special with his deck
No
here.
belts.
It looks like yeah, no belts, which I think is kind of funny that it's more unconventional than not. But everything else seems pretty normal here. We do see 3 copies of Unseen Allies. What do you think about that, Moika?
I think it's good. Like, if he probably expected a lot of Nudon, and like we just saw in the last set, the Unseen Allies is like a really big card if you're going into like these like grindy games with Nudon. So I think it's good. It's a good choice. I liked the belt. I'm surprised he's not even running 1, but
True.
you know, this is a pretty standard list. But Feno is, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, brand player. I mean, the dude scares me on this Paragon. I'll be very honest.
I know,
So, well, if you pick the build, then there's a very good reason why it's this way.
yeah. Usually I make fun of brand players a lot, but when Feno plays it, it does look like a real deck.
Yeah.
All right. He is also choosing to bring in Naeus. So let's check out his Naeus list here. So he is opting to bring the 3 copies of Tabula Rusa, looking like a more standardized version. We see 2 copies of Black Market Fixer there as well as that 1 copy of Alien Hammer at the top.
Yeah, this one is a lot more standard, and it's good though. Like, this is the tried and true, and you know, this kind of tossed my predictions up as watching what I was expecting to see. A lot of these guys looked like they were kind of testing Earthen and Ladder, so to see Naeus pop up is definitely surprising. I'm gonna be very curious to see how Feno's does against Sattena's Naeus. Like, if we had have a head-to-head. The Tabulas definitely will put it more in an advantage if he can get like a turn where he goes the standard barrier or maybe the Asian subjugate with a bunch of Tabulas. That would definitely put Sattena in some trouble. But overall, it's a solid list. I think Earthen unfortunately didn't get the love that it wanted this tournament. I thought we were gonna see more of it, to be honest, even with the nerf. But people opting for the Naeus.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward when it's best of 5 and then you still don't bring Earthen. It just goes to show how it's positioned in the meta at the moment. But yeah, we'll see how this list plays out for Feno. All right, Feno is going to be bringing Catherine as well. Let's see if he has anything special here in his Catherine list. So Memento of the Fallen is a card that almost all unit Catherines are preferring these days. I first saw Lamby started playing with it, and he has really convinced me, especially along with the 2 Ruin Tinkers that are in the deck as well.
Yeah, for sure. One thing we don't see from players that are experimenting on ladder is the manipulation ray,
Yep.
which that one's kind of a toss-up if we were going to see much of it in this tournament or not. Feno sticking with the, this was the tried and true version that was doing really, really well before the balance patch, so I see no reason why it's going to do well, after it.
Yeah, mentioning that manipulation rate, I really do like that. There's nothing more satisfying than manipulation raying an Assel's Glaive and then
Yeah.
just having it cleave their own stuff. It's very satisfying.
Yeah. It self-cleaves itself too, which is crazy.
Yep. Yep.
It's really good.
Hilarious how that works. All right, and Feno has opted to bring what it looks like the Universal Workshop deck once again. Let's see if there's anything special about his list. I think for the most part, it's hard to find really slots to play other cards. First of all, due to a lack of just the card pool, and then secondly, there's like all the good stuff is already in there, and it's been refined over time.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. The only thing that I notice here is I think Sattena was running an Annihilate, but Feno isn't. So aside from that, the builds are pretty much identical. And we saw a mirror match in the last set. It really comes down to those Miasmancer locks, and it'll still be a thing if we get a mirror match in this set too. That's what it all comes down to at the end.
Yeah, and overall, I don't know how you think about this, Muka, but I feel like the nerf to both Ingrid and Freitas it's a little bit more expensive, but I think it's still like, it doesn't hurt it that much end of the day. Like,
I agree with you. It still feels like the deck is really strong. They did say that there's more changes on the way for those guys. There probably will get like much bigger reworks later on. But for now, I think it like the tuning change does make it weaker into Kathy, like unit Kathy for sure, because that one turn is a big difference in not getting it out. And Kathy just usually needs that one turn to kind of like wrap it up or get close to wrapping it up. So that was a good nerf on that front, but against other matchups, it still feels largely the same.
Yeah, oftentimes that Miasmancer just going into your Ingrid turn is like enough for the Kathy to win the game, which really surprised me as well because I didn't think just like a 3-mana 3/3 was gonna be like that like as devastating as it is. But yeah, with the mana increase as well, even more devastating for sure.
Yeah, Ali, how are we feeling after these lists?
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see Neve for the first time this tournament. I actually started playing Neve instead of New Dawn because of you, Muka, on the podcast and having a good time with it. I'm curious, are we going to see anything different in the bans here? Or are they both probably just going to ban Kathy? That probably is the move, right?
I'm guessing Kathy. I think it's going to be like a
Yeah.
Kathy both sides.
But you were
Yeah,
saying that Neve gives a good advantage against the Uni shop, so that should be interesting if both Kathys are banned as well. Sorry, Desi,
Yeah,
go ahead.
go ahead, Zetsi.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna mention that I think that there is some merit in banning Unishop just because it's a much easier deck to play. Maybe it's not on the power level of Catherine, but I think everyone at this point can pilot the Unishop deck pretty perfectly. But yeah, the Catherine deck, it's kind of easy to mess up with. So
That is true. I think people just don't want to end up in a situation where it's like, well, this is the top 8 of the majors too, so keep that in mind. And all these guys probably all know how to play Kathy and Uni. And you don't want to just lock in a matchup where it's Kathy into Uni. Even though the Uni can still win, that extra bump to Ingrid's cost is really tough. So I don't think either of these guys just want to have that situation come up.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. No, it should be a great match though. Before we do get into it, I do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, and that is, of course, the Echelon Prime Foundation. This entire tournament would not be possible without them. So thank you so much for sponsoring the prize pool this weekend. The league is absolutely made possible by the Prime Token, the official sponsor of the Parallel League. And you can learn more about the Parallel League, the point structure, and the upcoming events and tournaments and stuff like that by going to parallelleague.game. And yeah, so thank you again very much to Echelon Prime.
We wouldn't be having these crazy tournaments without them.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah, very crazy.
Crazy. All right, Allie. Thank you so
Alright,
much
catch you guys.
for sending us off here. See you in a bit.
All right, Detsy, we got our bands in. Both these guys knocked out the Catherine. We'll have to
All
see what they're gonna lock in for the first. You have any guesses?
Man, yeah, that's a hard one. You know, I think it just comes up to preference. What would you ban here? Start with. I feel like it doesn't
Um,
matter that much. Like, I probably wouldn't start Naeus.
I don't think either of them are gonna start uni. I feel like Naeus into uni feels weird.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're Fino and you see Satena's list, maybe you feel okay running uni because you're like, it's not the typical list. Like it's not as much go wide. So maybe it's fine. But on Satena's end, I don't think you feel comfortable into Fino's lists. Brand, it has been more of a known shroud to do okay into uni. So you don't want to, flip the coin on that one. And then Naeus with the Tabulas and the Centurus kind of standard build, it can go a little wide and gets tough for uni to handle. So I think Satena is not going to play uni. Maybe he brings the Neve or the Naeus himself. I'm not sure. All right, there we go. We got Satena on the Naeus and Fino locking in his uni shop.
Yeah, I was gonna mention. I think for Fino, just probably Unishop has the best all around matchup. I think a relatively safe bet to open with that one, and then after the first match is done, you can decide from there.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Satena's list does into Unishop. Because again, it's not running Centurus. It does have the Cunning Scipions, but no Tabulas and no Hammer. So if it's a bit slow, that might be an issue. But we'll see. And we see already Fino hitting a glaive and a shard in his opening hand. So this is gonna be really tough for Satena. I don't know what he's gonna be able to do into this, to be honest. That is like, if you're Fino, that's the biggest smile. You're like relieved after that, because that is like one of the best hands you can get. Satena sending back 4. He does hit like multiple 1-drops, which is good, but man, Fino going first with that hand is really good.
I think Fino almost having an embarrassment of riches. He was almost like, man, I almost wish I went second because I have PS8 launcher as well, but he ends up keeping it.
If he went
anyways.
second, that would be so oppressive. But yeah, like it's kind of a weird, awkward spot because the PS8's still good, but you already know what your turn 2 and turn 3 play, right? Are so it's kind of like, do you need? He still likes the ramp, even though he'll probably Wong, but he ends up sending the ramp away. He's gonna keep the PS8. I mean, that was a tough decision. I probably
for sure
would like the PS8, like banking the PS8, but I don't think there's necessarily a wrong decision because you can't really focus on the late game either as a uni player going into Naeus, right? You want to make sure you control the whole early game to win the game.
Yeah, and that being said, though, it's like just being able to play Assel's Glaive into Wong, potentially getting the buff on the Wong, is like just so devastating as well.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, like the deck does have 3 copies of Drone Printer, so it's not quite a Wong, but it's like kind of a kind of a Wong.
Yeah. No, I totally get what you're saying.
Kind of replacement.
He opts not to PSA. I mean, he can't PSA here. He had to put a shard.
Yeah.
But Satena, what are we doing here? Maybe going wide with the Scipion. You could go for the start to build your scanner probe out and start to fish for these legendaries. There's a couple options that he has to choose from. I mean, if you look at the way his hand is, it kind of gives credence to like the way the deck was kind of brought. You can see like he's drawing into those 3-drops now that he maybe would not have gotten if he wasn't playing so many of them. So the curve is lining up for him. The problem is he's gonna run straight into a glaive, and like unless he hits like some crazy good combos, like Magna could help answer the glaive. That would help.
Oh yeah.
But aside from that, there's not too much out there that will help him in this situation, and it might get really ugly really soon.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about keeping this PS8 launcher, as awkward as it seems, is that Fino does have the option to PS8 launcher the shield pod and then get maybe a better cleave. So yeah, see how that goes for Fino. But yeah, really good board here for Satena. It is Assel's Glaive, no matter what deck you're playing, it's just super annoying.
Yeah.
I honestly think that if I had to pick, I think that's probably the most annoying card in the game for me, especially with the new change to it that it just cleaves back when you touch it.
It's tough. I mean, if I'm Sattena, what am I thinking? Like maybe the shield pod is your saving grace. We
Yep.
know there's a PSA in Feno's hand that will let the glaive kind of like free roam, but this striker will live, which is nice. I'm wondering like what does he do with the rest of his energy here? Does he drop like the Miasmancer to give like an awkward turn? Does he drop does he go like 2-drop with you can't even PSA anything, right? So based on his camera, he's doing a bunch of the equations in his head, trying to figure it out, like we are.
He looks so chill though. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he looks like he's just vibing and he's just like running the
Yeah.
numbers. Fino on the other hand, he's got some music on probably. He looks like he's just vibing,
Yep.
trying to make sure he's not in his own head, play the game, and see what happens from there. The
Yeah. Fino's probably
positioning is kind of good. On
yep
what do you think of this
as
unit
well.
position from Sattena?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I mean, it's a little bit more obvious when the glaive is in front of you, but I generally just like good positioning anyways. It just is very satisfying. Ooh, looks like Fino does pick up Ingrid. Kind of wishing that he did keep the logistic support cruiser now. You know, just any more mana would
Yeah,
be
he's
good.
got
This
he's
wand,
got both
this wand looks
ladies.
awkward. Mm-hmm.
This is good.
Yeah,
I mean, let's
it's
see.
just
I mean,
hot
he
girl
gets a
summer
token
up in
out.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's we're gonna get a girls just want to have one fun scenario real soon.
Yeah.
Um, Fino is gonna have an awkward turn this turn though, because he's like probably
Yep.
thinking like I have to PSA to get a better clear.
Yep.
But he
I
gets
think
a
it's
token too,
awkward,
so it
but
kind of covers it, right? The
yeah,
energy is
it's awkward,
awkward,
but
but
it's
everything else is
so
good.
good. It's
Yeah.
awkward, but it's so good. Like even this gunslinger is gonna allow him to just clear a little bit more than he normally could as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like a good kind of
What
awkward, I suppose.
what is does he go defender token here? What do you think instead of like just popping?
Ooh, that's a hard question. I think Sattena wasn't running any black market fixers, right? So I think running out the defender is pretty nice.
Oh, oh,
Maybe.
you see that? You see what we're
Okay.
thinking about banking? He sends the
Yeah, I
Freitas
like
away.
it. Ooh,
Okay, explain why you like it, because
sweet.
that to all of us, we're kind of this is crazy.
Okay.
This is ballsy.
So, yeah, so one of the things on the play that happens a lot in my experience when you're playing Unishop is that you just have so few cards in hand that you just have to bank something. Maybe Fino's just thinking that he's not going to need both of them, and he would rather just keep his Wong to ensure that he has a next turn play. So I do like it. You never bank Ingrid, but you can bank Freitas. Yeah,
Even
I
with
think he does.
even with like Slinger in hand.
Yeah, I mean, the Slinger was interesting because I would have expected him to play out the Slinger. Was a Miasmancer? Yes. So a Miasmancer was
Yeah,
played last turn, right? So okay. So yeah, that is interesting. I mean, maybe I guess Fino's just thinking that he wants to have a 1 mana play together with Wong next turn, so I think that that is pretty respectable. Um yeah, I mean just having both girls in your opening hand on the play is just awkward because of hand space, I
yeah.
think.
All right, we got this Indictus coming out. For those of you that don't know, it's like a pseudo defender for the units that are next to it. And if they attack, any units attack, it gives that attacking unit +2 attack that are adjacent. Is it adjacent to it or any unit that attacks? He's
I believe
even
it's a Jace.
yeah, Fino's reading
Uh,
it.
yeah,
Adjacent
adjacent
units.
units.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
none of my
that
homies
worked.
know
He
what
was
that
able to
card
clear the
does.
glaive that way. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But still, like, even if you clear the glaive, like you put a lot of resources were lost that you have unfortunately really do want in this matchup.
Yep.
And hitting that Wong is gonna be nice. It's a +3. Gonna if it hits the other unit, that's a big beat stick.
Yeah, I think the unit that Fino has to pick here doesn't really matter much.
Oh
Ooh, very nice. So Fino does have the clear now, holding
yeah.
on to that gunslinger, looking real good.
Yeah, that's looking really clean. This is gonna be tough for Sattena. I mean, he has cards in his hand, right, to play. He has
Yeah.
the Cerulean Hunter. He can go down that route if he wants, and maybe try to just poke a little bit. But we know there's no more ladies left, so
Yeah.
I think you just need to like expend your energy, maybe try to get some value. You have the triumph, so as much you can just keep kind of like trading in, and then just rebuild the board. And if you can do that, good enough that like Fino's losing resources trying to hold you down, then maybe you can come back with the triumph. But right now, it is really tough, especially with Wong hitting the token. Now you
Yep.
have 2 beat sticks instead of 1.
Exactly. Yeah. Just 10 worth of stats on board for Fino. The Juggernaut Workshop just being as degenerate as usual. Just absolutely ridiculous value for doing literally nothing. So yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate here. Sattena will need something really, really good, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
Yep, it looks like he's gonna spend all his mana here.
he's just gonna try to go really wide, try to get some stats, put in. He's trying to figure out what he wants to bank. He's gonna bank the Kalar. Interesting
Wow.
choice. And then just he's gonna keep that scanner probe. Maybe it pairs a little bit better with the energy later on, or maybe he tries to steal something of value. We know that the ladies are gone, so it's not as great. But he's just in favor of keeping a really strong board.
Yeah, that's right. So Black Market Fixer coming down. Looks like it's just gonna take out a 3-2 here. I think Fino, as long as he spends energy, he's gonna be in a great spot this game. So 2 more turns until the Ingrid can come down, and Miasmas are already being played for Sattena, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. The Triumph of Europa actually being able to get Miasmancer is pretty nice as well. I think that the Miasmancer still doesn't proc if Fino plays a Miasmancer himself. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And man, this is looking tough. I don't
Yeah.
see how Satena can push out of this.
Yeah.
What do we got? 6 energy to work with. You build a board, but like we're 2 turns away from Ingrid coming out. Another token's coming out next turn. The board is not going your way. If you're Satena, there's not a lot of options for you. I mean, that Kalar maybe was your best bet because you
Yep.
kill like 3 units through it, unless a Miasmancer hits. Um, but and that's a good reason not to maybe like play it because it costs 3, right? And then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
it's just gonna get Miasmancered. But this triumph needs to be a good one. We need to get a lot of units, and then maybe we need to draw another one. Honestly,
Yep. And he does not have the option to play any muster units. I mean, he can, but the musters won't trigger.
yeah,
Um, and that's one of the awkward things that I've realized spamming so much Unishop myself, Muka, is that a lot of these games you're like, wait, you actually don't even need the grills at all.
no. Sometimes it's just like I mean, there's a reason why these universal legendaries, a lot of them are in every deck, right? They're just
Yeah.
so good. They provide a ton of value, and if they hit the right way they're supposed to, they can get a ton of damage done. Like the girls sometimes in these matchups, like we saw it with Zara and Hevel, like the drone printer doing work in the Shroud matchup. This time we're just seeing like some of these units, these power units like the Glaive and the Wong, just like slowing
Mhm.
down. Senna has like he got a good board off this triumph, but he's gonna need to hit another triumph, I feel like, for this to like
Uh,
truly matter. Because so many units are just gonna get knocked down right now with this Ingrid.
yeah, and honestly, I think one of the most devastating things about Ingrid, apart from Ingrid just naturally being a 7-for-1, is that just discarding the 2 cards in hand just feels like the most backbreaking thing, in my
Yeah.
opinion. It's like, all right, well, I was
Well, you
already
lose.
poor. Yeah.
Yeah, you lose your bank next turn unless you just give up the card in your hand. Oh, he takes the Scythian. That's an interesting one. I mean, he's just
Uh,
gonna run that into like I thought he was gonna take the 5-3 or the 4-3 and run it in, but this probably
honestly,
trades better.
yeah, or he can just keep it around as well.
Yeah.
It's generating some value, so I do like that value trade there. Just keeping it around. Free Juggernaut Workshop token coming down. The rich get
It's the
richer.
full clear. This is a full clear and some more damage for face to spare.
Yeah,
This
a full clear including the hand. It's pretty
yeah.
gross.
That's
Right.
really full clear. He's gonna leave the 3-3 up. He's like, you can have your little consolation prize.
Yeah.
He throws out the
You
defender.
you know you're in a bad
Oppressive.
spot.
Hands behind the back and behind his
Yeah.
head. Oh, Fino's he's like, oh, let's just stretch a little. It's feeling good. There's
Oh,
a triumph top deck. That's a
all
good
right.
one.
That's the best update possible, I think. It may be too little, too late though.
Yeah, this board is freaking beastly. It's I don't think he can come back from this. There's too many resources on Fino's side. I mean, this looks like it's gonna be his game. That shard glaive combo and then getting the Wong
Mm.
was was just so good. All of that together was way too strong for Aeneas to kind of deal with.
Honestly, I don't know if I've ever been disrespected as hard as Sattena is with Naeus at the moment. Like, the moment when your opponent doesn't clear your board as
Yeah.
Naeus,
Yeah.
that something's
That is a
really, really
disrespect. That's
bad.
BM
Yep,
energy. All right, we
exactly.
get the Indictus. That will let him, clear through a little bit. I mean, but is there a world where Sattena comes back? Like, can he clear the board and then maybe top deck another Triumph or something? He has no cards. He's only going to draw one card again next turn. I mean, this Indictus lets him trade a little bit better, but
Uh-huh.
nah, it's too much. It's gonna be too rough.
Yeah, there's nothing I can think of. Maybe there's some RNG thing, but I doubt it. So Sattena with the first smirk of the night.
Yeah.
I like it. Fino just looking like, man, did this guy really just do that? BM for BM, right? I like
Yep,
it. I
yep.
like it.
There you go. Satanic. He knew that match got real tough, but he kept a pretty stone face until that end. That smile at the end, being like, I tried. There was nothing there for me. So Fino getting the first win with the Uni shop out of the way. That's a pretty good one to win with. You just have the Naeus and the Brand left. The Tenna has Uni, Neve, and Naeus. How are you thinking about this Death Sea from both sides?
Man, I think if I'm Fino, I probably want to keep my brand, and I just want to get the most chances with Naeus probably. And I think Fino's a little more comfortable with that as well, so probably just get that out of the way. So if we assume that Fino is going to be opening up with brand, what would we like to see here, or what would Sattena be selecting here?
I mean, I think you'd want the Neve. Like, even though there's demos in the deck, I think if you can like play with the units in the mid range, and then what's nice about the Dominions is like you can use them offensively with stewards, right? Where like the brand can't, and that lets you like scale pretty heavy. So like Sattena's build, in theory, in my head, should do pretty well into a brand deck because brands can't play brand really until like the late game in the mirror match. It's almost like one Paragon's not doing anything for a bunch of the mid game, but the Unseen Allies are scary. I don't think you want to lock Naeus into the brand. Unishop is also an okay option, but it does rely on the roll a bit. How well do you roll with the cards you draw and stuff?
And especially, I think, with Fino running 3 copies of Unseen Allies, a lot of times when you're playing versus Neve, you just don't have a waste, actually. So, all right. It looks like that is going to be the matchup here. Sattena on Neve and Fino on brand.
All right, here we go. We got another Shroud Mirror match for you guys. This one might be, just as lengthy. These Shroud Mirror matches are tough. There's a lot of decision making. One wrong turn can, really lose you the game, right? So these guys are going to stay super sharp, super focused, and try to make sure they're at. Let's see how this mulligan goes for these guys. What are we looking for in this Death Sea, in the Shroud Mirror?
That's a good question. I'm actually not a specialist of Shroud versus
Okay.
Shroud. Like, I
Yeah.
don't even know really like how to play the Singularity Stewards. Like,
Yeah.
how do you
Now
go
it's a
about
bit
that? 'Cause
easier.
Okay.
Now
Oh
it's
yeah, that's true.
yeah. With the steward changes, it's a bit easier. It used to be like a bit of a rocket science. Fino glued to
Is
that
this
Astal's glaives. I mean,
is
usually how
this
you want
still
to
a
play
keep?
this.
Yeah.
The steward is still a keep. Like, you don't get it out
Okay.
all the time, but it's still good. You want to. A lot of these value units are really good in the early game. So
Okay.
anything that's like 2 for 1 or gets you extra resources. So like Void Trapper is really good.
Yep.
The Spectre Attack Craft's really good. Glaive is really good. Ramp is good. The steward is there. Kind of just as a threat. You play it. It's a good 1-drop. You just drop it. If they expend resources into it, you're like, okay, fine. If not, then like later on you can get a banish that goes well. Like Fino's curve looks really solid right now. Sattena has a lot of good value cards also. So it'll be interesting to see how this one actually plays out.
Yeah, that's one of the awkward things about Parallel at the moment. In the entire game, there's just really not that many ways to deal 3 damage. So, like Marcolian has Determined Assault, but everything else is like dealing 2 damage or sometimes 4 damage, as we see with the Stolen Power here in Sattena's hand. So I think, yeah, there's a really good chance that that Steward just sticks around. So I can see keeping it now.
Yeah, like it's if anything in the mirror match, like the stewards usually don't stick too long. So
Yep.
even if your opponent's getting like if you're getting like a couple damage spells, or even if it eats a banish, like that's pretty good because that's
Oh
one
yeah.
thing that you don't have to worry about later. And especially in Fino's case as a brand, you want to be eating as many banishes as possible, right?
Yep. And just trading up on mana is just fantastic as always.
Yep. He draws
All right,
into
Void
Stena
Trapper.
plays his Harf, which is it's pretty good. I mean, we know Fino doesn't really have too many effects. He banked his
Mhm.
life siphon, but it doesn't pair always super well. But Satena does have the Engine Whisper to pair with it too, which is nice. If he wants, he's probably gonna banish this Void Trapper, I would assume, just to like I said, you don't want to give away value for free. So he's
Yeah.
gonna get rid of that Void Trapper. Next turn, he could Erasure and play his Void Trapper, or play Baron in the Void Trap and the Erasure, kind of just making sure you guys are you're just trying to make sure no one is getting, you don't want to give one turn away where someone gets extra resources. Like
Yeah.
that's like the no.
Yeah, and I really like the Singularity Steward, the banish change. I think that that's really nice. This like Shroud versus Shroud used to be just like so toxic, and like brethren on brethren. But yeah, honestly, it makes a lot more sense now that your opponent's stuff isn't getting buffed by your own spells.
Yeah. So Satena already is like, he's already used quite a few banishes, and I think he even
Uh-huh.
banked one. So if you're Fino, it might be a good idea to think about like, all right, well, let me just
Jam
ramp into
Brand.
Brandon, jam to Brandon. Like, let's see, does it stick? It's not a crazy gamble. Oh man, Satena is he's got a hard on for these banishes. This is really good. Uh, if you're Satena, like I
Uh,
mean the Malia is not a bad option. I'm like I might be crazy in suggesting banking a Baron, but the
yeah.
Malia is like you draw two, your hand's already low, you went first, so maybe you just like continue drawing. I don't know about banishing the LSC. I think
Yeah, that's
that's a
kind of
little
crazy.
that's a little too efficient. Like
Uh-huh.
it's a little too like making sure you use all your energy. I probably would have held there, but the Malia will draw a card in addition to the bank card. So those two together, I mean, that's pretty good. This is a solid board to be on right now. Fino has a lot of cards in hand, but nothing. Oh my god,
Wow.
hitting the Wong, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, Satana just had the soul read, like his cards are marked or
Yeah,
something. He's got those the special NFT sleeves. He
yeah,
just
he's got
knows there's a
those
Wong on
sleeves
top.
marked. Oh man.
Uh-huh. Yep. I
All right,
mean, if
all
there's a
right.
Wong on top, you always fire off the banish, right? But
Yeah, for
yeah.
sure. So Tenna probably gonna, use this Honored Steward. What do you think, Honored Steward, or do you still drop the Wong when there's a glaive
Yeah,
on
that's
board?
hard. That's hard,
I think he's,
Muka.
I think he's doing
I've
it.
never wasted a mana in my life.
That's someone should give you an award for that.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. But I think this is a good play because Satena again is still going to be drawing off the Malia, and he'll be drawing too. So the hand refill is coming, right? Yes, he's using some of these cards, a bit aggressively, but he's drawing, so much faster than Fino is.
Yeah, I like it. Like Satana was really looking like he was running out of cards. Malia being super nice, and once again the Wong as well, just
Yeah,
sitting there to be played. Fino can't really play Treacherous Scheming at this point. I think even without the Harp on the board, it would have been just too expensive.
yeah. That's
Triumph
a
for the
really good
Lost,
triumph, though.
yeah, looking really good.
That's a really good triumph. He gets his glaive back, and then we'll be able to take out another unit, probably
Yeah,
just the Malia or something to,
I,
stop the
I,
drawing, or
Yeah,
think
I think
Harf.
it might be better just to take the Harf because
Okay.
if the Malia comes back, then the Harf is corrupted, so like he will still just be drawing cards
Yep,
maybe.
yep, yep.
I'm not sure if it matters that much in this spot, but yeah, I think that's the logic there. So
Oh, that makes sense. We see the first demo drawn. He has another triumph. Satena also has a triumph himself. So overall, that's pretty good. I mean, I think now's the time where you jam the Wong.
yeah, how do we position this? We probably keep the one drop in the middle, maybe. I'm not sure actually. Oh yeah, the biggest unit in the middle makes sense, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Because it's like if you want to hit all, you have to hit the middle. Otherwise, just take the cheap hit. I mean, he could just run the
Yeah.
Engine Whisper in too if he really doesn't want it to get hit, but I don't think he does that. What are we getting? It's a long. Oh my god! Don't rope.
Uh-oh.
He roped.
He roped it.
He roped it.
Oh
Oh
no!
no! You can see on his
We have
face.
to
He realized he
rescue.
roped it.
No.
Oh no! You don't want that to happen now. Fino, he's feeling relieved. You can see that. He's like, thank God. Thank God this is good. Oh man. All right. This is. I mean, oh, this is a tough, or much tougher
That's
spot.
gross.
You do not want to be. You do not want to be roping the Wong in a situation like this. Fino draws into his own hearth. I mean, his board is just gonna get healthier now. Like this looks pretty solid, like his hand and everything.
Yeah. Man, that's one of the awkward things I think about playing Shroud is that you have so many double agents in your deck, and I'm not talking about the 2-mana 2/3, the 2-mana 3/3 either. Like you have Baron in your deck, you have Wong that just sometimes you just
Oh
rope out and he
man,
doesn't draw you any cards.
he's getting so much value off these triumphs, these back-to-back triumphs.
Yeah, that's crazy. And
Yeah.
it's not like Sattena really had any sort of window of opportunity to play around him either. Like you just have to jam it.
Yeah, you gotta jam. Oh, hits the glaive.
Wow.
Yo, if he knows got some bucks, some dollars, he's sliding over to Wong over there in this set, man. He's like, yo,
Yeah,
Wong,
man.
I need you to pass the buff. You can't hold it this time.
Yeah, yeah,
These are some good rolls.
yeah, maybe Fino slid into like Kalos' DMs or something like that for the journey.
Yeah. No, this is like where you want to be. This is really good. Even your glaive is technically ahead of a Dominion. This is really, really good. And Fino's looking nice and healthy. Sattena definitely has a little bit of a hill to climb right now.
Yeah, I really like Fino keeping the glaive in hand as well in his opening hand. Versus Shroud, like basically they have to honor Steward at best, and then even if they do, you can remove the honor Steward and get it back. So, yeah, just a really, really sticky unit. All right, Sattena going for the Hail Mary treacherous scheming. Don't think
He's
there's
like,
anything here.
give me an Adira, so I can
Uh-huh.
jam it and get a demo or something.
Yep.
I mean, what does he grab? Like honored steward? Maybe he grabs the demo, and like the argument is like maybe he's getting close to Neve or something, so he just hopes the Neve saves him through it. But this is definitely a rough spot. He's just got the triumph in hand. He draws into a Dominion. It costs
Okay.
you those. That's 6 damage. So you're gonna need something. Oh my god, this Fino's gonna 3 turns of excellent
That's
triumphs
gross.
back to back. Poor Sattena, man. He's trying to catch a break, but he's just getting triumphed into triumphed. And this one at least will be a scheming over the erasure that he's been taking. But even then, Dominion easy pick. That's looking good. His board is nice and safe.
Nasty.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see why Fino likes Brand so much now. Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
not that he's had to play it, but
he's doing the Shroud things and he's doing them real well. This is the mirror match is tough, man. Like I said, a few wrong turns the matchup gets real lopsided really fast. You need some big heavy hitters to get you back in. Sattena lost a Dominion. He's under Hearth. It's not like he can get a demolecularized like the other Shroud, right? It's just the minion. So this is tough. Fino's just going to be pushing the damage in now. He's got to do it for a few more turns, and this one's done.
Yeah, maybe as you mentioned, Adira off the top into demo would be like the only way out. I think
that would be a crazy way out. What do we think? Sending that life siphon back, Sattena. What are we thinking? Let's run through some of these cards. Oh my god, why is he?
Okay, so he's gonna play around Triumph.
He's covering Triumph. Yeah, he's covering the Triumph.
Okay, I like it. Embarrassment of riches.
He draws the unseen. Oh my god, there's a lot of cards in. Yeah, Sattena looking at this. He's just hitting the concede. Let's go to the next game. Fino up 2-0. I mean, pretty comfortable wins, but very, very strong performance. And he's got the, he's drawn what he needs. He's getting good hands, but he's playing them so clean, right? It feels like I'm watching like a masterclass tutorial.
Yeah, I will say that I wonder if it would have been different. We'd have to question if Sattena didn't rope out without Wong. I wonder if It must have been a difficult decision, right? Like in order to rope out it in the first place. So, yeah, maybe there could have been a an Adira in there. Who knows?
Yeah, it would just be pretty tough to see. Let me I'm trying to think now. Like, if you're Sattena, at least you have like multiple options, right? To pick from at this point. You know there's Aeneas left, right? So Neva is not too bad of an option, but the other two decks might be pretty tough for him to lock in and get the win over. But we'll have to see. Yeah, he just locks the Nevan again. He wants to just get the win here.
Yeah, generally, I'm a believer of just queuing up what you think is the worst matchup first. It doesn't look as pretty on the scoreboard, but just just uh, just get the bad one out of the way first. But
Yeah, yeah.
all right. So, is this a hard matchup? You think? Oh, and Assel's Glaive once again here for Fino.
He sends it back this time. He's looking for
Yeah.
the better curve. Sattena going full mulligan. You asked about the matchup. Like
Yeah.
it really does
How's the
depend
matchup
on the
look?
draw. Okay, now the matchup's hard. If you're Sattena, the matchup's very hard right now.
Okay.
Because I mean, those Spectre attack crafts will help you catch up a little bit. But Fino has a really he has two cards that he can start building on top of. Sattena literally just staring at all these 3 drops. He looks like he's gonna bank a Spectre, but
Oh
in
my
my
God.
head, you probably need the multiple Spectres, right? He's gonna send the scheming back, sending him to the
Yeah.
bank.
I found it pretty funny. I feel like in these tournaments we watch, a lot of the opening hands for these great players are gonna be like not anywhere close to as good as just like the opening hand of your random ladder opponent. Like the random ladder opponent always has like a double 1-drop into like double siphon here or something like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
oh
100%.
my gosh.
At least Sattena has a life siphon he can use
Yep.
and kill at least one thing,
Saving
and then he'll
grace.
start getting
Saving
some units that will start helping him out.
Yeah. What do we bank here? So double erasure, double spectre attack craft. I think one of those have got to go. You're like this game is probably not going to go where you're casting all those. I think.
Yeah, you're
Watch
gonna
out
use
for
the
that.
life siphon here. I like
Yeah.
I did like the Spectre because the extra health you can at least trade, right?
Yeah.
None of these guys can hit into 4 yet, so you can get some good trades. So I probably would have liked keeping both. I don't know yet though. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
But
I
it could
think
have been okay.
I think Satana really just looking for a 2-mana play or at least just something to play on turn 4 together with the logistics support cruiser. Or maybe even just goes for like Spectre Attack Craft into Erasure into the logistics support cruiser Erasure. Ooh, okay. We see Assel's Glaive being picked up here. That's going to be a nice one. I wonder if it's going to be just a little bit too late though. Fino's units are going to be growing significantly here. Man.
Yeah, it's gonna start getting scary a little bit. It looks like he's gonna aim for the erasure.
Yeah.
Glaive will be pretty good. Like Fino hasn't hit any superpower units yet, but if Fino decides to play his Paragon next turn, then Glaive might have a problem, right? Because
Yeah.
the Naeus hit face will hit somewhere and make all these guys like 4 attack by the time the Glaive comes down, and then he can buff them to just run into the Glaive. So it's a big problem.
Yeah, and I think even if he doesn't buff them to run into the glaive, all of Fino's units are going to be above 4 health anyways. So like, it's going to be man, this is going to be a small looking glaive.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough.
I mean, what Fino's hand doesn't really get better than this. I don't think. Like
No,
this is
this
kind of
is
the dream
clean.
start.
Yeah, this is really, really clean.
I think I would just like to see the striker get a banked and then probably just play the Paragon. I don't really see anything else here. Yeah. I wonder what he's thinking about here, actually. Like, maybe he thinks that like if his units are gonna get banished anyways, maybe Triumph of Europa doesn't do anything. So, yeah. So maybe he's opting to keep Striker because of that. But yeah, I think like end of the day, a striker past like the first few turns is going to be pretty whatever as well.
Fino looking pretty solid. No, I don't know how sattena. There's not. What do we do here? How much damage are we looking down right now? This is crazy.
Yeah.
3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16, 17, and then 3 from the Naeus, 18, 19, 20. Like, don't even fight the glaive. Just hit face. Sighing. I think he looks good. This might be the last set was all the way to game 5. This one might be the clean sweep.
Yeah, Fino was mentioning to me earlier in our private chat. He was like, "Man, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling locked in." So, yeah, Fino might have what it takes today. We'll see.
Yeah, he's definitely looking very, very convincing right now. Very strong performance overall. Sattena, he's weighing down his options. Is there anything that gets him out right now? I mean, I think you got a double banish, if anything, maybe instead of the glaive.
I mean, double banish. Yeah, I guess we do have the mana for that. Yeah, with Engine Whisper coming
Yeah,
down.
and you can combine it with the steward, right? He hasn't banked yet, right? Has he banked? I guess he
think
did bank.
he
Yeah,
has
yeah,
banked.
he did. We're at 5. Yep. Yeah, so he's just gonna get 2 banishes out.
Yep.
He's
So
still trying to
basically, I
play.
think. Yep. I think there's literally just one out, and that's going to be a Neve's Dominion in the next 2 cards here in order to
Yeah.
Neve's Dominion for 5, potentially stay in the game.
All right, he draws into a scanner probe. Maybe we just if he drops the scanner probe and steals the answer. Oh my god, that would be rough.
I mean, this is one of the best scenarios for Scanner Probe, right? Where it's like, your opponent's trying to draw an out, and you just kind of fate seal them, just lock it away. Fino doesn't know that he doesn't have it, but maybe he does know, because I think that on this turn, if Sattena did have Neve's Dominion, he would have cast it for 4. So
Yeah, he's just going wide. He's like, if you got it, give it to me. He's holding the scanner probe. If you dominion me, I'll just hit for face.
That's interesting. The sort of dynamic with keeping Scanner Probe versus trying to blank the next draw here, because I think you can make a read that there's no Neve's Dominion, unless maybe Sattena's playing in a way where if he has Neve's Dominion, he's gonna get rid of the 2 big units first to prevent Fino from amassing an even bigger board, and then after that casting Neve's Dominion, going down to 1. So yeah, maybe Fino just playing around the possibility of him either drawing it or him actually just holding on to it.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't think there's anything left for Sattena here. He's playing it out, but I don't think there's any options. He knows that too. He's just valiant. He's letting Fino get the honorable kill. Sattena will, move on. Is this enough for lethal right now? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, lethal puzzle here. Oh my goodness.
It's
all
Fino
right
with the 3-0, moving on to the semis against Zaratustraa. So really, really strong performance from him. This match went way faster than the last one. Fino played this super clean.
Yeah.
And you know what? Let's see. I mean, if I had to lose to, if anyone on our team had to lose to anybody, Fino is that guy. He's feeling really hot in this tournament.
Yeah, Mr. 68% win rate there. Oh my goodness. How's it going, Allie? Good to have you back here.
Yeah, I mean, that was fast. That might be the fastest match that we see all tournament. I mean, it just
out
was
of any
super
tournament.
clean. Fino's locked in. I mean, his facial expressions are the absolute best too. The way he's like scooting up, he's like geared.
Yeah.
He's locked in. No, very well played. I feel like Sattena couldn't really do a lot in a lot of those games though, which never really feels great. But it's just card games sometimes and how it happens. But we can head to the bracket and see what we got up next. Or we can
I definitely feel
slightly longer and then go to the bracket.
I definitely feel for Sattena. Those aren't the hands that you want to see heading into a big tournament with a lot on the line there. Every once in a while you do get those awkward hands. I think that Parallel having a 40 card deck, and unlike other games where you have like mana in your deck and stuff like that, it's like, it does get, I don't know, it's kind of interesting because a lot of times you're playing just like almost with different decks depending on like your opening hand. But yeah, really, really would like to see some more competitive hands here for Sattena. However, he does walk home with, a decent reward, so not the absolute worst here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of points and 2.5k. So that's good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of the Neve, but just I feel like sometimes against the Neas they can get there.
Yeah.
They find their Dominion and that type of stuff, but it just didn't line up perfectly. So,
Yeah.
it
We've
is what
seen
happens.
2 Naeus wins against Shroud, by the way, already.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy. Were
We
both of them on the
have.
play?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got the bracket. So, yep. Again, Zara took 3-2 against Hevel, and then we just saw Feno clean 3-0. And next up, we've got Shogo facing Lamby. Should be a great match. I'm very, very excited to see that one. And then we'll finish the day off with PURP and Hyllus.
Yes, and then tomorrow we will be coming back here with the quarterfinal, the semifinals, and then the grand finals as well. So that will be at 11 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. EST, same time as today.
$1,000 prize pool, $20,000 to first place, 17 league points, as well as a guaranteed spot in the Prime Championship of those top 32 players. So, a lot on the line. A lot on the line for sure. Quinto, Scout, how you doing?
Hey again, Ali. Hey again, Free Tips. Yeah, definitely. This has been some insane matches. We had the first games were super long. The second ones were super short. But overall, really great gameplay. So really excited to see this game in particular. What are your thoughts, Scout?
Yeah, I agree. You know what's funny is that it felt like it was a little bit long, the first game, but I was so engrossed in it that it kind of felt quick for me as well. So I was surprised when I heard that it was like an hour and a half that we'd been, covering that game. But the really good game so far. The second one went, really quick. Congratulations to Feno for getting through, and commiserations to Sattena, as I think you had a bit of a rough ride there, my man, with the cards you got. But so far, this tournament has lived up to the hype, right? I think we all came in here expecting top level play, and we're getting it. So bring it on. I want more. I can't wait for the next one, which I think you're going to introduce us to, aren't you, Ali?
Stop, because the next match that we have up is Shogo versus Lamby. This should be a good one. We're going to take a look at the deck list right now, starting out with Shogo. Why don't you take it away, guys? Okay. Tell us about these decks.
Yeah, well, I'm going to leave the Marco one to Quinto here. So take it away, Quinto.
Definitely really basic and general unit Cathy deck there. This time with the 3 Triumphs of Mars, 2 Determined Assaults, generally not being used too much, the Determined Assault, and the Artillery Bowly there as the tech board removal card, going with the 3 fire support bases. Those are usually the cards that are flexed around. Also the Ruin Tinker with 2 of them, but overall really, really general unit Cathy deck.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm excited about, though, with that deck? Just before we move it on, that had Artillery Volley and the Sendrillan in there, and I would love it if we see Sendry get used at this tournament, because I think she's fantastic when you use the split card effect. So hopefully we see that in the game. We've got another New Dawn here with Shogo, so this looks like a very solid New Dawn deck. There's again no gunslingers in here, so yeah, that could be a little bit of an issue depending on what this is paired up with. There are, however, a PS8 in here, but there's only one, which I find a little bit odd in this deck. I feel like with the PS8, if you're going to include it, then you usually include a few of them, right? Or otherwise you just don't include them. So he's opted to go for one. I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make. Maybe he just banks it. 2 Triumphs in here was really good. 3 demos as well. We saw in the earlier games that the demos can be really important. You need to get them at the right times, and you need to, try and work out when's the windows to be using them. I think also kind of an interesting part of this deck is that there's only one fanatical crewman, so it's really one of those like New Dawn decks that I'm trying to understand what it's trying to achieve here. Like again with the crewman, I don't know whether having just one there is really worth it. Maybe Spectre Attack Craft would have been better. However, we do see that there is the Salvation in here, which is a pretty good 6-drop card. That's really good at just recycling your cards, as in like giving you some free cards in your hand and then being able to play one for free. So I really I see parts of this deck, but I need to see it play out to really understand what it's trying to fulfill. But interesting, yeah, really interesting build. All right, you want to take this one away, Quinto?
Yeah, the usual darling here of the tournament, the Unishop. This with the two-gun barriers also, as Zaratustraa was playing too, the 2 Alvaros. We have, in this case, the 2 Master Poisoners and 3 Black Market Fixers. That's an interesting choice. And also the Irian Hammer, 1 copy of it, the Sanctuary again, the 3 Drone Printers, and the Memento of the Fallen, as I would say the general flex points of these decks. Really interesting to see this one go with that Irian Hammer in there. I believe we didn't see this card specifically, and also the 2 Master Poisoners. So Shogo is gonna be throwing the dice here if he faces a big board and doesn't get those Master Poisoners. But yeah, overall, pretty standard Unishop deck.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, you covered it pretty well there, Quinn. So pretty much what we'd expect to see. If you said, show me a Uni deck, you'd probably expect to see that, right? So no big surprises here. Massive list here, of course, for the Cathari. It's very unit heavy. Cathari as an aggro deck. They don't run many effects at all. They don't really have many effects that are really significant to influence the game. We do have Triumph of Europa's in there. That's one of the biggest effects, and we saw that in not the last game, but the game before. We see this time 2 Synchronicities. So a really powerful effect for Cathari. They don't tend to have much removal options, but Synchronicity, depending on who it's been played against, especially if it's against Shroud, very good actually at being able to copy what they're doing, especially with Honored Stewards. So yeah, at the moment, I can see as well that we've got, for example, the Hammers in there. Quinto made a good point. We haven't really seen that so far. Again, are we seeing anything really as a standout here, Quinto, do you think?
Yeah, definitely the Maritus in this deck is an interesting choice to go with. The Maritus, usually it's in a situation where if you get it early, you won't be able to actually play anything with it. So it's a gamble, and going also greedy on the 2 Synchronicities there, I would think it's another thing to point out. The 2 Convergent Princeps going heavy on the 1 cost. Also trying to establish that board presence, which is super important for Neas. But aside from that, I wouldn't say there's any other thing that stands out. Pretty much the general Neas, just those big details there, especially the Maritus in this situation.
Yeah, and this is Lamby's Cathari deck. Look at the curve there. It's quite a nice curve on the power. So really, you can almost draw a line down on the side of that. Again, this is interesting, right? Lamby doesn't he has in the past ran Synchronicities, but he's never seemed to have been like a huge fan, as in like he could put them in, but he doesn't really feel like they're super essential. So no Synchronicities here, I think, is something to point out for Lamby. Going very unit heavy, and again, what we can see is that we've got the Hammer there, just 1 copy of the Hammer, mainly focusing on those, just spamming the board, isn't it, really? So 3 Tabula Rasas. Yep. You've got the Slingers in there, of course, the Strikers. Look at that, though. That's interesting. In a way, I mean, 3 Alvaro Interrogators. I guess that's the counter, really, for the Shroud matchup, mainly. So pretty cool. Yeah, not seeing anything massive here.
Yeah. you're not usually seeing the Alvaros. I definitely have to point out that Lamby is using the logistic support cruisers, 2 of them, which is generally not played in Neos. Also the Maritus, we see it again here in this situation. I guess a good combo there with great stats, and one of the battle ready units, Eden Hammer and Scanner Probe, might give him an edge at some point. 2 Centauros, it's also interesting, and once again the Eden Hammer. Really interesting deck list by Lamby, different from the norm with the logistic support cruisers and the interrogator. So let's see how this performs. He's definitely looking into cooking something against, considering what he's gonna bank. He's going there, now with the Nudon here. I leave this one to you as a scout.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised actually that we brought New Dawn here, because I was almost expecting Lamby to bring Brand. I think Muka mentioned it earlier that Lamby kind of tends to prefer Brand over New Dawn, and as I mentioned on the stream earlier, I kind of played him recently. He was very, very good with Brand, really difficult, but he's opted for New Dawn. And just having a little look at the deck list here, I like that he's got 3 Honored Stewards. I don't tend to run 3, but I think it's pretty good against Uni, of course, that are just spamming those tokens. So having 3 there is pretty cool. There's only 2 Void Trappers, which I find a little bit interesting. He's opted to go for like a stronger start with the 3 Whisperers and the Venerated Raiders. I feel like the Void Trapper offers a lot better value than, for example, a Whisperer. So I'd be more in the camp of having 2 Whisperers, 3 Trappers. But he's opted for 3 logistic support cruisers because he needs that ramp in certain situations, combined with the stabilized shard, which he's a big fan of. I think a lot of Lamby's decks has the stabilized shard. 3 Triumphs is really good, 3 Demos is really good, 3 Schemings. So this is a difficult deck actually. It's difficult in the sense that there's a lot of good effects there that can really turn things around. So I think this will be a good performer in the games we're going to see. All right.
Now with the Cathy again, once again we see that Cendrilian and Artillery Volley together as Shogo. Same thing as Shogo. We have the repurposed hardware that's being used a lot in these Cathy decks as a tech card to deal with those Paragons. Like Nehemiah or Brand. Once again, the Ruin Tinker, it seems to be the norm that everyone's running 2 Ruin Tinkers in this situation. But overall, same kind of standard Cathy list with the Memento, with the Crimson Fleet Machines into logistic support cruiser, the Muriel right there, the 3 fire support bases. I think this is another flex point usually used, and the 2 Triumph of Mars. Pretty, like, we have seen this in many of the unit Cathy decks. Overall, pretty standard.
Yeah, and also the Memento of the Fallen as well, which can be a real handful in this Cathy deck. We've seen that in the uni decks, right? With the drones, this combines really well with the Ruin Tinkerers and the fire support base. So once this gets going, and if he can apply the Memento of the Fallen, it is absolutely filthy. And I have been on the end of it myself. It's not nice. So yeah, but good deck, solid deck. Right, and yeah, the Uni Workshop for Lamby as well. So let's have a little look at this then. All right, so again, we see 3 of the drone printers, a super vital card actually in the Uni deck. We actually saw in the game that me and Quinto were broadcasting that the drone printers, if you can get them down, they offer so much value, not only with the card draw, but also with the presence on the board. 3 gun barges is going to really help Lamby's deck try and take control of the game. If he can get at least one of those down, combined with the Painter and an Alvaro Interrogator, he'll be well on his way to a win. I think again we see the Memento of the Fallen. The slight weakness with the Uni Workshop is that, and it's the same with actually Algencore, they don't have many like hard removals in the form of effects, so only 3 PS8s. But the deck is so strong that they almost don't need it. And we can see again 3 Miasmancers. This type of matchup could very well come down to, again, what we saw. Who gets the Miasmancers down? Who can control the game by locking it out with the Mancers? So, yeah, again, kind of pretty much what we expected. Just hope we get a really good game with this deck as well.
Yeah, definitely the only one running 3 gun barges there. So
Yeah.
this is the first time we see that. Someone running more than 2. So really, really interesting to see if any of these uni shops is gonna come through, or the Cathys are the ones that are gonna get banned.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, the gun barges that you just mentioned there, the gun barge for me offers so much value in the current meta. Like, it's a unit that you can play it and already have units on the board, right? And then they just attack and immediately give you 2 damage. They're so good. I've even tried to look at doing some kind of a shroud build where you can put the gun barges in, because it just gives you that much better control. I've yet to really find a balance to it, but I really love them. I think they're such a good addition to the game, and they're such a pain to deal with as well, right? With the 4 health that they have. If you can't get on the board, it's just a nightmare. So yeah, I think all the decks that we just went through are probably decks that we've all come across on the meta ladder, and we know the pains and also the power of them. So it will be interesting to see what we get here.
Yep.
Quite to see Lamby on New Dawn. I don't think he
Yeah.
usually opts for that. You know, he was
No.
very well known for being a Neve player, and then I think he's brought Brand a few times to various tournaments. So, and I really like his New Dawn list too. I think
Yeah.
3 Venerated Raiders are actually like really key sometimes in helping to fight back against some more aggressive decks, and also when you're on the play, having an extra bank card. Like, I don't know, I quite like it a lot. And also his Naeus list is slightly different, as you guys were mentioning with the LSEs and stuff like that. So, and we theoretically should get to see both of them, because I can't envision either one of those getting banned. So,
No.
So
exciting
some
time.
last thing to point out is the curve of that New Dawn deck is really nice from Lamby. So really tuned out for tournaments, I would think, in terms of having something to play initially. We saw how Sattena and in some cases Hevel got these heavy hands that couldn't manage to do anything in the beginning of the game. So yeah, let's see. Both here ended up banning Marco, as was expected, since it's the most the most overpowered deck right now. Getting those high rolls, as we said before, can make you cry. So yeah, definitely. Let's see what they're gonna come up with. Probably a Unishop mirror is the norm. Seems to be like getting it out of the way.
Also, can we just respect the glasses which Shogo is wearing? This man looks super cool, honestly. I think he looks like someone out of Oasis or Pulp. He just looks brilliant. So, love the glasses there. They look wicked. And, you know, I think it's also kind of funny that we've seen the evolution, right, of the bans. So, like, it used to be at these tournaments where everyone was just banning Shroud outright. And now that we know the way the meta is right now, Kathy's very, very overpowered. Marco's very powerful. Everyone just knows that they'd much rather deal with a Shroud deck rather than a Kathy deck. So I think that's a nice, interesting evolution that's happening in the game at the moment.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, they're in the stages thinking about what are they gonna play in this third match, and they both came up with the same parallels, and there it is. Really going with different stuff here. Lamby with New Dawn and Shogo with Naeus.
Yeah. Okay, really good matchup. Yeah, we saw this matchup, didn't we, earlier on? And I think it was almost like, should be able to win here if you're Shroud, but if Naeus has like a really strong start, it's very difficult to control. So I think a lot of this is going to come down to the mulligan which Lamby gets here. Yeah, look, he's just completely said, I don't want any of those because they're not going to help me in the early game. He's just completely redrawing all 5. And it has kind of paid off a little bit. I mean, he's got the Venerated Raider, he's got the Steward. He's got, of course, the Whisperer,
Yeah.
and he has a Erasure. The demo can be quite useful, but we know that he's running like 3 copies of this, so probably that gets banked. And yeah, good start in terms of the hand. Also, not too bad for Shogo, but he's got a lot of high cost cards there, right? So he doesn't really have a 1 drop right now. He doesn't have anything to play. So hopefully he gets like a good top deck here and he can get going. But yeah, you really don't want to have the hammer in your opening hand to start with, do you, Quinto?
Yep. We see there Lamby banking that DMOC, doesn't go with gets the 8 palm of Gali, which I think he might be able to play it. It's a good card to get with Nudon, since Nudon can reveal cards from the opponent. So the 8 palm of Gali, basically, when you play it, you can waste the revealed bank card from the opponent and play it. So
Yep.
if Lamby manages to reveal something that's really good, that Shogo ends up backing, like that Edian Hammer, it's gonna
Yeah.
be really nice for Lamby to get that extra damage that he might need at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't go with it. He just decides to
I
drop
think
there.
the
That
issue with that
yeah,
card, I think the issue with that card is that it's actually pretty interesting and pretty good, but in order for him to play it, he'd have to take 6 damage because it's corrupted, right? And it's just
yeah,
a lot of damage to take in this matchup. So
yeah.
yeah, I think he made the right call there. He's had a good
Lamby
start. Like, he
prefers.
had all the cards.
Yeah, Lamby contesting the board. This is how you play against Neos. You need to contest their board. We see here that Shogo doesn't have a really bad situation going on. He has a standard bearer into the tabula rasa. However, we see, like, this is what I was saying regarding Lamby's curve. It's really skewed to the early game, which is what he needs in these types of situations. He didn't know he's gonna, like, I mean, he knew at some point he has to beat Neos with this Nudon, because this Nudon was not getting banned for sure.
No.
So now he is in a situation, in a good spot, where he has early game. He has that erasure to contest the board. He has that life siphon to deal with the tabula rasa and get a good steward going on. Then
Yeah.
might be able to play a Triumph of the Lost at some point, which we know that Shogo is running the PS8. So he might end up countering the Triumph of
Yeah.
the Lost. And
This is
we might see here Lamby actually banking it.
Yeah. I mean, this is the value of the Engine Whisperer, isn't it, in this type of matchup? If you get the Whisperer down and they don't have like a PS8 to remove it, and you can just then start playing Erasures and a Life Siphon for free, right?
Yeah.
Which gives you the control of the board. And then if you've got that Steward down, which is what he does, oh my God, like
This is a lot of value for
tempo.
Lamby.
Oh, it's brilliant. I
He's
mean,
gonna play the Nudon. So to get a even bigger board, start getting those stuff
yeah,
from the Singularity. This is absolute value extraction from what he has here,
yeah,
Lamby. This is great for him. Really contesting this Neos menace. That's his weakness. Basically, if he manages to beat this Neos with Nudon, well, Muka has been saying, for example, and has been surprised that Neos has been beating Shroud, but I personally think that Neos played right, definitely gets the favored match in this
you
situation.
think?
Yeah,
See, I
I
kind of
agree.
fall in Muka's camp here, where I feel like, the Naeus shouldn't really be favored here. But if you have a really strong build and you get a really good start, it can be really difficult for Shroud to come back, because again, the big weakness that, if a lot of players can exploit with New Dawn if they know it, and I think a lot do, is that you need to be really flooding the board against New Dawn, because they don't have, as a control deck, they have very little crowd control cards to play. Their only real crowd control is kind of like the demo, which they play real late game, and you can kind of class Void Unleashed as well as crowd control. But in this type of matchup that's really fast, if you can get lots of units down really quickly that spam and spawn lots of more units, honestly, New Dawn really struggles. So, but I think other than that, New Dawn has so many like removal solutions, and with the Steward down nice and early, and you just constantly removing stuff, that Stewie just gets so big. So yeah, I kind of feel like I'm I'm more in Mooka's camp on this one, but it's a strong deck, the Naeus, if you can play it right. And actually, if you look at the options that he's got here, Shogo, I mean, next turn he could get something going here with the Centaurus if he wanted to, just to try and start to get more presence on the board. I think that the Miasmancer, it's not really that useful to him in this matchup, so it's probably going to be the one card that he maybe looks to bank. What do you reckon, Quinto?
Yeah, definitely the Miasmancer, as we've seen in previous matches, is not the card that you want to have right now against Nudon. There's really nothing. Like, we see that Shogo doesn't have a developed board. I would say that if Shogo wanted to protect his board, definitely get that Miasmancer down to prevent an Honor Steward, for example. But at this point, it's more about contesting the board that Lamby has already in place. For example, a Domina into that Singularity Steward might not be the most optimal play. However, it's the only option that he has here to start contesting this board. And the problem is that if he loses, yeah, he's not gonna lose his units. He's gonna buff here his Domina and his Linger, leaving it right there, and let Lamby decide what he wants to do. But as we know, Shroud really, like, you really don't want to, like, if you have to do this in a matchup against Shroud, you are already in a losing position because as you say, so Shroud has so many crowd control that definitely doesn't matter. And now he's just gonna get more value with the Venerate Raider, with the Void Trapper too, in a situation where he's just gonna overwhelm these Naeus and be in a winning position already, where there's practically nothing he can do. If Shogo is forced, for example, to play that Triumph of Europa, Lamby is just going to answer with the Triumph of the Lost, and definitely so much to do here for Lamby. There's getting value out of his resource generating cards, can still go get back that Nulon to the Singularity, buffing his Stewie, doing a lot of damage. Void Trapper getting that Mercenary Gunslinger, which is really good in this situation for Lamby too. Having that one extra damage. His Nulon every time he comes back from the Singularity, dealing 1 damage, and really dealing with the strength of Naeus, which is really pesky little units, and that damage from Nulon starts stacking up.
Yeah,
and
I mean, this
being
is
a real menace.
Yeah, I mean,
to
like
Shogo.
if you're like playing Naeus, this is really not what you want to see. You want to be it the other way, where like you already have that board, and like Nudon's struggling to kind of like have that presence on the board. So yeah, I feel like his triumph here. He had to do it just to try and get some more stuff on the board. He will get it now, right? Actually, with the Cunning Scipion, that's going to start spamming some units on here. The Gunslinger can actually take out the Void Trapper, which would be really nice, just to remove that. And then all he's really contesting here is against the Venerated Raiders, which are only 1/2s, and the Steward, which he's going to have to try and find a way to deal with, because that Steward could effectively win him the game on its own if he doesn't find a way to remove it. Because the Honest Steward could easily just be played. Another Erasure could buff it even more. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because once those Stewards get bigger, because Naeus doesn't really have much removal at all, they need to have units on the board that can slam into it, which he now has.
You see, gets the Domina from the Singularity. Really good card to have in your arsenal if you're playing against Naeus. So now he has the option here. Is Lamby gonna play that Triumph of the Lost to contest even more this board, or he doesn't need to? Like, we know that Lamby usually goes with plays that are not the usual plays, so he's going for it. He's gonna get, I believe, a Tabula and the Triumph of Europa. Let's see what he gets. Gets a Wong there.
Oh,
and gets the Dira. Yeah, the Dira is a cook here.
Dira. Can you imagine if he gets another Triumph here? Oh, that would be so filth. Honestly.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah, yeah.
see. I mean,
That would be the
that's
high
almost
roll
like
of high
game over.
rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, the high roll of high rolls. Definitely,
Right.
Adira
Let's
here is
see.
great for him. He still has that slinger, that corrupted slinger, that can definitely help him deal with and gets the
Ooh,
Magna. The
synchronicity.
synchronicity into the second Adira. Holy,
Oh man, this is so
this,
good.
yeah, this. I think
Oh,
this
if you're
is,
Shogo, look at the face of Shogo. He knows
yeah,
that he knows.
this
This is probably going to be the killer blow here.
you only see this
Honestly.
in Lamby's place. Like, how does this happen? And now, what if this Adira gets, like, if
Gets
you
another
thought
triumph.
it could get nasty, it could get even
Oh,
more.
not another
Oh, and
synchronicity.
the third
Stop
one,
it.
that third
No.
synchronicity, dude. No
That
way.
is ridiculous.
Shogo
That is
standing up
stupid.
on his chair, like getting a drink there, that's his little soda, getting the third Adira. And let's
I've
see.
never seen this.
Like, you
I've
thought it
never
could
seen
get it.
this.
Like, you thought it could stop at the
Oh,
Triumph
wow.
of Europa, but no. Definitely it went and got even, like, Lamby always surprises. He's just serious there. He's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
playing until the concede from Shogo. The
Oh,
third
my word.
Adira.
Have you ever seen anything like that at all, Quinto? Adira
Yeah.
into a into a synchronicity,
Yeah.
into an Adira, into a synchronicity. What the hell?
Imagine that the worst could happen was just getting a Triumph of Europa, and then we see this.
Oh,
It's just breathtaking.
yeah.
Getting the two synchronicities into his own Adiras, and the fact that he can play the synchronicity from an Adira that is attacking is just wild. Like,
It's
so
massive.
much value,
Yeah.
so much value. Because if
Yeah.
the Adira attacks and resolves the combat, and then you can't play the synchronicity there, yeah, I mean, it's not obviously not as strong. But the fact that you can play the synchronicity before the combat resumes is
Yeah.
just insane. It's absolutely insane.
I mean, I've actually had, when playing a Shroud, I've had a situation where I played the Adira, got the synchronicity, played it on the same Adira, and then, attacked again and maybe got a triumph. But I've never got another synchronicity to copy the Adira again. I mean, that is just overkill, isn't it? That is like kicking them when they're down. So how rough that was for Shogo. And I thought it was funny because as soon as it happened, you could see Shogo's face, and he was almost like, the luck on this guy, honestly. It's always, he gets it, doesn't he, Lamby? He gets it.
Yeah. As I believe Depsy was saying, like, the absolutely godforsaken luck that Lamby has, he doesn't need any more. Clearly, he doesn't need any more luck. With those two synchronicities, we've seen it all. It definitely, and in his first match, I mean, definitely very well done by Lamby, also playing those first turns really optimally, tuning his deck to have an early game, to ensure he has an early game. It's something that I was mentioning also. The curve in that Nudon deck was really nice, and having playing it also with the Stewie. First the Venerated Raider, into the Steward, into the Engine Whisperer, and then into the Nudon and the Free Life Siphon. I mean, that's clearly a great play. Now we see the mirror.
Oh, wow. This will be good, won't it? Who can ramp quicker? Who can spam the board quicker and better? Very interesting matchup, this one. How do you attempt to play this one then? Because as someone that's never really played Cathari too much, I'd love to know, if you was approaching the mirror here, what's the strategy, Quinto?
I mean, if we're going back like a bit of history, when Cipius was the meta, the main factor that made CP better than Neos was the fact that CP could ramp, and as we see today, Lamby is going with the LSCs in his deck. So if he manages to just ramp ahead, he will be able to outplay Shogo in this one.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And he's got a very decent opening hand as well, we can see. The only issue is he doesn't really have like a one drop, so it's a little bit of an issue. But, Shogo's got two. He's got both the slingers. I think hopefully he gets a better start here, doesn't he? He's on
Look at him.
He's on the
Yeah,
This,
Lamby's like, no. He for him, he's like, I didn't get a 1-drop playing Nails.
yeah,
He's probably thinking he lost already. Like, I lost. But as we know, Lamby can come back from insane situations, and we have seen him time and time again. The dude has like 5K matches played with a 66% win rate. I mean, he has for sure come back from really tough spots with that
yeah.
win rate. We see here
Good
Shogo
hand.
thinking about, like,
Yeah,
goes ahead and banks a synchronicity. I believe the synchronicity in this matchup is not as important as it can be in a Shroud Mirror, for example. But as we saw, the synchronicity was a big liability with
yeah,
the Tira in
yeah.
play.
I think he's suffering from a little bit there of I don't want to have the same thing done to me with the synchronicities. He just doesn't even
Yeah,
want to look at that card, right? Just get out of here.
exactly.
You know, you killed me basically on the last game. But
Yeah,
yeah, we can see now Lamby playing the Cunning Scipion, which is usually quite a good card to play on turn 2 if you don't have the standard bearer. You can at least start getting going by spawning some units on the board and trying to get them buffed up nice and early. Obviously, the Gunslinger can easily trade in with the token, but the token's not really the issue. The Scipion is, and I think, you can see that Shogo's got the gunslinger in his hand, but he's also got the standard bearer. So you may be thinking, do I play another gunslinger to remove the Cunning Scipion with the sling I've got on the board, or do I just go Cunning Scipion and then Tabula Rasa? So I'm interested to see what he's going to do here.
yeah. I mean, this is a really tough spot for Shogo because I believe that his best way forward is going ahead and playing the standard bearer and the tabula rasa, because if he doesn't, then he's just gonna face probably a logistic support cruiser. Like right now, if Lamby ramps, he's ahead, he's on the play,
Mm.
so he's gonna port into a 5 energy turn on turn 3 and on turn 4, and that can give him an insane advantage. So we see here that Shogo made the right choice, widening his board, now forcing Lamby to probably play Magna
Yeah,
in this situation, so he can
yeah.
deal with that standard bearer that
Standard bearer.
definitely is a menace if you leave it.
Yeah.
Like there's already enough buffs with nails. You don't
Yeah.
want any more
No.
of them, and
Yeah.
this
It's a
thing
horrible.
can really,
It's a
can
horrible
really,
combo when
yeah,
when you've got like standard bearer into subjugate,
yeah,
into say tabula rasa, and it's like no, let's
yeah,
stop that right now. Yeah, a good
yeah, yeah.
call to remove it because it can get out of hand really quickly. Just as Lamby's kind of side can get out of hand quickly now, because the issue that I think Shogo has is that kind of incipient is spawning a token every turn,
Yeah.
and obviously they're attacking every turn, they're getting bigger. He does have the glaive in his hand, which is a really nice cleave for what's going on here, but yeah, he needs to start to try and remove some of these threats. Otherwise, if they just keep getting bigger, it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah. As
I
I was
mean, we can
mentioning here, you see that
yeah,
Maritus needed to get back because there's nothing Show can do with it in the early game. So it seems that his only option is going with the bearer and the striker in this situation, trying to clear
yeah,
something. Definitely the not optimal play here is to go ahead and kill the Cipius, the cunning Cipian, I mean.
mm,
So he might have to choose between the Magna and the token here, as we're seeing, trying to establish some kind of board presence. But now
yeah,
we're going to see Lamby probably with a big play around probably the logistic support cruiser half into PS8, or just, yeah, he's
yeah. I
just
mean, he's
not going to
banking
play
it.
the
No,
LSC,
he's banking it.
probably going with the Estelles in this situation, maybe.
Yeah, good play there. Just to remove the standard bearer, get your glaive down, and
Yeah,
basically say, right, you want to start playing some stuff on the board? That's fine,
yeah.
but my glaive is going to eat it up for breakfast.
Yeah, first to play the glaive in this situation, in this mirror, I think gets the winner's advantage. And yeah, the Shogo gets to a point where it's like, I have to play my glaive too in this situation.
Yeah,
But that just gives in to Lamby, because if he, like, if Shogo wants to play the glaive, he will have to try and clear Lamby's board in a way where he doesn't leave any of his units alive. So he has to basically do a trade where he just sacrifices his Valorous Striker and the Tabula Rasa here to clear the board and just drop the glaive by itself. So Lamby's glaive doesn't get to attack a weaker unit and deal damage to his glaive. So yeah, that's exactly what he does.
Like glaive in this glaive in a Naeus deck is so filthy, right? Because it's already such a difficult, really powerful unit with the base stats of 3/6. It's shielded. It has like a cleave ability where it rinses everything in front of it if it gets attacked or if it does attack. And the fact that in this Naeus with the Naeus passive, it's just getting +1/+1. This is such a pain when this is on the board early and just surviving, right? I mean, I've come up across it when I've been playing Shroud and like I've not been able to get to it in time to deal with it, and it becomes like a 4/7 and a 5/8, and it's like, oh man. And the bigger it gets, the bigger the cleave is, right? So then you start putting units down that are like 4 health, and they just get wiped off the board. 5 health wiped off the board. Such a pain.
Yeah, definitely. So now Lamby is in a situation where he's the one facing the tough spot against these Estelles, where dropping Naeus is probably the best, so doesn't give any chance to Shogo of doing damage with his Estelles and keeping it up. So now if Shogo wants to attack with his Estelles, he's gonna die. But we see there that Triumph of Europa. He can't clear the Estelles now, and we'll have to basically get a good situation here. He has that Mercenary Gunslinger that can really help him. However, he will lose the Mercenary Gunslinger trying this. No, well, actually, he doesn't. He can attack with Estelle first and then drop the Slinger and replenishing his board. He has the 2 standard bearers to buff that Tabula Rasa and get a board going, even if Naeus is there. However, we see that Lamby has that Scanner Probe, which will benefit. Yeah, he does the right choice, which I wasn't looking around, which is attacking the Naeus, getting more value out of the trade, dropping the Slinger, and probably going ahead. And I mean, he can get another Estelles, which is great in this situation.
Yeah, he could be Slinger, glaive, and then also some Tabula Rasas as well, or a Tabula Rasa. That would be great. He opts not to do it. He's going for the standard bearer.
And probably the Princeps, the Striker, or two standard bearers. It seems it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, it's all right actually. So tag this for 1, take it off the board.
I mean, it's 2 standard bearers. I think it's too little of a units, like two little units. I would go as wide as possible in this situation where Lamby doesn't have the Estelles anymore, the threat of the Estelles. So going with the Princeps, the Tabula, the Slinger, and a second Tabula Rasa. I think going as wide as possible is the play here. However, Lamby will have not a bad turn here, attacking with Naeus, buffing the Scanner Probe, and also dropping a big board. So let's see how it plays out. Has the PSA launcher here also to deal with probably that Princeps. So really interesting.
Turn for Shogo. Yeah, it was a good turn for Shogo because I think that was a decisive moment with the glaive there and how he managed it. And I think you're right. I think he took the better decision there to attack into the Naeus, get better value, hit the glaive basically for 3, knocking it down to 1, remove it with the Slinger, and then all you've got is a Naeus there, which actually doesn't have any units to start buffing, even though it is ready to buff. His probe will get a buff, though, of course, from it when it attacks. But I think it was good play from him. And you can tell, like, just looking at Lamby here, you can tell like he's really focusing. He knows that he's got to try and get a good turn here as well, because that board that he's facing is pretty wide at the moment. A lot of those low units that you got from the Europa, you don't really want to leave a lot of those on the board because next turn they attack and then it just become a real big problem to try and remove. So yeah, tough one. Doesn't really have like a ton of removal. He can, of course, trade. And he can, yeah.
Lamby wants to keep as much as possible on the board, so he doesn't want to sacrifice anything here in this situation. So attacks with nails and one of the weaker tabula rasas, gets the Wong out of Shogo. What an absolute steal here.
Big steal.
And
Huge.
manages to keep alive his board in this situation, buffing effectively his nails and his scanner probe, putting Shogo once again in a situation where, yeah, he has the way to deal with it, but is not, I would say, not the. Will have to sacrifice a bit here in this situation to deal with this board. However, he can do it. He can do it for sure.
I feel like this mirror here is almost a little bit more tit for tat than the Shroud mirror is. I mean, there's so much to consider here, right? This for an aggro deck that's usually very quick, right? When you're in a mirror, you're obviously very conscious of like the opponent developing that big board and swarming you. So there's a lot of like moves, then counter moves, then kind of like thinking about the next counter move for them. It's really back and forth. It's quite interesting.
Yeah. Usually it has always been played like that with Cathari, where it's like you try to just clear the board and do trades in a way where it doesn't matter if your units get to 1 health, but the fact that just making your unit survive is what you want to achieve. Like even if they are all at 1 health, you want to achieve that point where it's like my unit survived the board, I managed to do the trades without sacrificing my units. So this is the goal right now in Cathari, in these Cathari beers and Cathari in general. This is what you want to do.
Yeah. Because it doesn't really matter, does it? If they're down to 1 health, you attack the next turn, they're back up to 2, right? So
yeah,
absolutely spot on there.
In Nails, it doesn't matter even. It matters even less because you buff them. So, but with CPUs, for example, it was like that, where even without the buff, you still want to do efficient trades where your units doesn't die.
This is good. This is good here from Shogo. I like this. So playing the Naeus with the Scipion, with the Striker, really like that. Means that the next turn could potentially have a lot of damage being done to Lamby.
The next turn is going to be really strong for Shogo, and now Lamby doesn't have a board to contest this. This is the strength. Look at that Striker, how it survived. A 5/2 can deal effectively with anything. But we see that PSA there in Lamby's hand plays the Wong by itself. He really wants to buff the Wong here. However, Wong in these decks usually are not as strong because the chances of getting 2 types of cards is really low since it's running mostly units. But he will manage to actually do something here, probably Slinger and PSA to clear a bit of the board. But next turn for Shogo is going to be really powerful, dropping that ATN subjugates and the Centaurus, effectively giving him 3 more counters to whatever he wants. He has the Naeus in play. So it's gonna be easy to see who will remain as the king of the board here.
Yeah. Really good. I think that was interesting. He used the Tabula Rasa to copy the half that was in his bank, allowed him then to play the PS8 for free, opted not to use the Slinger to clear that little token, but has 2 Slingers now actually to see whether he wants to do that. I mean, he needs better cards in his hand though, doesn't he? Because if you look at Shogo, Shogo's got a really good setup now. I mean, he could effectively on the next turn go subjugate into the Centaurus, and that's really powerful, and that's what he's doing. That's huge because then all those units are going to get good buffs now, and actually he can choose the buffs that they go on, right, with the subjugate. That's what makes it so powerful, is that all these new units coming on, the subjugate will give +1/+1 to whatever unit on the board, and that he's actually buffing the Naeus there. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
The Scipion gets a little bit of a buff too, which I think is smart. You want to try and keep that alive as much as you can, just so it can keep spawning those units. That was really, really strong play. Look at this here. Look,
Yeah.
we'll
This
get
is
some good
total
buffs here.
domination of the board. Definitely the remaining cards in Shogo's hand were infinitely more powerful than what Lamby has there.
Lamby's in trouble.
I don't know. I would call it right here. Lamby
Yeah.
is not gonna win this one,
Yeah.
since one card from a Cathari deck won't change the
No.
outcome of this board. This board is really intense,
Too big.
too big. It's gonna keep buffing on. Has to deal now with, like, he can't even clear that Naeus with those two slingers at this point. Has that 18 subjects with an absolute menace, and the Centaurus on board. This is gonna go to Shogo, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, even a triumph at this point is a little bit irrelevant, right? Because you triumph, you bring some units back, and their units over there are so big that they can afford to use some of them to clear your board that you get from the triumph and still attack you for loads of damage. So, yeah, I mean, this is almost the point where when the board's like this, you need like a board clear, don't you? You need like a hard reset. And they don't have that in Cathari because it's not that type of deck, of course. So, oh, look at that. Another slinger.
Look at
Oh,
Lamby.
dear.
I
Triple
mean,
slinger. He knows.
triple
He
slinger.
knows. Yeah.
Lamby's luck manifests also in some funny ways. With a
Yeah.
triple slinger there.
Yeah. He
I
got
mean-
mad amounts of luck on the last game. It didn't quite
Yeah.
happen here, but I have to say, Shogo, well played there, man, because
played.
it was back and forth, and then he found that window where he could just start to get that presence on the board, and really kind of stop Lamby from developing his own presence. So really good play there from Shogo. I'm actually happy he won that because I think he deserved it. I think he played really good.
Yeah, Lamby. I also have to say that Lamby also played really well the game. He played with what he had in the best way possible. However, we saw there that he didn't get that first turn play, which is really, and I've been saying this many times today, it's the most important thing for Naeus to get is have something to play on turn one.
Yeah.
And if you don't get that, you, like, we saw his face, he was like, I don't have a turn one in this mirror, I'm absolutely cooked. So, and it was like that. He had to play from behind every step of the way at some point, and it ended up being in a place where Shogo managed to just overwhelm the board. Even if he had a board by himself, Shogo managed to just drop units each turn in a way to just completely overwhelm Lamby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that showed as well, especially in the mirror there, that just getting that early ball presence is really important, but also the control of the board. You know, some decks we see in parallel, you don't necessarily need to control the board really. I mean, like the Universal, for example, sure you can control it early, but that's not like super important. In this matchup against Naeus, it's really important to control the board early and to start buffing your units early. So really interesting. As someone that, you know, plays Shroud like religiously, when I go up against like a Naeus like that, if the board starts getting big, you know, at some point, like if there's 3 or 4 units and like you don't have enough to remove them, you just know like it's going to be an uphill struggle. And I think it was with Lamby when he had the Gunslinger. At that point, when he had one Gunslinger, it was like, that's not the card that you want to have in your hand when you're facing that, right? Then you get a second one, and you're like, okay, that's really not this is really not good. And when you get the third one, it's like, yeah, that's game over. That's game over.
Yeah, definitely. So what do you think we're gonna see in this next one, Scout?
Good question. Well, Lamby can still interesting. So Lamby could play, of course, Naeus, right? Again, but I don't think that that's necessarily going to be that great because, I mean, Naeus against Universal is not too bad, right? If you can ramp quickly. I don't know. I feel like if I was Lamby, I'd be looking to play Universal next. What would you do? What do you think? I'd be playing Universal personally. I know that Lamby's very good with Universal as well.
Yeah, I would try to change it up. I wouldn't try
Yeah.
to stick up to like sticking up to just the same deck, trying to win with it. We saw how it went for Sattena, where he just decided to try and win one game with Neve, and he didn't manage to win any. This is a
Yeah.
situation, once again, where it's more about what you play and not how you play, where you have to really play that Hank and Pon paper rock scissor game
Yeah.
and try to come up with the best deck in the matchup.
I think
The
also
best,
as well.
yeah, the favorite deck.
Like, yeah, I think also as well is like we can see that Lamby won with Shroud, so we can't use Shroud anymore. Shogo won with Kathari, right? And the Naeus deck. If I'm Lamby, I'm thinking, okay, so he has to then play Shroud or Uni, right? I'm thinking, well, if I go Uni here, I should be favored against Shroud, uh, against his like New Dawn. And if he plays Uni, then it's just a Uni mirror match, and just comes down to how well you play that Uni mirror match. So that's why I feel like I'd be going Uni here, because if he beats, say, Shroud, right, then that means that you've got Uni for your Naeus, and that's not too bad. You know, again, if you can just ramp really quickly, especially if you're on the play, going to be a little bit tricky for Universal Workshop to contain that, because we know that Universal, they don't have very many effects at all, and they do rely with kind of the combo of the painter and like the gun barges to try and control that early game. So yeah, I think maybe we could see Lamby use Universal. I hope so anyway. I think it'd be nice to, as you say, mix it up here now. It didn't work with the Naeus, but Universal should be favored against the other two here.
Yeah, I think we were gonna watch Universal Mirror. No, he went out to Shogo with Nudon and Lamby with Unishop.
Yeah, so he done exactly what I said. He mixed it up. He went to Uni. I think that was the good call because honestly, I think that on paper, this is the more favorable matchup for Lamby. We saw as well this type of match earlier on, and again, I mentioned it that for Shroud here, their whole strategy is around just trying to steal the Ingrid and the Freydis, but if you don't steal them, they can still win. If you do steal them, they can still win. It's a very, very strong deck. So, yeah, you can see here as well that Shogo was like really took the mulligan right the way to the end. He actually got a decent mulligan here. He didn't get anything to go on turn one, but in this matchup, it's not that important actually. He did get the scheming, which is great. He got 2 Void Trappers. One of the issues here, though, for Shogo being basically on the draw is that he's going to slightly struggle to with his Void Trappers to put them down and to get a lot of value out of them, because that painter combined with the gun barge soon will just wipe them out.
Yeah, really good draw here for Lamby with that Harf against Shroud. That's a good advantage to have going into the next turn, which will be a lot of options. He has the drone printers, the gun barge, and the logistic support cruisers. He decides to bank the logistic support cruisers, drop the Harf,
Yeah.
effectively being able to block any of those 3 cost cards from Shroud, which are generally Treasure Scheming or Erasure. Yeah, we see
There we
here
go.
that
Yeah.
he won't be able to play any of them. Actually, he does.
Yeah,
So,
with the shard. But
yeah, because he has the shard, but decides to go with the Estels, which is really good in this situation. And
it's good, but you know what? It is good. Yeah, it is good. I was a bit worried there initially, but because it's shielded, it can't take the damage from the PSA, which
Yeah.
is good for Shogo there. Obviously, the gun barge can come on and do kind of quite a bit of damage from the extra target that the paint has put on, which is what's going to happen here. But Yeah, so here we go. The painter's going to attack. This is actually going to do like 4 damage. 3, sorry. 3 damage. And then he just opts to... Yeah, because it does
He's
2
gonna
damage when
leave
it attacks.
alive the SLs. This
Yeah.
is really bold from Lamby. Really, really bold from him.
He's strategically placed the gun barge, hasn't he? Though he's put it right next to the shield pod, so that basically the gun barge will absorb most of the cleave, and in theory should leave the painter and the half alive. The problem is though is that, and it's not optimal to do this. The problem is that he could technically erasure the shield pod, and then basically slam into the painter, take it, wiping the painter off the board, wiping the half off the board, which means his effects are a lot cheaper. It would leave the gun barge on, and it just never feels right to erasure a shield pod. But you also don't want to be leaving the gun barge and the painter on the board because they will wreck you. In a shroud match, if you leave those on the board for the whole duration, you're going to struggle to win. So he has a difficult decision to make here, Shogo. What would you do here, Quinto?
I mean, it seems that he could just go ahead and play the Wong. It's not much of an issue, I would say, to just go ahead, drop the Wong, try to buff that Estelles. But definitely, he's gonna be.
Yeah.
He's gonna go
I
ahead.
feel like he had
and
to do that.
Leave.
Yeah, I
Yep.
feel like he had to do that because you just can't leave like the half on there with it's too many threats. It's just gonna wreck how you can play, and it's not great to erasure something which is like a 0-2 shield pod. But I think that was good, like, and now he just has the gun barge, which he has to try and contend with. I think that was good play actually. I mean, it would have been nice to have played the Wong, but I think he can play it next turn, knowing that he doesn't still have those big threats on the board.
So we
Like,
see
you can
here,
see-
yeah. Now
see
Lamby's gonna
Lamby?
get value. Yeah. He's gonna get value out of this artillery juggernaut and also be able to deal with the Estelles. Now puts us in a situation where I think Shogo can play that salvation in an effective way, I believe. But he won't get corrupted copies. I mean, he will get corrupted copies from the Slinger and the Gun Barge, maybe, right?
Yeah. I mean, he could basically, he could play the salvation. He gets both a corrupted copy of the Slinger and the Gun Barge, and then he can play one of them for free. So then technically he could play the Slinger, sling the Gun Barge, that's off the board. And then you've got a shielded like 4/5 salvation, which technically will heal you for 1 because you have 1 corrupted unit on the board. But he opts to go for the Wong. I think that's pretty good because like he's got only one scheming in his hand. He does have the demo, but he's reaching the point where he needs to try and look for the other scheming as well and other options. He gets the Honored Steward, which can deal with the token, which is good. He gets an Erasure. His hand is really good, actually. And I think he's doing a really good job of sort of managing the board because, usually by like turn 4, turn 5, it's really easy to have nothing on the board. It's really easy for Universal to have like 3 or 4 units. I mean, it's going to happen soon because, Lamby has the token, the drone printer, so we can start printing drones. The board will get a little bit wide, and then maybe he gets those cards which he's looking for, which are Ingrid and Freydis. So I think the next couple of turns here, really important for Shogo.
Yeah, he has to go with that Wong and the PSA to clear the Slinger. Interesting choice. He's thinking about dealing with that artillery juggernaut with the Honor Steward, I assume. And now we see Lamby that he's actually playing.
I would have got
the gun barge. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But he went ahead and cleared the Slinger. I don't know. I'm not sure why. However, we see Lamby here ramping around. He has the opportunity to play the Ruin Tinker here to get that proc from the drone printer, just going ahead and trying to get a big board in this situation, attacking face, dealing damage to the Wong.
Yeah, look at this.
Trimming around, he's gonna get a unit from the another drone from the Ruin Tinker by the end of the turn, forcing Shogo probably to kill that Ruin Tinker, waste his attack with Wong on that Ruin Tinker, which is going to be a menace if he doesn't deal with it. So Lambis really knows what he's playing and how to play it. Definitely with the most amount of games played in this game, he really understands how to play against Shroud with Universal. He's just going ahead and flooding the board, which is also a bit of a counter to a DMOC, since this DMOC is just going to be like a bunch of tokens, which provide no value to the Singularity. And Lamby is just getting a lot of value from practically nothing, practically tokens, and this is how you play against Shroud.
Yeah. These drone printers, honestly, they really changed the meta, didn't they? The drone printers, super powerful. We saw them really introduced or kind of really gain popularity in some of the tournaments from last month, and now we can see actually that the Salvation's played. I don't know whether that's actually. I mean, look, he's played it. He's got the ramp card, the LSC, which can help him to get to the demo range he probably needs to get to now, doesn't he? Because otherwise, he's going to get out of control. He could play the LSC.
He can play demo next turn because he has the Stabilize Shard, and he has that 0 cost free LSC and Ruin Tinker, which is okay, which is fine for him. Contesting the board without having to rely on the DMOC is what he needs to do, Shogo. Since DMOC right now, it's important, but it's important when you are facing a big board after Freydi's and after an Ingrid, for example, not after this type of board, which is just tokens around. Goes ahead and deals some damage there with the Salvation. Gets another printer, and now effectively contesting the board that Lamby has made. This is really good for Shogo, I would say, because the units that Shogo has is a Salvation that can't die to effects easily. He needs to. There's no effect right now in Lamby's deck that can deal with this Salvation either. The PS8s won't help him in this situation, so he just relies in board draw. Gets the Ingrid right now, which he can play next turn. That's really good for him, and will put Shogo in a difficult spot once if he manages to steal that Salvation.
Yeah, he could steal it, couldn't he? Because it's got less than 5 health or attack. Sorry. So he's gonna slam the LSC. He's going to slam the LSC in, kill the LSC, gets another card, which is another drone print. He's drawn all his drone printers.
He's printing drone printers. He's printing the printers. Printing the printers. I mean.
Yeah, so clearing the Ruin Tinker is good play. Is he gonna draw? Okay, get another drone printer or drone?
Yeah, he already draw. So that this drone printer doesn't draw again.
It's on pause.
Yeah. So now Lamby manages to effectively and very effectively clear Shogo's board in a way that he still has a bunch of drones around. Gets 3 drones in just one turn, even without the Ruin Tinker. And gets that Ingrid ready for next turn. He doesn't want to clear or deal any damage to that Salvation because he is already targeting it as his Ingrid play.
Yeah.
Which was the last unit that Lamby played. I believe it was the Slinger, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was the Slinger. Yeah.
And next turn, he's getting also another token. However, Lamby might fall on the pitfall. He's making a face there. He's thinking about that DMOC that he might not be able to do an awesome play here. Yeah. We see Shogo with a treasure scheming.
Got to take it. Right play to do it as well.
Yeah. Right moment, right time. Gets the Ingrid. Banks it. No Koso that can bring it back. And
That's
just has,
huge.
yeah,
That's
just
massive because that is
yeah,
the big card that you want to remove. Freyed is
yeah,
too, but like if you had to choose, you really need to get the Ingrid off their hands. And actually, I think it's huge as well because he done it the right time. He had the 4/5, which could have got stolen if he didn't have the
yeah,
scheming. He's had the
correct.
scheming in his hand because he drew it in the mulligans. He's just been waiting for the right moment to do it.
Yeah,
The other thing as well is that he's actually not too far behind on
yep,
health here. So even though the board's kind of getting wider, if you can steal the Ingrid and not be too far behind on health still, really good position to be in for Shogo still.
yeah.
So
Impressive
yeah,
performance by Shogo in this situation where he has time and time again managed to control the board and get back on his feet, even against these insane boards. He knows what he's playing. He knows that Lamby is gonna play with flooding the board technique, and he has managed to go around it. Now effectively stealing the Ingrid also from Lamby and forcing Lamby to just continue floating his board and eventually making it so.
oh
And Lamby gets the memento.
oh dear,
he,
oh
he,
no,
he, he gets back on his chair like, okay, now it's game, now it's
yeah,
game, now I have that memento there to do
oh
some
damn,
damage. now
that's a big
now we're
one.
talking now we're talking.
Yeah,
The
that's a
memento
big one.
is key in this situation, absolutely key. Goes ahead and clears the salvation.
This is
He,
so powerful, isn't
I've
it?
heard, I've heard Lamby before talking about like how to actually play the memento in the most effective way.
Mm.
So goes ahead, the PS8. I believe he's gonna leave that honor steward to the artillery juggernaut, but won't be able to play anything else aside from another token.
Yeah.
Now the question is, if will he attack or just clear the token? Yeah, he attacks, and he doesn't care about that one cost drone printer token. And this is the situation here. Like, even if
Mm.
Shogo has played it flawlessly, trying to control the board without committing to the DMOC, it's still too overwhelming. These drone printers
Yeah.
are still too
Yeah.
overwhelming for
And
Shroud to deal with.
and Quinto, he's only got one drone printer in play.
Yeah,
Imagine when you go
one.
up against like a uni and they have two or even three. It's
Yeah,
insane. I mean, the
it's
drones that
absolutely
they can
insane.
print, mental. I mean,
The
also
amount
as
of
well,
drones.
I wanted to ask you, the Memento of the Fallen is so powerful and it's been in the game for so long. Do you run it in your decks? And if not, why not?
I've always run Memento
Have you?
in my
Okay.
decks. Mostly like in my uni decks, I've always run it. Sometimes before in my CP decks, I also ran it too.
Yeah. Do you run it wider though? Because with it being a universal card, I mean, obviously it can be used in anything. Like, do you run it in wider decks?
Yeah, for sure. Like wider decks.
Yeah. So, like, if you run universal, sure. You run like, you said, was it Cathari? Do you
Yeah,
run it in
Cathari.
Cathari? Yeah.
Cathari.
Okay.
And even in Marco, I could run
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. It's got a lot of. I think it's a card that's got like a lot of use cases in the game, and we're seeing it, right? We're seeing it a lot. I mean, combined with the Ruin Tinkerer as well, which
Yeah.
is a card that can be played in any deck. If you can just like combine it, obviously Algan Core, we saw a long time ago, didn't we? You know, the classic Algan Core, where you just get lots of these little drones that are spammed on the board, and you just apply the memento to it, and it can be so lethal. Such
Yeah.
a good card.
So here we see Lamby in a situation where he's like, what do I do? I have so much stuff to play. Probably the Alvaro is a good option here. Finally trying. I think Lamby is only thinking about how does he trigger the DMOC from Shogo. This has been I believe his most asked question in his head. Like, I need to trigger that DMOC to continue and resume my peaceful gaming here. Definitely, he's in a spot where, okay, not much to do. Another drop here, neglecting
Yeah.
the aftermath of the LSC.
Yeah.
preventing Shogo from getting resources. Shogo's Singularity is nowhere to be seen. Only 2 cards in there. Not much happening. Gets that Alvaro Interrogator in play, Lamby, to block any effects that Shogo might want to play. This might be the turn that Shogo finally plays the Demok. Lamby asking himself, I believe. But Lamby still has a lot of resources in hand, which will make it tough for Shogo to bring
massively.
it back.
I think it's big as well that like Lamby's already in front on the board, in front on health by quite a margin. He's got the same number of cards, but he's also got Wong in his hand, and that's massive, right? Having the Wong here at this point just gives him the luxury where he can play it, get better options. If you've got more cards, you've got better card advantage. And, like even if, like, for example, Shogo was to Shogo was to Demo, which, to be honest, I don't necessarily think he should, but he might feel like he needs to, because at the moment he's going to take quite a bit of damage on the board. He's not opting to do it, so I think it's going to be an Honored Steward Honored Steward wouldn't work because of the Miasmancer, right? So doesn't really do anything there apart from just get the New Dawn going. Yeah,
totally.
Tricky. That's such a bad turn for him. Not that he's done badly, but when you've got like say 8 damage already facing on the board, you're down to 18, and you don't really play anything on the board to contest it, and you don't really play any effects to remove it. It feels like a turn that you've missed, really, even though he's got the New Dawn in play.
This is going to be an insane turn for Lamby. I think he's going to be able to deal enough damage here to drop the Alvaro, the Gun Barge, and the Wong. So if Shogo decides to play the Demok, he will just die to the Alvaros. I don't know. I'm not sure if the Alvaros die before resuming their damage. I believe they will do their damage before dying, before getting banished. The Wong is going to buff the Maya Mancer here. This is 12 damage already with the Gun Barge, banking the Maya Mancer, dropping the other Alvaro, and leaving Shogo.
This could
at
be it.
6 health, effectively doing a checkmate to Shogo.
Yeah. He just gets the other Alvaro down, and that's it. Yeah. He's done.
Checkmate.
Yeah. You can see as well that Lamby kind of knows it.
You see him he
knows.
Celebrating. He knows he's going to cook.
For anyone that's on the stream that maybe is new to this game, this is basically what Quinto said is like a checkmate, because the 2 Alvaros, the 2/2/3s, which are kind of wedged to the side of the 5/5, they will do 3 damage to the opponent whenever the opponent plays an effect. And Shogo has a board clear, but those would hit him for 6, and he was down to 6, so it was over. A very tough one for Shogo, but really well played from Lamby. And I thought that was the good matchup for him, and it was. So, Uni against Shroud is usually favored. That then means, actually, that they're both 1-1. Lamby's 2-1. Yeah, 2-1. So, we're going to see, basically, Lamby now with Naeus playing up against either Shogo's Shroud or the Uni. And I think actually Shogo, because he knows that Lamby's playing with Naeus, I think he probably has to go here with Shroud personally. What do you think, Quinto?
Yeah, I believe Shogo is just gonna go ahead and play with Unishop to the Lamby's Naeus. Yeah, I believe so. And I mean, I just want to point out something from that last match. Shogo held on to the Demok, which was good, but he held on to it too much to the point where Lamby just knew that the Demok was around, and he just played it in his favor. He knew that Shogo was holding onto that Demok, so it was like, I'm just gonna drop these Alvaros in the end to deal that last damage. And that's the strength of the Alvaros. They are really strong when it comes down to the opponent having to play effects, and in that situation where many of the players are running Demok, having those Alvaros for that last touch of damage, if they manage to clear the board, it's just GG's.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you make a really good point there, man. You remember the turn where we were talking about, where it was effectively a nothing turn because he didn't remove
Yeah.
anything from the board. He didn't play any effects. He didn't play the Honored Steward. He basically got his New Dawn going. I think he needed to have played something on the board or played an effect to remove some of the damage there. Because then what he could have done is maybe survived another turn. I think it was still going to be tough for him, but that turn there was probably not the best turn to, like, you almost want to be getting your New Dawn going when you're not like on the verge of taking another 8 damage when you are like already on 18. So yeah, a tough one. And I think you're right. I think if he'd have played the demo earlier, he probably wouldn't have got loads of value from it because there wasn't like loads of units on the board. But he would have been able to at least said, hey, you now need to go and refill your board. It gives me a bit of time to maybe try and find more solutions just to try and draw this out and keep it going.
Yeah, definitely. You're totally right there. But interesting to see. Now we're gonna see what Shogo comes up with. If it's gonna be Unishop or it's gonna be Shroud. What are your thoughts?
It's going to be Uni.
What are your thoughts? You think
I
it's
think-
gonna be Unishop also?
No,
Okay,
I
it's gonna
think
be
Shogo. Yeah, I think if I'm in Shogo's position and I know that Lamby has to play with Cathari, I'm picking Shroud all day here because I like the removal that Shroud has if you can control them early game, and I just think that like Shroud have so many ways to frustrate because that's what Shroud basically do, right? They're such a reactive deck that all you're really trying to do is just frustrate and disrupt them until they basically run out of steam. And what you can do when you're playing Shroud against Naeus, if you play it right, is you can basically like run them into a situation where like you've got them to commit loads of units on the board, you wipe the board, and then they don't really have many cards in their hand, they're low on cards in their deck, and then that's when you can start to come at them at the end game. So yeah, for me, if I was Shogo, I'd be picking Shroud here, but you'd be picking Uni, wouldn't you? Why would you be picking Uni, Quinto?
I believe that Uni is the superior deck here over Shroud and definitely has more chances to beat Cathari. I'm really not in the boat about Shroud being able and favored against Naeus, but as you can see here, you were right once again, Scout. It's gonna be Nuland versus Naeus.
Well, I'm happy to be right, but we'll see, won't we, whether it was the right decision? Because you know, like it's all very well he picks it, but if he ends up losing, maybe it would have been better to pick Uni. But let's see. I mean, I think in theory, like this is a good matchup for Shroud if you can stop the early ramp from them. You know, you really need to have like the PS8s, the siphons. You need to be able to have like some erasures as well, just so that as they continue to throw stuff at you, you can remove it.
Look at that.
Okay,
Harf in a Naeus deck is absolutely
it's nasty. It's nasty.
an absolute
It's
menace.
it's,
Even if
it's
he's
only there
on the draw. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like only there for one reason, just to be an absolute pain for like Shroud.
Yeah. So once again, we see Naeus on the draw. So a bit of an advantage here for Shogo. Gets that Singularity Steward for the beginning of the game, which he can't actually do anything with it. He's not getting any more resources since he's on the play. Only has that Baron to play on turn 2, which is kind of fine, but he's just going to face an absolute menace of a board here from Lamby. Has that Lambyseries Striker, Standard Bearer, CP, and the Slinger, and gets the Triumph of Europa also, which, have to point out, if Lamby manages to stick that Harf in play, he's gonna be able to play an early Triumph of Europa, which will be an absolute menace and an absolute threat to whatever Shogo intends to do. However, we see that Shogo has that Astels and Adira ready to go. Lamby decides to just bank his Triumph of Europa, and probably going with a stronger card here, which is the Lambyseries Striker. He's praying that Shogo doesn't get the Life Siphon. He didn't get it, so now it's going to be a Baron here. And yeah, the rest is history. Probably Lamby is going to go
right now. I mean, I can tell you right now that Shogo is going to really struggle to win this one because
Yeah.
his opening hand against this type of deck is awful. You do not want to have like an Adira in there. You don't even really want to have an Astel's Glaive. I know he's on the play, right, and it can help you to cleave, but the problem is that he doesn't have any removal. You need to have an answer immediately to the striker, right? Because then that striker
Yeah.
becomes a 3/3. And as Defsy said earlier, the one thing, the one kind of almost kind of lack of options that we have in the game are ways to hit for 3 damage. So this striker becomes a 3/3. It can immediately remove that as well. It can start to remove that. It just doesn't have any removal. Like you need to have PSH, you need to have like siphons, you need to have erasures in there. Having units actually isn't too important
Yeah.
until the mid or late game. So, and
Lamby
look,
goes
with the
with
half
a
as well.
a very nice choice here with the Harf blocking any type of erasure.
Yeah,
The collateral damage doesn't do anything, so this is gonna be a Baron against a shield pot. But then we see some type of light here for Shogo, and it just drops the Nudon. This is at least a good play here. Get something on board, definitely, but it's gonna be, we see there another Triumph of Europa. Probably gonna be watching a Slinger, and
I mean,
I would say
I mean,
a
look,
Conincipian. I would like to see a Conincipian here.
yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think that playing the New Dawn was the greatest here. The reason being is that he doesn't have anything in his singularity yet. It hasn't really helped him to contest the board. And the problem with the New Dawn early on is that, like, if you do need to demo, let's say he draws this out to like demo range, which at the moment looks like it could happen if he is able to get there kind of like turn 8. You're then in a position where you have to demo your own New Dawn. So I don't know. I think that I would have probably not played that. I would have looked at, say, the Void Trapper, because at least the Void Trapper is going to give you some card draw.
He
It
no,
has
he
to start
he
trading.
drew the Void Trapper after after
Oh,
the
did he?
turn
He drew
ended.
the Void Trapper.
Yeah,
Okay,
the only
fair
thing
enough.
he could do was actually to play that Nuda, and that's fine if he played it. Yeah,
Oh,
Lamby goes
okay,
with a
fair
Cunning
enough.
Sepien.
Yeah.
Let's go. Flooding that board, making
Yeah,
it
I
an
mean,
absolute menace against this Nudon. And we see
this is this is
the
over.
Void
I'm
Trapper
gonna call
and
it.
the Life Siphon. This is gonna be an Estelles here for Shogo.
Yeah.
But as we see here, this is definitely a situation which is a bit tough, I would
Yeah, look,
say,
his
for
New Dawn's
Lamby to actually
gonna go.
to effectively clear these Estelles. But at this point, what if we just goes ahead and attacks face? I mean, Adira is a menace. Like Lamby has to play this really well and clear these Estelles in a way where he doesn't sacrifice too much. He can't play that standard bearer in this situation. Goes ahead and he's gonna attack face. He's thinking about it. He's going to attack here with his units that he's gonna sacrifice, it seems. Yeah, he's gonna attack with Harf,
Yeah.
getting the draw there from the logistic super cruiser, sacrificing the mercenary and slinger, getting another standard bearer. But this is, I believe, this is too much to sacrifice here. If he attacks with that striker to the Estelles.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna lose, isn't he? He's gonna lose half. He's gonna lose the striker. I mean, this goes.
He
in the
doesn't want to
middle.
lose Harf though.
No, he doesn't.
Thinking about what he does, sacrificing that standard bearer, too much to
Yeah.
sacrifice here. The Estelles
Yeah, it's a
is
lot.
definitely a life-saving card for Shogo here.
I mean, that was actually kind of good play, though, in a way. He did sacrifice a lot, but he still was able to clear that glaive, keep the half on the board, keep the Scipion, which means that it's still really difficult for Shogo to kind of like, get into the game. That half is basically just like preventing so much of what he can do.
Yeah.
I mean, he can play, if he wanted to, the Adira. He could also, to be fair, he could use the stolen power. The issue he's got is that the longer that half stays on the board, the harder it's going to be for him to clear these units like cheaper and more efficiently. So he's also got the look, he's got the New Dawn on the board, and to be honest, Lamby just ignored the New Dawn. It's not a big threat. He's played the Adira, so he's going to go for it. You could slam the Adira into the half, get rid of that, and then see if you can high roll into a Triumph or something. And that
We
might
see there
actually
that the
start to
Tabula
swing.
Rasa.
Yeah.
Tabula Rasa is the only card we see here. Shogo needs to decide before the time runs out. Goes with the Maritus. Will he get something with his Maritus? Only the Baron, the Singularity Steward, and the Estelles
Ooh.
can copy the Estelles again. Lamby is
Yeah.
in shock because now Maritus is going to be another Estelles. He gets the stats from the Estelles and the effect from the Baron, I believe so.
That's nice. That's really good.
Description from the Baron, stats from the Estelles. This is really good for Shogo.
Yeah.
Getting that big unit on the board.
That's huge.
Which will synergize really well with his effects, now clearing the hearth. And now Lamby is going to be in a tough spot, having to deal with this insane Maritus.
I mean, a 4/7. Yeah.
I mean, it's one
tough,
unit
but
versus a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
We see here that Lamby can develop a pretty nice board. He goes ahead and banks the bearer, probably going with that Aetian subjugate into the Sepian. He doesn't. He just drops the Sepian there, and he probably is going to start attacking face because at this point, this Maritus won't be able to deal with many units at the same time. Drops the Maya Mancer, and now there's no way of going ahead and playing that Honor Steward. It's just gonna now Lamby is gonna buff his units, getting 2 more tokens, which is the best situation possible. This is what you want to do against Shroud.
This is massive.
Have an insane board.
Yeah.
There's still some turns before the Demok also.
Yeah, and again, he's got the New Dawn on. It's not doing anything. He is still a few turns away from the demo, so it's going to be tough for him to get to that point. I think one of the things with the Maritus that was played, of course, is he copied the health and the damage stats from the glaive. He could have done it differently though, right? He could have obviously copied the abilities of the glaive, which could have been quite cool as well. Might have actually been better potentially. He wouldn't have had the highest stats, but that cleave ability is quite key, I guess, in this matchup. What do you think his thinking was there? Why he didn't do it the other way? Because he could have got like the Baron stats of 2/4, and then just taken the ability from the glaive.
I think it's too easy to clear, even if he has the cleave. Ooh, gets a flat circle there from the Baron effect. Might into clear one of the tokens, most likely, which are destroying. The 2/2. Yeah. Has also the attack yet with Maritus. Lamby is in shock again. Life Siphon to probably the Cunning Sepian to prevent any more tokens to develop. Clears the Maya Mancer with the Maritus, and now once again Lamby is in a tough spot where he's like, okay, this is the place, as you have been saying.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
He almost can't believe that. But this is a really good spot now actually for Shogo, because the longer this game goes on, the more it's in favor of Shogo, right? Because you can already see Lamby's hand is like running out of resources and cards, right? And you just want to drain them. You want to get them to the point where they are completely out of options. And this is what's happening here, is that, like Shogo can already start getting cards out of his Singularity in addition to the cards he's drawing. He's getting to the point where if it gets out of hand, he can demo pretty soon. He's got the Honor Steward in his hand to deal with the Paragon. So this is what I mean about New Dawn and Shroud in general. You need to be able to just draw it out, get them to commit loads of units, then wipe the board. Oh, wow,
Lamby
what a card
for
Lamby. That is exactly
Let's see if that
what he
snipes
needed.
the Princeps. It didn't.
Yeah.
No Princeps. Now Show is going to have something from the Singularity, which I'm not sure what he has in there. Has the Honor Steward also to clear one of the tokens. Has the Life Siphon. Gets a PS8 also.
Yeah. And he gets
a tough spot and gets a Treasure Scheming, which might be key.
Gotta
Gets
stretch
an honor
this here.
steward to deal with the Neos. Maritus yet to deal with whatever, probably the Alvaro, so he can play in peace his Life Siphon and PS8. But what if he wants to play that treasure scheming in this situation? Would be
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, Lamby praying there. Would
Yeah.
be really bad for Lamby to lose that one, even if it's
Yeah.
not that critical at this point, because one unit for Lamby at this point where he's probably facing a Demok next turn.
Well, if he schemes him, the next turn he basically has to bank, and he misses out on all the card draw. I mean, usually when the opponent's just got one card in your hand, it's a really good like solution to just kind of like scheme if you can. Just remove their ability to sort of bank the next turn or to do anything the next turn other than bank. Wow,
Oof.
he got double there
Gets
from the
the
Baron
second.
effect.
Lamby
Oh man, that's
is
massive.
mind blown.
That's massive.
Gets a second Life Siphon.
Now he
from
could afford
the
to scheme
PS8.
as well. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I believe he still
got-
wants to clear that
Scheme the-
Neus
Oh,
with
what?
the honor steward.
Did you
Yep.
see that? He siphoned the token. I think you want to be siphoning the slinger there, so at least you get something else in your singularity. He didn't
Yeah.
do it though. This is
You're
great. I
totally
mean,
right
he did,
here.
he didn't scheme him, so it's probably really lucky for Lamby. But
Yeah.
like, it's still
this-
good play from Shogo.
At this point, Shogo might even end up banking the Demok since he has total advantage here. Banking the Demok and playing the Life Siphon. No, he didn't. He's still
No,
keeping that
you don't-
Demok in case anything.
You don't bank it. Yeah, you don't,
don't
bank
bank
the
it, yeah.
demo. No, no way. No way.
Well, there's already, he knows that one of the triumphs is in the bank already.
Oh.
Gets that Edian hammer, but the treasure scheming
Oh.
by V, bad for it. Gets also the Magna, which
Yeah.
is good in this situation. Yeah,
Yeah, it
definitely
is,
goes
yeah.
ahead and gets the Magna. We'll have to bank that Tabula Rasa in order to play it.
Yeah.
Kills the Maritus, which has been providing a lot of value. And yeah, here is where you're right. Definitely banking the Demok was a bad idea because once again, we see how Neos manages
Yeah.
to develop a
They
board
keep
out
coming
of
at you.
nowhere. They
Yeah,
keep coming out.
they keep coming.
Totally. And now this is a good spot also for Lamby. Gets the Tabula Rasa that might be able to copy something good. Has the Centaurus. If Shogo intends to play the Demok here, will lose his Nudon also.
Yeah.
Lamby looking
This
at what can he copy
yeah.
with the Tabula. Doesn't have anything to
This
copy.
is what I was saying earlier, Quinto, is that like when you get the New Dawn down early before turn 8, you always run the risk where you're going to have to demo your own New Dawn. Now, to be fair, he doesn't have a lot in the singularity, and he could still go and win the game if he does have to demo his own New Dawn, right? But
Yeah.
the New Dawn provides so much value end game against this type of deck, where you can see that Lamby doesn't really have like many cards in his hand, and he's not going to be getting many other cards in his hand because like there's just no way other than sort of Wong to be really generating cards in this type of deck. So he's running out of resources. If you clear the board, it's then a case where, okay, oh, look at this. He's scheming to take the Centaurus away.
Yep. Scheming, probably clearing the Wong with his honor steward. Scheming again, probably doesn't need to scheme again because he knows there's just the Tabula Rasa.
Yeah.
So not really into scheming that. I would say he will want to definitely get back his Nudon again so he doesn't lose it, but he's going to be facing
Yeah, it's
a
lot of
good
damage
board
still.
from Lamby.
Yeah.
Still gets that Fanatical Crewman. He's thinking about playing that Fanatical Crewman to get something in his singularity.
This is risky. I mean,
Yeah.
this is risky because you're going to be right on the brink of death after this.
Yeah, totally. Not
Like, I
sure
think
if Shogo is gonna do a value trade here. Yeah, he does. Goes for the Magna, but doesn't have a way to clear this 11 damage that's going to his face. If I were Lamby here, I would say I don't know if to trade or just attack face at this point.
I think you attack face. Well, I would anyway, because then
Lamby-
you're relying on what, 3 damage just to get it done.
which could be a top deck Gideon Hammer that
Yeah,
he might get soon because it's at the bottom of his deck, but might be the first one of the bottom cards he draws. So this is a tough spot for Lamby where he's like, should I clear or just attack phase? Goes ahead and plays the Centaurus, disregarding the fact that Shogo might
Yeah.
have a Demok. However, in this
face.
situation, facing a Demok is fine because it just means that Shogo is gonna go ahead and attack face, and let's
Yeah.
see what Lamby gets here. Gets the Aetian
He's
subjugate.
forcing the demo. This is forcing the demo. He gets the subjugate. With Lamby as well, we can see that he's running the slingers, of course. And has he used the domino yet? Have we seen the domino in play? We haven't, no.
We haven't seen the Domina.
Yeah, it's in the deck because we saw it. So
Yeah.
that plus
It's
a
in the
slinger
deck.
could be it.
That and the Aetian subjugate is it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Asian subjugate and a domina. He's got it.
So
This is
Lamby's
why I
just
thought it
waiting
was-
for his Aetian hammer or his Domina. At this point,
is why I thought-
Shogo. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was risky. Don't you think it was risky? I mean, like, you're going to be down to 3, and you know that you're up against a deck that has the ability to, like, kill you in one turn, like with slingers, subjugates. I think rather than taking all that at like 11 damage, I think maybe he could have actually just demoed like that turn and just accept that you're going to lose the New Dawn. But then you're in a position where you can start to try and just deal with, say, the Centaurus. I just think he took too much damage to take him to the brink. We'll see, but I think he was so keen on not losing the New Dawn that it's put him in a position where he can't get a heal off the 3 that he's on. So he knows that he's so vulnerable to a hammer, for example. We saw the hammer. It's at the bottom of the deck now, close to the bottom of the deck. But Lamby's only got 10 cards in his deck. So it's just so risky.
And he gets the scatter probe.
Oh God! So there you
Still
go,
doesn't
look.
have it
It's gonna
though.
No, it doesn't. He's close to.
Now it's gonna be a situation for him. Imagine if he gets a Dira. Have we seen a Dira here? If he gets a Dira here, this is just the pinnacle of luckiness. Let's see.
I think we did see the Adira, right? No, I don't know if we did actually.
Treacherous
Oh look,
scheming.
Treacherous scheming. He takes it.
Interdasting. He might get that honor steward at this point.
Yeah, that's a good swap or a good steal.
But Lamby is not gonna be like Lamby actually is making a good decision here, not having to bank anything because now the treasure scheming from Shogo can't steal anything from him. So he's just gonna be top decking whatever he needs, which is the Domina or the Idian Hammer, and Shogo won't be able to steal it.
Yeah, I mean, he plays. Yeah, he
banks
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't go with my strategy, definitely. Gets
like, yeah,
that. Yeah. Now let's see if Shogo manages to prevent Lamby from dealing that 2 damage. I believe this is not going to happen because it's just a matter of time. We see the Domina or the Idian Hammer.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the point when you're playing a Shroud where it's your domain where this is your chance to turn things around. The problem is that because you know the opponent's on a low amount of cards in their deck, and you still have to whittle this opponent down from 22 damage, you need to start getting the board flooded, right?
Yeah.
Getting lots of stuff on the board so you can start to attack and start to get their health down low. Because
try to deal that lethal damage in one go.
Yeah. If you take too long, you'll still get killed by a hammer, or as we talked about, like a Domina. On 2 health, you can't afford it, right? You just have to start going for it now.
Yeah. So we're gonna see Shogo here dropping that 18 subject into the erasure, probably.
Yeah, he's got a. I mean, he could get the Cunning going as well, I guess, right? He could get. Look, he needs to erase that. So I'd probably be looking at like the Cunning
Yeah, Cunning into Nudon. Yeah, that's right. Totally right there. Free tips. Now he's trying to build that damage, but I don't know if he's gonna get there before
It's going to take a while,
Lamby.
isn't it?
Yeah, this is 7 damage.
Yeah.
9 damage actually.
Just let Lamby. Look at Lamby. He knows. He's
Yeah.
just waiting for that card that
Yeah.
can give him the
Painful
lethal.
wait for Lamby
Yeah.
here. Painful wait. Painful,
Like he
painful
just
wait.
knows.
I mean,
So this will be a
Shogo will-
comeback.
yeah, Shogo might be able to deal with this because now he's gonna get one of those units from his singularity, probably something
Yeah.
that completely shuts down Lamby, maybe.
The Stewie gets buffed as well. Extra
The
plus
Stewie
2.
gets buffed. And yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Lamby only has, I think, the next turn, and that's it.
If he has an erasure, does he have an erasure in there?
Shogo gets a Sacred Siphoner, and this is gonna be it. Gets that Scanner Probe also in
Oh,
play.
wow.
Will prevent
wow.
anything that Lamby will be able to
Oh,
draw.
This
And
is
that's
what
gonna
I
be
mean.
it for Shogo.
This is what I
He's
mean.
gonna-
You've got to draw this out.
There's nothing Lamby can do now. Yeah, look at that sad face from Lamby. He's really sad. He knows that Shogo will be able to just steal everything from him, anything that he
Yeah.
draws or will be
Yeah.
able to draw. We see there that he
He sees it.
was
He
gonna
knows,
draw the
yeah.
Estelles, and the fact that he also has the Sacred Siphoner to block any sort of damage coming from
Yeah.
Lamby is just a complete shutdown by
Wow.
Shogo. Yeah, he
Here we
knows.
go.
He knows.
Look at this. Honestly, I mean, this is incredible because this shows the staying power of Shroud and particularly New Dawn if you can take it to this really late game. Because we talked about it earlier. I mentioned that what happens is that like they run out of resources and Lamby is just drawing one card at a time, right? So
Yeah.
you're usually going to get low in health, but you need to find a way just to stick in there and survive, and then you've maybe got a chance of turning it around. I have to say as well, what you just said, the fact that he was able to take the Sacred Siphoner out there, huge, because now he's basically blocked any way for Lamby to get through and get that extra 2 damage. What an amazing win that was for Shogo. Huge, massive win. He was 2-1 down. He's taking it to 2-2. We're going to the final game here,
Yep.
Quinto.
The final game.
What a good couple of games that we've been having the privilege of casting on here, my man. Insane.
Once again, we see a 2-2 match going on. We are
insane.
we're blessed today, Free Tips, with
Oh,
a
we are.
lot to cast. So yeah, this is gonna be the favorite match that I was talking about. Definitely, it proved you right there that Shroud managed to deal effectively with Neos. Against Neos,
Just about.
once again,
Just about.
just about.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just about.
definitely really good play by Shogo there, surviving that
Yeah.
absolute menace. I don't know if Lamby was correct there, just banking right ahead both of his Triumph of Europa. He was too scared about the Triumph of the Lost. But I mean, those boards that you can get from Triumph of Europa, of just getting a bunch of stuff with the Tabula Rasas, getting an insane board, I think it is worth it. Sometimes Shroud doesn't manage, like if they copy it, doesn't manage to get an insane board. Like if they just waste a bunch of effects, they don't have anything actually from that Triumph of Europa. So I think Lamby there was a bit scared of his triumphs, which are usually a great advantage in any matchup. So
yeah,
I think I would say that was the weak point there for Lamby.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he took the risk, didn't he? He weighed up the risk and he thought, do I play these and potentially allow him to copy it and then match me on the board and potentially trigger barons with an extra kind of good 5-cost effect? Or do I just think, you know what, I don't need the triumphs to outbeat him on the board. I just need to swarm him on the board and I can do it without the triumphs. So I'm not going to use them. I'm just going to bank them. So his Triumph of the Lost don't get enough value. They're kind of pretty irrelevant then, right? And it kind of didn't really pay off. I think what was interesting is that Lamby was in this really good position where he was doing well, wasn't he? Like he was keeping the pressure on nice and early, but eventually he got to the point where he was starting to run out of steam. That's what it came down to. He was taking the damage down, And as I said to you when we were like halfway through, the longer this goes on, the more it's going to be in favor of Shogo. And
Yeah.
what happened? He managed to get it done with 2 health. Incredible.
And I also believe that his Wong had the Idian Hammer and the Domina there. He had to choose the Magna to just trade effectively in the board. So those 2 cards were at the bottom of his deck and preventing him from top decking it when he needed. I mean, if Shogo had played that Fanatical Crewman, it possibly would have given Lamby the opportunity to get early, to get and top deck one of both, the Domina or the Indian Hammer. So these are the little details that can happen in this game that are really insane and can actually, like sometimes you're thinking about playing effectively something, but it turns up backfiring, and this could have possibly been that situation.
Also, there was something massive that happened in that game that we didn't talk about, and I was a little bit shocked that it happened. When you're playing as like New Dawn, right, and you leave the New Dawn on the board, and there is like a mass of units in front of it, those units should really, and that opponent should really take the opportunity to kill the New Dawn, because he could have basically slammed his units into that New Dawn, killed it, taken no damage, his units would have buffed it. We're talking about Lamby here. And then basically in the end game, Shogo's then screwed because he can't then generate the cards which he needs to be able to overwhelm him in the end game. So I was really surprised, because usually when you do that, you get punished in this game. When you leave the New Dawn on the field, your opponent's going to kill it, right? And it's wipe out your strategy end game. And he just opted to ignore it, go for face, because I think he was pushing just to kind of get the job done as quick as he could. I think he should have got rid of the New Dawn. It was a gift, actually, that he didn't receive. So we're down to the last game here. It's going to be Uni versus Naeus. And here we go. We're into it, Quinto. This is a big one. Because what are you favoring here?
I'm definitely favoring Unishop.
Are you? Okay. You're favoring Uni.
However, if Lamby manages to get a big board early, gets on the play, gets that cunning incipient developing the board, probably a tabula rasa next turn with a Atian subject, I would favor him. But now we see that Shogo is going to be on the play with Universal. If he manages to get those painters, slingers, and the likes, you know what's going to happen here. We see here Lamby just redrawing everything, doesn't even care about that Princeps, and Shogo just keeps that slinger, which is really good for him in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Lamby needs that nice quick start, and he actually has it because he's got the Striker, he's got Gunslinger, but of course Striker would go much better into the Cunning Scipion. So this is a really good opening hand. He's got the Maritus a little bit too early, I'd say. Not probably the ideal, but still, this is a good hand. He can put the pressure on his turns. It's going to be forcing Shogo to think, okay, I need to almost try and stop these before they ramp out of control and get buffed. What do you think of Shogo's opening hand here, Quinto? It's got the Memento, which, you really want to draw a little bit later, I think. But what do you think about this hand?
I think it's really good. It's just what he needs. We'll be able to deal with that Belarus striker that Lamby's probably playing.
Yeah.
Lamby, on the other hand, has that cunning incipient that might be able to develop. But as we know, Shogo once Shogo has that mercenary gunslinger in play, we'll be able to deal with that cunning incipient and effectively deal with this board. So let's see what happens from turn 3, 4 onwards. Gets the mercenary gunslinger.
Wow.
This is really nice for Shogo. He's on the play, so he's also getting his Juggernaut early on. This is really oppressive to a Naeus deck.
Yeah.
Gets to clear that Belarus striker, which is the best possible play that you can get as Naeus. Lamby, he's keeping his Maya Mancer there. I'm interested to see if Lamby is gonna go ahead and play the Scanner Probe instead of the Cunning Incipient here, since he knows that Mercenary Gunslinger might be able to deal with he might be able to deal with that Conicipian. Shogo there, he needs to bank a card here. Is thinking about banking the Harf.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good decision there. I don't think the half offers a lot of value in this matchup here,
Yeah,
particularly because they just don't run many effects right in uni. So
yeah.
I think that was the right play.
And also the fact that Memento here, like definitely getting more units in board to just drop that Memento is the best play possible, even if that Slinger just had to hit the shield pot. So now we see if Shogo is going to go with another striker and a Slinger.
Okay, so
Clearing,
Lamby. Yeah, here we go. Lamby with the Slinger to take that one out. Striker back again. Okay.
The shield pot's still alive, so it's gonna be Slinger to the shield pot and probably Memento to the Painter.
Yeah. Look at the cards.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah,
Gun Barge
this is-
coming in after the black market fixer. This is absolutely brilliant draws here for Shogo, and he looks really cool and calm and collected. Like he looks like he's keeping it like, okay, cool. I've got some good cards in my hand. Let's not get carried away. But the Gun Barge here, wow, big card to draw at this time. Huge.
The debuff on the striker, which the Painter is gonna be able to deal with. He doesn't even have to play the Memento. He just goes ahead and plays the Gun Barge, which makes it so it's the same outcome here. And now we're going to see Lamby. What will he come up with? He has a great turn now with possibly the Standard Bearer. He goes with the Scanner Probe here.
Goes with the Scanner Probe, yeah.
Probably stealing something good. Let's see. The Astel's really good card to steal. Gives him that Belarusi striker and a Belarusi Standard Bearer. And probably just going to drop that striker there. Banks the Cunning Cipian. Yep.
Yeah.
But Shogo still has that Painter there that's going to trigger with the Gun Barge. Also has the possibilities of playing the Memento and gets the token.
Yeah.
From the Juggernaut Workshop.
Token can come in, hit if it's an artillery one, hit the Scanner Probe, get rid of that immediately.
Yeah, he can clear the whole board here because if he debuffs the striker, he can attack with the Painter and Memento there to clear the striker. The Gun Barge will clear the Scanner Probe, or the Slinger and the Artillery Juggernaut will deal with one of them both.
Yeah.
So that's going to be
strong.
It for Shogo effectively dealing with this.
This is what we were talking about, wasn't it, Quinto?
Board
that
from
like
Nez,
this combo of like Painter, the 0-3 Painter, and then the 0-4 Gun Barge. Once these guys get going and you can't really clear them, they can just really control. And I actually have kind of said I feel like Universal's one of the best control decks in the game at the moment. It probably wasn't intended to be like that, but with these two units here, these are fantastic units for control. They really are. And yeah, as you say, he can kind of like clear basically here if he wants to, especially with the token.
Yeah, he can clear everything. And I don't know if he will want to play the Defender Juggernaut though. That's something to be seen if he wants to actually clear that Slinger. Maybe he goes even with the Attack Juggernaut in this situation where it's like, it doesn't matter too much. Like, the 4-4 will be able to deal with that Astels from Lamby. If Lamby clears that Painter, or just Shogo, like the Painter survives and gives the Memento to the Attack Juggernaut, the Attack Juggernaut could single-handedly deal with the Astels and not receive any damage from it.
Yeah.
And here we see it's going to be a debuff on the Astels.
Look at Lamby's hand as well. He's drawing like cards, which, to be fair, can be quite helpful, right, in the end game. But like right now, not so much.
We see Shogo here with the Logistic Support Cruiser, which will help him, which will help Shogo to protect his gun barge and be able to kill that as stealth, probably.
Yeah, that's pretty
However,
ideal actually. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think if he wants to clear the Estelles, he won't be able to save his gun barge though. But let's see. Let's see if he manages to do something here. Well, actually, he can with a Maya Mancer, but I don't know if he wants to sacrifice a Maya Mancer over a gun barge.
Yeah.
There's
The gun barge is so
a little
key
math
right
problem
now.
here.
Yeah.
But definitely, Shogo can play both of them. He can bank the Painter, play the LSC, and the Maya Mancer.
I feel like I feel like, you know what I would probably be looking to do here? I'd be looking to bank the. Okay, interesting. Really, that's so surprising.
Yeah, he attacks
Okay, so
first, sacrifices his gun barge, and now he's just gonna deal damage with his artillery juggernaut and just play everything else, and he doesn't have to worry about
interesting.
sacrificing anything else.
Yeah. I
Ramps
mean, he
up.
that was kind of okay, I think, right? It was kind of pretty good. I just wonder whether he could have played the LSC there next to basically next to the painter, right? So that
Yeah,
then
to
the
draw.
LSC then gets killed and you get draw.
Oof!
Exactly. Oh wow.
Gets that Ingrid. And now Lamby doesn't have a choice here because he can't actually play anything. Because those Maya Mancers won't block a thing. However,
No,
Shogo can't play the Ingrid next turn, but
no. It's
it's
good that
still
he's
a,
got it though.
it's still a
Yeah.
position where Lamby is going to be forced to play whatever he can. But to be honest, Shogo has a very strong board with a memento already in play. He's going to be for sure drawing with that LSC, cycling his deck to see if he has an option, a better option for next turn, rather than the only card that's going to draw aside from that Ingrid, and leaving Lamby in a position where he will lose the board again.
I mean, this is mental, isn't it, Quinto? It's like turn 4, turn 5, and Lamby doesn't have anything on the board. Doesn't have anything on the board. Like
Yeah,
his
this is
hand, he doesn't have any clones. He's going for Naeus here. I think almost a little bit out of desperation, really, just because he needs to save those
Now,
Miasmancers, doesn't he?
Lamby knows he is in a losing position. However, those Maya Mancers will be able to block Ingrid next turn if Shogo doesn't get another Maya Mancer. Let's see what does that LSC brings up.
Yeah.
Lamby might be able to block Ingrid for some turns, which would be good for him to try and build up a board, but Shogo, it's not like Shogo doesn't have anything.
Shogo is playing really
Gets
good.
Another LSC here. You see banking that slinger. Yep.
Bank the
seems
slinger.
he's going to bank the slinger. Clear that Naeus, clear that Tabula Rasa, which the Tabula Rasa in this situation doesn't do anything really.
No.
Because
nothing.
if it can't buff from the Paragon passive of Naeus. So, but Lamby has the breath of, like a bit of a breath there, where he's just gonna play those Maya Mancers blocking that Ingrid. However, this is not gonna be enough to stop what's in Shogo's board. The Memento, the Juggernaut, the other Maya Mancer now gets the printer to start printing those cards and drones. Has also the Juggernaut coming next turn. This is overwhelming, I would say, for Lamby.
It's
It's gonna be
massive.
very overwhelming.
I mean, he doesn't really have good options in his hand, does he? Either like he's got the little one, the 2/1 convergent. He's going to use this, of course, to kill that. But then the memento can be transferred. The memento of the fallen. He needs to, of course, play the Miasmancer to try and block the Ingrid. So that's just delay tactics, isn't it? Until you can kind of try and get a better hand going.
Yeah.
But the problem is that he's only got so many Miasmancers, right? So eventually you're going to run out of blocking. And then Ingrid's going to be played, but you're not necessarily going to have a board that can contend. That's
the issue.
It's
a main
weird,
issue,
isn't it? Because this is not the situation that you would have wanted for Naeus, right? You wanted Naeus to be flooding in
That's the main
to be
issue.
overwhelming. I
Scout.
think it was difficult
Yeah.
because he was, yeah,
No, it's the fact that like if it were the other way around, where Lamby has a board and plays these Maya Mancers, you know, it's good for him. But at this point, playing the Maya Mancers is just delaying the inevitable. So we
Yeah.
see here that Shogo in turn has those drone printers ready to kill with the Poisoner, has both of the main strategies of this Unishop
Oh,
in play,
and the
gets
token.
that attack Juggernaut.
Wow.
And
Oh,
Lamby is
rough.
just in a
Lamby's on the verge.
dire,
He's on the
dire
verge. Yeah.
situation.
He's on
He
the verge
knows,
of
he
going
knows
out of this
there's nothing
tournament
he
here.
could do.
Yeah.
Nothing he can do.
You can see
against
in
this
his
board.
face as well. Yeah. You can see, like, even if he starts playing stuff here,
Yeah,
you know,
if
like
he blocks the
board is big.
Ingrid, he's
Yeah.
gonna get a big board. If he doesn't block the Ingrid, he's just gonna get cooked. So this is why Unishop keeps on. To me, definitely, you could say that Kathy can high roll insanely, but Unishop keeps being such a versatile deck that it's really tough. It's really tough to come back from. Like,
Yeah.
look at this. Look at this. It's just like, even if that Ruined Tinker, for example, can't activate its muster, it's just gonna create another drone at the end of the turn. He still has a drone printer, so it doesn't matter. These Maya Monsters
No.
blocking his Ingrid. He doesn't even need
No.
these cards right now. He's just gonna flood the board here and completely overwhelm Lamby. Lamby knows he is probably
Oh,
cooked.
look at this with the Ruined Tinker as well, just to seal the deal, most likely. Ruined Tinkerer, which is going to create even more drones. This is perfectly set up for his Memento now, isn't it?
No, yeah,
Perfectly set
and the
up for
Memento
it.
in play with this board is the dream, the absolute
Yeah.
dream, having a Memento
But
there.
he has lethal, no? He has lethal, surely, with this. Because if he slams the... He could... Well, he can technically... no. Yeah, because he's got the Memento on the Mia Smansa, which is nicely... He doesn't have it yet. Like, he's just going to play it right, take his time. He doesn't need to slam the 6-3 and sacrifice it. Just wait. You've got board control.
He just
You've
has
got
to
these
clear
little
the
drones.
board, and that's it.
Yeah,
Like, he can
just
play it
use the
so
drones.
slowly and easily here.
Yeah.
No more Maya Mancer, the Ingrid next turn. It's that stage of the game where Shogo knows he won already.
Lamby doesn't have a clear here. That's the problem with the Naeus deck, is that they have
Yeah.
no end game clear, do they? They don't
No
have
way
any
of dealing
clear,
with it.
really.
Yeah. And now he's just gonna face an Ingrid, which is just absolutely crushing to Lamby.
Honestly, how cool and calm as Shogo looked throughout the
Yeah.
whole of this talk. Look, this is the
I think this is the first
we're seeing,
time
like,
he
a smile.
smiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said it at the same time. Yeah, the first
is
time he
it.
smiles, he's like, I mean, so nervous he should be at this point. Like, well, we see here a plethora of slingers that might be able to deal with this board, but I mean,
Yeah.
like, even like clearing
It's just
these drones is just a
they're
waste.
gonna come back the next
They're
turn.
gonna come
Yeah,
back.
exactly.
They're gonna come back. Yeah.
And
I mean,
he's
Shogo's
not-
hand right now is Ingrid, Edian Hammer, and another Maya Mancer. It's probably the strongest hand he could get, aside from having Freddy's also there.
Yeah. He's got the hammer as well, which means that, you know, he's got the finishing blow, hasn't he, in here right now too.
Yeah.
I mean, Ingrid
Yeah,
can
yeah.
control it. The drones can help control it. It just whittles him down. And then if he needs a finishing blow, he's got the hammer to do it. I mean, fair play to Lamb. He's not giving up, but yeah, I mean, that's the problem, as you say, Quinto. He clears some of these drones. They're going to come back the very next turn. The good thing is he got rid of the Ruined Tinkerer, which, you know, automatically after each player's turn will generate a drone.
Ooh, another scanner broke.
Decent.
But that will have to go to the bank, though.
Yeah.
Definitely, Lamby doesn't want another scanner
This was
probe
good, though,
against
from
him.
Lamby. This was
Yeah,
kind of good
this
for
is
Lamby. You know, like,
This is a good board.
he was, yeah, this was really good from him. Got to say, this was pretty big, because now it's at least saying, look, you know, I'm going to make this really tricky for you. Like, you're not going to have a clear path to beat me here. Like,
I
you might
mean,
have to start thinking about some trades.
Ingrid pretty much clears anything, any sort of confusion in your own head.
Any sort of doubt.
Ingrid clears it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I let Lamby
Concede.
conceding. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good one, Lamby. Nice
That's
run.
huge.
Shout out.
Huge from Shogo.
Shogo.
He's got a
Taking
scout.
there a deep inhale. He's
There you go.
moving
Smile
around,
for the camera as well.
smiling.
Love it.
like I beat
He
Lamby in
loves
the
it.
top 8.
Wow.
Very good. Very good.
Guys, what have we just seen there? We saw again, Ali, amazing games, ups and downs, back and forth, comebacks. This tournament's had it all so far.
Yeah, chat, are you stressed? Because that stressed me out. Like, it's truly the most stressful series of the whole tournament so far. Like, I'm obviously super happy for Shogo, but there's just something so heartbreaking about seeing Lamby.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
I'm just, he's such a crowd favorite. So, but a massive congrats to Shogo. I mean,
Yeah.
those
Yeah.
were some sweaty games. That
Yeah.
Naeus New Dawn match was wild.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
oh gosh, that was just
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really impressed by how Shogo played, I have to say, because initially he was under a bit of pressure there, right? He lost the first game, and it's always difficult when you go kind of 1-0 down against somebody that you know is widely considered in the community to be a really strong player. So he kept his head, he didn't panic,
Yeah.
he believed in himself, which I think was really key. I was watching him throughout, and he just looks super cool. He looks as cool as a cucumber, right? And
Yeah.
you saw every now and then Lamby was kind of getting frustrated with some of the turns, but you never saw like a difference in emotion with like he's like super cool character, Shogo. So I think he'd done so well. And I think Lamby played great too. You know, just amazing games that we're seeing. And I think one other thing, I love that the New Dawn is representing at this tournament, right? And it's doing good. I think it's showing people that there's a position for New Dawn. Don't just write it off, because you can still compete, right? You put a good deck together and it's still going to do good. So, yeah.
Yeah.
One
I've
thing. Oh, go ahead, Quinto.
I've casted so many tournaments, and usually I get a bit annoyed when there are long matches, and we saw long matches, but these were high quality gaming. Like, these were represented in the best way possible, the best place possible. These two dudes took it to the next level in terms of gaming. I was really excited, really enjoying casting these matches because the turnouts were really impressive. So shout out to Shogo, shout out to Lamby for giving us this insane performance. And yeah, really excited for the next ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, why don't we take a look at the bracket and just see where we are so far in the tournament and what's up next. So
Take a
there you have
breather.
it. Yeah, take a breather. There you have it. Shogo taking Lamby down 3-2, and then we have our final match with PURP versus HyllusDiardi up next. So, like I said, that was
Absolutely
a sweaty
massive.
one. Definitely
Yeah.
had me stressed. But we're gonna swap you guys off and then bring Muka and Desi back. So we'll catch you later. Actually, we'll probably see you guys maybe tomorrow, because I think we might not be coming back after this one. So
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting banished.
So see you guys tomorrow.
See you guys.
Vanished into the singularity. Bye.
Vanished.
See ya. Thanks,
Yeah.
Ali. Good luck with
See
the
ya.
rest.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Well, and why we swapped them over, I'll take the opportunity to shout out one of our sponsors, Community Gaming. So Community Gaming is the most advanced competitive gaming platform, powering over 300 tournaments per month for the top Web 2 and Web 3 games. So Community Gaming has facilitated over 50 parallel tournaments. That's quite a lot, and is committed to support the growth of the parallel esports scene. So big shout out to Community Gaming. They do a lot for the Web3 space. So if you want to know more about them, go to communitygaming.io and check out their free to enter tournaments. And obviously a big thank you for sponsoring the tournament this weekend. Muka, Desi, you're back. We're back.
Banished casters. Yeah, we're back. We have Scanner Probed, Kinto, and Free Tip Scout for Muka and Desi here.
I mean, hopefully we'll steal a good card and get a long set because they got two good. They got two really
Yeah,
long ones up to game 5. We got one with
I know.
one very well known player with PURP, right? The guy who comes up with something that no one else is
The
playing
weirdest
and
decks.
makes it look amazing. So he's going up against Hyllus, and yeah, that one will be an interesting one to see.
Yeah, I'm really excited to check out their deck lists as well to see what sort of weirdness they bring for our final quarterfinals of today, especially Perp.
All right, you guys probably won't
Yeah.
see me until after the deck list, so enjoy.
All right, Allie. All right, let's go ahead and jump into Perp's list here. His first one is going to be Aeneas. Let's see what
Your
he's got
favorite
here. It
type?
looks like one of my favorite decks. I saw it first from Perp. And it is going to be Uni-Naeus, which I think is super cool. I liked it a little bit before when people were all banning Uni-Shop, so you still had like a universal deck to play. But yeah, so it looks like if he's bringing Catherine, he might be able to play 2 universal decks. So let's see what he's got here. He's got 3 copies of Trusty Belt in his list. I really like that actually. Sometimes you just need like a little bit more I don't know, just stuff on board, getting more attacks in. It's pretty nice. 3 is a little bit excessive though, but yeah, that's a really cool inclusion. Also with 2 copies of 80 Hammers. So a really sort of I don't know, it's a pretty unique list here, Muka.
This guy's wild. This is a wild card. That's if someone showed me this, I'd be like, "You're crazy." But Perp
Yeah.
is known to push the boundaries and do whatever the hell he wants. So 3 trusty belts and 2 hammers it is. I guess he just wants to make sure he always draws these cards when they're needed, right? Just
Yeah.
hoping it's gonna come.
Yep, and so 2 things about this list is that it does run Target Painter. So Target Painter together with Trusty Belt is actually a pretty sweet combo. It allows your Target Painter to get buffs from Naeus, as well as 1 copy of Black Market Fixer. So maybe he's thinking about banning Unishop. But to be honest, Black Market Fixer, even against Unishop, like a lot of times you just don't have time to play it. So I do like the 1 copy of that.
What do you think about no knife? Yeah, no knife.
I am actually not a believer of knife in uni decks.
My lord.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I
there's no
actually don't
drone-
like
Wait,
it.
there's drone hunter. Wait. Why?
Yeah, so the reason
hot
I
take.
don't yeah, so the reason I don't like it is I feel like it's kind of redundant with like Master Poisoner stuff. Like it all relies on you having a wide board anyways, and usually when I have a wide board, I feel like I don't need a knife, if that makes sense. So like I don't mind it in Marco, but yeah, a lot of times I just feel like I don't know if I want to call it win more. It's just like an effect that is redundant, but not necessarily in a good way.
I don't agree with you, but that's fine. That's a hot take. It deserves
Yeah,
to be a
I
hot
mean,
take. That's what you
yeah.
need. It needs someone saying you're crazy. But
I mean,
yeah, Perp's done
yeah,
this
yeah.
before, so we'll see.
I mean, if you think about it, like the Idiot Hammers also kind of take the role of that as well. And a lot of times as Naeus, one of the ways that you're losing is just like because you don't have a board. So like
Yeah.
I kind of don't like double dipping on the sort of
Ah,
like the weakness of your deck already, if that makes sense.
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. All right. Perp has brought a new dawn to the tournament here. Let's see if there's anything special going on here with this list. 2 copies of Triumph of the Lost, the full 3 of Demolecular Eyes, and oh my gosh, Perp loves this card, Paradox, a 1-mana relic. Can you walk us through what Paradox does, Muka?
I'm surprised he still brought this. He played a similar list during Swiss last week, and essentially it's there to just supercharge the steward and also boost your singularity a bit. Anytime an enemy's card would go to waste, you can pay 1 life and send it to your singularity instead. It's any unit, I'm sorry, not any card. So this like gets you, if you have a steward on board and you're getting some trades in, you can get proc the banishes a bit better. It helps out a lot, and it makes that steward like a huge threat. It can pump it up really, really big, and at the same time it gives you more stuff for your Newton to pick through. I'm very interested to see how this works with the change to steward, like not buffing on your opponent's turn. So it used to be better because they could trade into you but they risk like still buffing your steward with Paradox, but now that's not an issue. So I'm surprised he still brought it, but he let's see. He's probably still happy with it.
Yeah, I believe that he brought 3 copies last time, if I'm not mistaken. And when I played against him, he banished all of my logistic support cruisers, and I didn't get cards. It was quite dirty, man.
Yeah.
All right, so Marcolian Cathy, he is actually running Memento of the Fallen in this deck. So a little bit more of a traditional list, it looks like. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. I see 2 copies of Miasmancer. Maybe once again a nod towards banning Unishop, which I don't think would be crazy because Unishop has been still performing as well as it ever is in this tournament. So if that is his plan, I do like it. Yeah.
There are 2 manipulation rays, so there's that glaive counter that we talked about a bit.
yes.
So he is prepared for the mirror match. He's not playing that crazy combo that we saw last weekend with the Shady Merchant and the Ammo Hauler, where it would like destroy your opponent's bank. I believe there were some interactions with that was like deemed like a bit buggy, so he probably just wanted to avoid that altogether and not to go for this unit Cathy build. But he's got the Tecton manipulations right. So you might be right, Etsy. You might see a uni ban.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cool things as well, because if you ban uni, then you don't have to like, you know, play Miasmancers in every list. I think that it's already good in Cathy because of Kaplan's rallying cry, but yeah, we'll see what he does. All right,
Oh boy.
and Perp's last deck here. Oh my gosh. Who in the world brings a Uni Neus and then doesn't bring Uni Shop? That is hilarious. All right.
He doesn't listen
He
to
has-
anybody.
Yeah, he doesn't listen to anyone. No rules, this guy. He has brought the... What do we even call this? Like, combo Ogden?
Some people say high roll Ogden or like control Ogden.
Alright, yeah, okay, anyways, this list is, like, even different than the normal lists I've seen, to be honest. We have 3 copies of the 5-drop MTAV, which is actually very good against Shroud. We also have, let's see, we have a Kill Switch, which is actually not a card that we have seen in a very, very long time. Oh my goodness. And
Yeah.
a copy of Saboteur, actually. That's quite random.
The Saboteur and the Kill Switch are a bit random. I know like most people are used to seeing like the portable energy bays and stuff, but a lot of Ogden guys are opting to take those out because of Miasmancer shutting down that upgrade. So rather than like having the awkward interactions, they chose like some of these like more I don't know if you want to call them control units or tempo units, like the MTAVs and the, you know, the mechanic. Obviously Saboteur and Kill Switch sound like a perp special. But the main thing is like, you know, upcycled with the anti-organic pulse or the Sestamir are really, really strong. Even into Uni, I mean, getting a Tetsu out early is really good because like Ingrid can't steal it. So overall, the build, it does well. And I thought we would see more of this actually, but Perp opted to be the only guy doing this. I mean, it also has point defense turrets. It has Alvaros, so it covers a lot of bases.
Is this a normal list here, Muka? So, okay, so looking over the list once again, I see that there are no salvagers, the 3-mana 2/3.
Yep.
And also, he does not run the portable energy bay.
Yep.
Sorry, is it portable energy bay? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, a lot of those aftermath cards just aren't seeing it anymore as far as like what a lot of players are testing right now, just because of how strong and prevalent Miasmancer is. It shuts off that aftermath ability, and it makes it really awkward to get a good play off of it. And even if you get like Miasmancer locked, then you can't drop your TVA star, which is the Ogden Core ship. So all that stuff together, these guys, a lot of people have just opted to play more of this kind of like tempo control build, and like really the main card is like the upcycle, like getting a good upcycle.
It's crazy. Honestly, the last thing I want to mention about this deck, 3 hard-linked pilots together with 2 reclamators, which cheat out mana for upgrades.
Yep.
And then the upgrades you're running are 3 ocular implants, a kill switch, and 2 upstyle technology. Like, isn't this list kind of wild? It's kind of crazy.
It is. I'm very interested to see what this does. And I mean, it might be like a ban thing out of unfamiliarity, right? We've seen that in tournaments before where like people are just not used to the matchup and they don't know what to do. So we'll have to see how like Hyllus built his decks. Maybe we can get an idea. But like, it does look like he's leaning towards banning Universal because I feel like a normal Ogden is still weak to Universal. So maybe this
Yeah.
all kind of lines up.
Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, you can walk us through Hylus's decks here.
I love the mask. I think that's so good.
That's
So
awesome.
Hyllus, what do we got here? We got the Burn Catherine. We saw something similar from Sattena, right? It's got the fire everything, fleet support, spotters, improvised tactics, a lot of churn. Not something you want to be locked into the Ogden core, right? That Ogden core we just saw with the Alvaros and stuff. So that's gonna be tough. I mean, I'm almost gonna guess it forces like that kind of reaction ban, but we'll see. But like, yeah, this burn is still kind of prevalent on the ladder, not nearly as much as unit, but we all know how explosive it can be. So that's what he opted to bring.
Yeah, a few interesting inclusions here. We have the 1 copy of Scanner Probe, as well as 3 copies of Determined Assault, where we've seen other players offer either 2 or sometimes even no copies of Determined Assault these days.
Yeah.
And basically no tech cards here.
Machinists too.
Yeah, so the 2 Machinists, I kind of like, I'm a little bit torn on it because I actually like it, and then Feno and Tyler were calling me crazy. But like sometimes I just don't want to pull the support cruiser. I kind of want to get it off of Rallying Cry.
Rally? That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, if I ever cut a 1-drop, I'll be honest, it's usually Trooper. So I'm interested that it's a Machinist.
Exactly.
All right, we got the Uni Shop. Tried and true. We saw it do a ton of action this whole weekend already. And yeah, I'm looking at here. What do we have? Anything crazy? There's that Memento. There's the 1 collateral, 1 annihilate kind of spread. Everything else looking pretty good. And looks pretty solid. Anything you want to note on this, Deathsy?
Yeah, so we're running 2 copies of Ruin Tinker. I think traditionally we're running 3, and only 2 copies of Master Poisoner as well, which is interesting. But I guess you need to make space for the tech cards. I almost wonder if I would opt to cut maybe like Alvaros or something, or maybe you just need a 2-drop. But yeah, I feel like I'm always banking Alvaros and I'm never keeping it, so I don't know.
It can come in handy. Like if you get multiple Alvaros like in a Shroud matchup, it definitely feels good. But I get what you're saying. It's a decent 2-body. I think you need some of those 2 bodies, especially in Tenaeus. Like if you don't draw the PS8s and Slingers, at least you have a body that can like start swinging in.
Yeah, actually, it's pretty funny. Like back in the day, back when Unishop was a meme deck, people were running Hired Gun, so kind of
it's much better
than that.
There's a little bit of a better Hired Gun, which is nice.
Yeah, the art on Hired Gun is sick though.
That is sick, and that 1 animation with it in the elevator, crazy. We got the Neve, one of my favorites. Let's look at the build. We got 3 Triumph of the Lost, 1 Stolen Power in this, 1 Collateral Damage. There's that 2 Dominion and 2 Engine Whisper that we noted before, similar to Sattena, and the 2 Spectre Attack Craft. So overall, a more unit-centric kind of mid-rangey, Shroud, with the Neve backing. It's still got the Triumphs in there for the mirror match. So we'll see how this one does, especially into Perp's lineup.
Yeah, a lot of things I really love about this list. You just don't need the 3rd Engine Whisperer, in my opinion. Also, Spectre Attack Crafts, just one of the best Shroud cards, in my opinion. It just does so much for you versus every single matchup that I'm always wanting to play like at least a few copies of that. And yeah, definitely the full playset of Void Trapper. I think that's fantastic. Once again, I think it's good in every single matchup.
100%. I believe that was the last deck, right? No, we got the Naeus. The Naeus, so it, this is the same kind of similar atypical or not normally seen Naeus build. It looks like there is the Indictus, the Indictus here. There's 1 Ruin Tinkerer, no Tabula Rasas, no Hammer, 1 Synchronicity. So we'll have to see how this one does. It didn't do too well into Feno, right? Feno was able to handle it, but maybe this time around it can work.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that I really like about still banning Unishop is that you don't have to play like Miasmancers in your deck. I think like it's fine in Catherine, but in Naeus it does get awkward just because you want to be, I don't know, like you just want to be playing better cards in general. Like Miasmancer's pretty good once you're ahead, but a lot of times it's kind of hard to get ahead, as awkward as that is.
Yeah, I agree. We'll have to just see how Hyllus pilots this. Maybe there's something a little different, a little more sauce that we're not used to. But I mean,
Yeah.
Naeus does what Naeus does, right? We all know. We'll just have to see
Yeah.
if the few card changes make a big difference. All right. So Deathsy, we're here now.
Yeah.
What do you guys? What do
Ooh.
you think these guys lock in first? We see the
Yeah.
bans. They both banned each other's Ogden core. One being universal, one being the normal Ogden core. So Catherine is in for the first set.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we were kind of hinting at that, right? Like looking at the lists, it looks like he really was going to be banning Unishop the way that his decks were being built. And
Yeah.
Hyllus, a little bit more awkward, I think, because he's banning. I mean, I guess Perp's Juggernaut Workshop deck is not even a
Yep.
Unishop deck, so no need to keep it around to try to queue like your Miasmancer deck cards into it. So.
Well, oh, we're just going straight into it. All right.
All right.
All
Bye, guys.
right. Bye, Allie.
Catch you
Thank you
soon,
for
Allie.
stalling with
Bye.
us. But we get rewarded for this patience. We get our first Kathy mirror in the last one, in the last match of the day, right? So this
Yeah.
one's gonna be crazy. Burn versus Unit. There's a lot on the line here, a lot of rep on the line. Which Marco is the better deck in this mirror?
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I will have to say that from my experience, since I like playing the burn version on ladder, I believe that it's a really hard matchup for the burn version. I don't know if you have a different opinion there, Muka.
My opinion is whoever goes first has a better chance of winning.
Okay,
It does.
I
This
see.
match really feels like that because like they both kind of play the early game the same. Oh Jesus, Perp, that is an atrocious hand. But if you look at Hylus's hand, and he's just gonna do the same thing Unit does: one drop into two more one drops into 3+1 drop. There's no difference in the early game. You know what I mean? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just I feel like Burn also has its edge is that it has like a spiky way of finishing where the unit just kind of overwhelms you over time because they just keep getting more and more.
Yeah, I
But
mean, even like a fire support base is just so obnoxious
yeah,
against a deck that like does not want to orbital strike it. Like I don't think that you can win by orbital striking a fire support base. So
yeah,
and also one thing I will also mention as well, Morel, like this card is insanely degenerate.
yeah. It's so good.
It's
That's
it's
that's a
actually
perfect way of
absurd.
describing it. That's the perfect way of describing it. Degenerate.
Yeah, I think Morel got nerfed before as well, so she used to be even better.
She used to be able to target herself.
Yep.
So that was a whole thing.
That was a no-go.
Yeah. Can
Yeah.
we talk about these guys' setups? Like, Perp looks like he's on like a standing desk or something, or is he
Yeah.
sitting down? I don't know, but he looks like he's vibing. And then we got the cat ears on Hyllus.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Perp is exactly what I would expect like a uni Naeus lover to look like. I don't know what that means, but he definitely looks like the mastermind behind a guy who would even consider such a wild idea.
He looks like the guy at locals. He's like, listen, I'm telling you, Naeus, I'm telling you. And you're like, come on, guy, let's just play Unit Catherine Mirrors. And he's like, no,
Yeah.
you don't know.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
He's in the corner of the
Alright.
card shop, and he's got he doesn't have a binder. He has a bunch of tins.
Oh, I love it.
That's Perp is the edgy guy, but his hand is starting to come together.
Yep.
At first, it looked really ugly, but now it's coming together, which is really nice. He has the glaive, right? He has the LSC. So some of these cards will be crazy strong. Like Hyllus drew like the perfect kind of like ramp start,
Yeah.
but if he doesn't start to transition into like the burn or something, it's gonna get awkward while Perp keeps building up his board.
Yeah, I think the ramp start's gonna be nice if he can pick up a Triumph of Mars, but there is a chance that he just has a bunch of mana and not much to do with it. But yeah, the Assel's Glaive is gonna be an absolute killer in this matchup. Though Perp is going second, so that might be a little bit less of a concern. But in general, I mean, outside of Shroud, maybe there just aren't really clean ways to deal with Glaive for most
Mhm.
decks.
No, without a doubt. I wonder like how Hylas, like I'm worried about Perp's Miri in his hand because I'm like
Yeah.
theoretically if a one drop sticks you can get a Harf,
Yep.
and then it's like that's when it kind of gets rough if you're burned, right? And you can't answer the Harf. So he's gonna, while his board is good, and I think he's trying to decide, does he ramp or is he gonna like burn with the two Bannermans? What do you think, Detsy? Do you think he just continues the ramp or he plays Bannerman and it looks like he's Bannerman and burning? What do you
Yeah.
think? Killing
So I
the other
like
Banner.
this. I think it's interesting to bank the other ramp, but it does make sense since next turn after the logistics support cruiser, you will have access to 5 mana.
Yeah.
So sorry, a leftover 2 mana, so 5 mana altogether. So I think that does make sense. Just have a plan for next turn.
Yeah. The good thing about burn is that like if it has Bannermans on board, it's better than unit at like pushing the Bannermans forward,
True,
right?
true,
Like
true.
you have more
Yes.
cards that like will keep making them bigger and bigger. So if you see two Bannermans on, on board and you know you're stuck with the 1/2, yes, you have good cards, but it can get kind of scary if they're not answered.
Yeah, and I really like Hylus's positioning as well. One of the awkward things about playing against Assel's Glaive is that your positioning is going to be different depending on if you're attacking into Assel's Glaive or if you're getting attacked into. So
Yes.
if you are getting attacked into, you want your big units in the middle. But here, he's expecting to retain the board, and Assel's Glaive is still a whole turn away. So I like how he put the big units on the side.
Yeah, it's also kind of awkward too because manipulation rays in this deck, right? So you have to
Ah,
like
yes.
you gotta pick your poison. Like which one are we
Yep.
positioning for? So I mean, I do agree. I do like this positioning, but I think that's a lot of the reason why he's just trying to make sure he doesn't fall into any traps.
Yeah, Manipulation Ray would still be pretty good. I mean, if you have two big Bannermans on board and you manage to clear out the middle unit, then
For
yeah,
sure,
yeah,
that can get
you
really
get him with
scary really fast.
that. I love cards that where the positioning matters. Oh, and there we
There it
have it,
is.
Manipulation Ray.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a while until he'll be able to play that mana efficiently, though.
I mean, do you like just clear the board in the way you want and then just do it? Or if you're Hylas and you're playing like this, you can't just like hit face, right? Even though it's burn you want to. You
Uh
almost
huh.
have to clear the opponent's board so that he can't just like manipulation, right? Because if he hits face, right, then
That's
the
true.
LSC and the machinist could just kill the middle units and then boom, manipulation, right? Even if it's not mana
Yeah.
efficient, it
Uh huh.
heck out of these bannermen, so it could be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, even if Perp draws something like another logistic support cruiser, or I don't know, just anything to play along manipulation ray, that'll probably be good enough if that's a possibility. Yeah, Hylas does have a really hard decision here to make because there is an opportunity cost in, um, just clearing things on board like that. I mean, I
Hmm.
guess you do want to anyways, but man, it's awkward for
You
sure.
can
Like
see
you
he's
can't.
he's
Yeah.
thinking about it. He's got 10 seconds to figure this out. This is a lot of APM to do.
Yeah.
Does he get everything out? Let's see.
All right.
Oh my god. Okay,
Okay.
you don't have that much time, my friend. You don't got that much time. Are we hitting
Okay,
face?
5
What are we doing?
seconds.
Let's see.
Crack
Clear board.
shots
Clear board? I think you have to
here.
clear board. Oh
All
my god.
right.
Okay, he's semi clearing and
Okay.
I guess there's 3 units, right? So I guess this solves the problem a bit.
Yeah, I
But you can
mean, you
manipulation ray the
can.
left.
Yep.
I, I think he should have cleared. I get it, but I think he should have cleared.
Yeah,
But like I
really,
mean
really hard to say.
yeah, but I mean, let's look at the pros from Hyla's side, I guess, right?
Hmm.
Even if he's like trading to clear, then you have a kind of like free point to Kathy. And normally in Unit Kathy, you don't want to drop Kathy, but in Burn Kathy, it's kind of okay to drop the Kathy and have
Oh
it hit
yeah.
face because that's
Yeah.
just
If you're
getting you
getting five
closer to your
damage.
goal.
Uh-huh. Like as long as Kathy deals 5 damage to your opponent's face most games while you're ahead, it should be over, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean, look at the hand difference though between these guys. It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Uh, Hylas looks like he just went through a full battle, like no cards in hand. He does have board, but we see all these power cards in Perp's hand. Perp has one, two, three, four legendaries in his hand. And like it just look daunting to stare at it. But he's gonna go for the glaive.
Yeah, he's like a sultan, just like rich.
Yeah.
Interesting decision here. So I feel like he's okay. He's gonna take a value trade here. I was expecting him to clear into the Bannerman.
Yo, if
In
there's a
which case he should have done that
triumph
first.
here, that's gonna be a regretful turn. Okay, there's a spotter. I mean, he could still. Oh, he can't suicide his LSC. That's very true.
Yeah, that's interesting because I kind of liked just clearing off this 3/2 Bannerman because, well,
Yeah.
first of all, you have a chance of drawing a 1-drop, which will allow you to grow your Ass's Glaive, which I
Yeah.
think would be pretty good. But also, you don't leave a Bannerman on board. But it doesn't look like he is going to get punished here in the spot.
What do you do in this? Because there's a chance that you can bank the spotter and go like 1+ Kathy,
Uh huh.
and then oh, I guess you can 2+ Kathy also. He has enough energy for that. He's at 6. And I mean
Yeah.
his spotter is like kind of whatever, but I mean it's better than playing a trigger happy at this point. I think that's what you
Yeah, I
do,
think
right?
so.
And then I mean unfortunately it can't kill a glaive, but there's 3 other targets. Do you just swing everything into face? Maybe LSC kills a machinist and all the others hit face. Like if you've chosen this route, I feel like you have to go
Uh,
down. You have to like hard commit, right?
yep, I think so. I think you at least clear off the machinist. But I do like your route more now. Positioning is kind of a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, he's
I
gonna
like,
kind of partial clear. He's gonna take the 50-50, I guess.
yeah, because the thing is that you can put your spotter in between Kathy. So if Kathy hits something, then hits the cleave, then it hits the spotter.
Oh
Right,
my
it goes
face.
face. All right, that
Oh
was a big
my.
hit.
Okay. Dude, 7L. Look at you see Perp, he's like
Yep.
chuckling a little bit. I was like, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, he can clear a lot of this board between manipulation rays and the glaive. There's a lot of some mental work to do there, and he could even rallying cry after. But Perp just needs to draw an orbital. I mean, sorry, Hyllus needs to draw an orbital, and
Yeah.
he can close it out.
All right. Is there any sort of clean clear here? He can cleave the middle, and then manipulation ray is still a little bit awkward since Bannerman and Kathy don't trade with one another. Is there another way that he can do it here?
Okay, so it looks like he's dropped his glaive. Okay, there's a volley.
All right.
Kind
So
of
this
okay.
this is able to clear both Bannermans if he so chooses.
Yeah, I think that's what he's gonna do. I would assume.
I wonder if there's
Just leaves
another
the
way to do
Kathy
it.
up. Man, you volley this Kathy. That's gonna be really good though, right?
Yeah. Honestly, purpose is so low that it just feels like he almost has no time.
Like nothing feels really, really good. But
Yeah.
he's got to start building presence. I don't think we see like a Miri. Nah, he's manipulation, right? Yeah, you gotta kill
Okay.
these Bannermen.
All right.
Yep. Oh man,
Yeah.
but this this
Yeah.
Kathy will be able to clear the board. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Keeps your
Really,
spotter up for a turn.
hmm That's true. And it gets your opponent down to 5, which is
Yep.
exactly where you want them to be, as well.
Boy, that's a good one.
That could be lethal.
I think you just 3+3 and then
Honestly,
figure out what you do after. Maybe
I
that's
mean,
crazy.
you could also go fleet support as
In
well as bank.
rally.
Yeah, and rally, and if you hit a single gunslinger, you have lethal.
Yeah.
Sorry, is it lethal?
No,
No, it's
another
not, right?
spotter. Another spotter. No,
Yeah.
oh, he's just doing it or whatever. We'll figure it out. We don't need to do the math. We don't get paid to do the math. We get paid to talk about the cards.
True. Honestly, I kind of like. Okay, so he's just going for the kill here. I feel like it's
This
a
is
little bit more
balls to the
dangerous
wall.
because I feel like he could have just played
Okay.
both cards. He
Yeah.
could have played both cards and just held on to the fleet support.
Well,
Sorry,
he's
the fleet support.
1 damage from lethal now, right?
Yes, I believe so.
There we
Purpose gonna be
go.
jumping down at 3.
He's
Scanner Probe is
looking.
gonna bring the
Oh,
1,
there's a
and there he
spotter.
is.
There we go. The burn spike. You gotta respect it. Perp nodding this one off. You know,
Yeah.
this burn just does it sometimes. That's what it does. That scanner probe that that you talked about was interesting. That
Yep.
sealed the deal.
Yeah, hard one for sure. Honestly, like Perp's hand was just so clunky. He was
Yeah.
also on the draw, so not really able to amass that early board to stave off.
That Catherine hitting face was big.
Yep, because if
Catherine
it hits
hitting face was
into the cleave, it takes down the Bannerman, and then it sets up for a really, really clean manipulation ray, actually.
Yeah. 50 gamble worked out. The burn is just like it's like a theater. Like you don't know what to expect. Like just the show. You just get cliffhangers like every turn.
I mean, even as the player who's playing it, oftentimes you don't even know what's gonna happen.
you don't know either. It's just blind faith. It's just like take the wheel, please. Just figure it out.
Man.
Kathy, take
There
the
have
wheel.
been yeah, Kathy take the wheel for sure. Kathy take the helm. There have been so many burn Catherine games where I was like, all right, I'm pretty sure I'm dead. My opponent has like three point defense turrets out. They're on 28 HP, and I'm drawing one card for the turn, and then somehow they're dead. Okay.
Yeah, it can just do that sometimes. It's absolutely wild. All right, so Hyllus has cleared his Kathy.
Yep.
Perp, do you think Perp just relocks?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So let's see. So Naeus left, as well as this is New Dawn. Is this a New
Neve.
Dawn or
Neve.
Neve? Okay, it's Neve. All right. I feel
Neve
like
without
he.
PS8s and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that it's gonna be it's gonna be really hard to get his Eunaeus in. I think like that Eunaeus deck is gonna have a much better matchup against Neve than it is gonna have against the Unit Catherine. Not sure how he goes about that. But yeah, probably just re-queue the Marco again, to be honest, if I'm perp.
If you're Hyllus, maybe just lock in the Neve here. Figure out the Naeus later.
Uh-huh.
I think everyone's just trying to figure out the Naeus at some point. They're just like, I don't know.
Yeah,
just
that's true.
Naeus, just do something, please.
Yeah. It's like, well, you know, we brought Naeus because we didn't so that we didn't have to bring Earth in. Right? It's not because I wanted to.
Yeah, the fourth decks, man, feel pretty weak right now. It is tough. And I think it's kind of a slap in the face because like that's not even including that Augencore is mostly not played for itself either. It's just like you fit into Universal. And even Perp, like he's just like, nah, you're also Universal. So
yes, you're Universal.
Or Parallels just trying to find their way through. I'm sure in Aftermath we'll get some crazy nonsense that will make all these, you know, what was it? Gon did an interview before, and he's like, "Oh, it'd be crazy if Earthen was #1," and it's like we'll see in Aftermath. So let's see. We may have to eat our jokes at some point, and you know, suck it up and worship our Earthen overlords. But that day is not today.
Yeah, shout out to the homeboy Sneaky on Twitter. He was like, yeah, basically Koji is like the Avatar. He has to balance all 5 parallels, you know. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. No, just kidding.
Oh man, yeah, I think we do joke a lot, but I do think we get some crazy shakeups later, you know, every so often. Right now we're in the middle of one that's, you know, a little wild. It's going on a little bit more than we expected, but you know, that's what card games are. You get shaken up a little bit. What was hot 1 second is absolute garbage, and then we just love that pain.
I like it. Honestly, once again, this is another hot take, Muka. Which, I mean, you think they're the hot takes. I don't even think that they're that hot. I think they're kind of lukewarm. But I kind of like, instead of nerfing cards, just like buffing other cards. So like,
that's not a hot take. I like that too.
Okay.
I think that's good. That's a good take.
I like everything kind of being OP. Yeah. You know, I don't
Just
like to
don't
see
do
my
it-
cards go up in mana value. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I like buffing. Just don't end the game in 2 turns. But like aside from that, like we're straight. Like buffing is good. I like buffing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, who knows? I mean, there are a lot of cards in the card selection that I would love to play with, but they're just kind of like too expensive for what they do, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I would love to see like some of these cards be changed around more, but
Yeah.
you know.
I have a
Not-
question.
not
Is there
easy.
a certain card or type of card that doesn't see much play that you wish got more play or got buffed?
Card type. A card type. So what are card type. Okay, so I will think on that, and I'll give you an
Okay,
answer after the
let's
match.
do
Yeah.
it. So
All
Perp
right.
relocked in his unit Kathy into Hylus's Neve. So we'll have to see how this goes. I mean, normally it's favored for the Catherine to win, right? But we have seen
Hmm.
some shakeups, like on ladders. Sometimes people do say that Shroud can run away with it. So we'll have to see if Hylas can, do his own Mission Impossible and take out Kathy.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about this matchup as well is that I do think Neve is a pretty cool choice to bring, especially if you're expecting and possibly even leaving up unit Catherines. Is that the Neve's Dominion is actually way better against this deck than it is against like the burn version, for example, because your life total doesn't matter as much off the board.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that for sure. I'm trying to look at his mulligan. Perp ended up keeping a Harf, which is really good, especially with
Yeah.
he's got the PS8 in. So overall, that's a really good curve from Perp. Not gonna lie, Hylus's has there's that Dominion you were talking about. He's got
Yeah.
Life Siphon with the Steward. So both these guys look like they have pretty good, early centric games. I wonder, does Hylas play his Steward on turn one, or does he hold it? You get what I'm saying? So that it doesn't like
Yeah,
die
for
to some
sure.
shenanigans.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's one of the interesting things. Traditionally, the way that I've liked to play Catherine versus Shroud is I actually like to be the control player as the Catherine. Generally, like as long as you don't have stuff for them to buff up their stewards and stuff, it
Mhm.
makes it really hard for them. Though I think it is different if you're on the play. Like you do just have to play out your hand. Um,
Yeah, I've heard mixed opinions. I'm kind of the favor that you just play it.
no,
If
no,
it
yeah, for
makes
sure.
if it makes your opponent like play a little awkward to get rid of it, that's fine. Like it's not it can win games, but it's not like your main win condition, right? So to
Yep.
treat it like it is makes kind of things awkward. Obviously, we can see the hand, so we know if Perp played Harf there and he ended up keeping it, that would be really bad. So it's good that he ended up playing it.
Yeah, and also I think that without like since Perp already played a unit down, I think it's perfectly fine to play it out. I definitely would not hold the Steward here. I think that it's a consideration maybe if your opponent plays nothing on turn one, but yeah, I'm a
Mhm.
big proponent of just spending your mana
Yeah,
in
yo, I
those
can't get
cases.
over these cat ears, man. The way he like sits with his like camera too, he's like crouched
Uh-huh.
over, and so I'm like, this is like too anime esque. It's like what do they call them? The slice of life animes.
Uh-huh, yeah, slice of
I
life
feel like
animes.
I feel like that's what Hylas is like embodying right now.
Yeah, Hylas
Perp's
is
got more of like a
it's very
berserk
moe.
kind of feel going right now.
True,
Like,
true.
badass will end your existence.
It's a battle of main characters here for sure.
Yeah, there we go. It is definitely the battle of main characters. There's that red Harf.
Whoa,
Dude, that
what?
card looks
That is
so good, man.
cool. That is
Yeah, for
cool,
everybody that has
man.
one, just know that casters are crying. It just looks so beautiful. It just looks so beautiful.
Dude, that is cool, man. Oh my goodness. All right. So
Oh,
no
he
PSA
doesn't
coming
play
down
his
here.
save. That's so interesting.
Yeah, that is. I mean, how can Hylas actually clear Harf, right? I don't think there's a way to clear Harf on 2 mana.
Yeah, but like he can now oh, I get what you're saying, but like he will get a buff and hit out of it.
Okay, I see what you're saying as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if you
It'll
had
be
preemptively
4.
done it,
Yeah, you
uh-huh.
preemptively done it. It can't like no wait, am I talking out of my butt? Trying to
Yeah,
look.
it can still
No, I
bump
can
and
still do
survive.
everything. Yeah, I can still do
Uh-huh, I
everything.
think
Yeah.
so. But I like holding it since the Cathies is coming down next turn. I think just having a little bit more for potential bannerman would be nice.
Ah, yeah, that's very true.
Does take the
Yep.
bump though.
And we know this
Though,
will swing perfectly
mhm,
into Perp's next turn.
yep, for sure. Mercenary Gunslinger, I think one of the I don't know if it's like underappreciated, but definitely one of the cards that people don't like talk enough about, in my opinion. Just super clean card. It's been an all-star in so many different lists, especially this one. And top decking the second one here from Perp is going to give him a really clear clean on the Steward.
Yeah, this
Pretty
the
weird.
slinger here doesn't get the love, but it should. It's everywhere. You know the thing. You know
Yeah,
when
it's
you have
everywhere.
like when something is always there for you, you don't appreciate it.
Yeah, you
That
take it for
that's our
granted.
slingers. Y- You take
That's
it for
true.
granted. That's our slingers. Poor guys.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
slinger's gonna
Call
do
your
its job
mom.
here. Call your
Call your
friendly
mom and
slinger.
tell her. Yeah. Tell him you love her. Tell him you love him. Life's too short.
That's a beautiful message. Let's see. All right, what do we get? What do we get off this rally? See. Oh my lord. Okay.
Ooh.
Let's pack it up here. Let's go to game 3.
All
This
right.
one is gonna be rough. Oh my
Wow.
lord.
Rewarded as well for keeping that PS8 launcher.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
you
buy
were right.
another
That
turn from.
patience.
Yeah. It's gonna buy an extra turn from it potentially getting cleared by Neve's Dominion, but this harp
Yeah.
on the board
Bro, this game's
is
over
just
before
going
Neve's Dominion
immortal.
can kill these bannermen.
Yeah, I think so as well.
This is I mean on turn 3, what? We're maybe play Spectre and then you honored steward one of the guys. You gotta I mean, yes, it's
Mhm.
2 bannermen and it's really rough, but there's not much you can do. Man, if Miasmancer comes out next turn, you can't even honored steward.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Do we
that's
get
one of the
out of
funny
this?
things. Yeah, that's one of the fun things about Parallel compared to other card games. Like, one drops in Parallel are OPOP.
Yeah. It's almost like sometimes in other card games, it's either like a setup card or like almost like a nice friendly card, but it like
Uh-huh.
that like kind of starts the process of whatever the deck tries to do.
Yep.
In parallel, it's like, yo, you better kill this or you're dead.
Yep.
You gotta kill this guy or hit concede because this is not gonna go well for you.
Yeah, it's cool though. All right, build this puny little Spectre attack craft coming down as a
Bro, this
3/4.
Miasmancer is gonna decimate. Oh my god, another PSA.
Yeah, we walk on the shoulders of. What's a phrase? We walk on the
Don't ask
shoulders of
me. I
giants.
fail at every phrase. Don't ask
Okay.
me.
Yeah. This Spectre attack craft coming down at 3 mana looks so small.
It does. Do you Bannerman trade your 2/1/1s just cuz and then Miasmancer? Or do you just hit face with everything? Like whatever, who cares? Like you can attack, I don't care.
I feel like, I mean, there is value in protecting Hearth.
That is also true. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's true. I mean, if you have Miasmancer, you're only worried about Erasure right now, Honored Steward, so I
yeah,
guess
which
you
is
are
expensive.
correct. I was just thinking of making it clean, just because obviously you're
Uh-huh.
PSAting, but you don't necessarily have to make it clean. I mean, with Shroud, yes, we're saying that like perp is way ahead, but like if a couple erasures in, then like suddenly the board state looks different, right? That can always happen. And it's happened to me countless times where you have this big bad unit and you're like, what do I do with this? Do I trade or do I hit face? And you trade, and then suddenly it gets banished. You're like, man, I really wanted to hit face with this thing.
Uh-huh. All right, he is gonna go off for the trade. I think, yeah, I do think it's more about just protecting the Hearth here to prevent any sort of shenanigans. I think that is, the most valuable unit on the board after the Bannermans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're very, very right. Man, this Miasmancer came in clutch. But there's a life siphon, so we can finally start doing things. I think
Okay.
you can't even ramp. There's a Miasmancer on board. So do we just kill the Harv or do we just kill the Bannerman?
Yeah, Dominion just does 2 damage.
Oh, you could Dominion, but man, you take a ton of damage. You take 6 damage, and then there's another 8 waiting for you. It's 14
Ah,
damage. Plus Rallying Cries, 15 damage on the buff on the Bannerman. Ooh, that does not sound good to me.
huh. All right, he's
I
gonna go
hope
for the
he
ramp.
knows it's not ramping. He just remembered it doesn't ramp. I feel like the mouse tells it all. The mouse tells the
Uh-huh.
story.
None of
He's
my
like,
homies can
yeah.
remember my Asmancer. Dude is crazy, man.
Yeah, no, I think you're very, very right about that. I forget about it a ton. Even if I'm like, playing in private matches or something,
Oh
I'll
yeah,
like drop it. I'm like, what am I doing? And I just hit concede. I'm like, there's no point. Like, lost me the game. But perp is
dude.
looking convincingly like this looks like it's over, man.
One of the dirtiest things that I've had happen to me on ladder is my Catherine opponent going So this is while I'm tabbed out, and they go Miasmancer into Artillery Volley, and I come back.
Oh, you don't even see it?
Yeah, I didn't
It's
even see it, man.
like a
It's just
like a ninja
going.
attack. Oh my god, we're
Yeah.
getting a Muriel into this.
Oh
Fire
my
support
gosh. All right.
base?
Yeah.
Yeah, there
all
you
right.
go.
He doesn't even need to
HyllusDiardi,
skip.
he's like, let's move on. He's like, we were both foolish for letting Kathy in. Let's just
Dude.
like play the rest of this game, rest of this match.
How cool did Perp look with the victory screen light on his face?
Oh, you look like a
Like,
badass. Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a hacker scene.
Yeah, like Hackermans, or he looks like the Riddler or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
like guess what deck I'm playing today? I don't
Yeah.
know.
I think Perp goes Naeus. I think what do you call it? Eunaeus. I think he goes Eunaeus now.
Yeah.
If you're Hyllus, I think you just lock the Neve again. That's my guess. These are my guesses.
Yeah, that yeah, the Nace is so awkward, man. Like, when do you queue it? How do you get it in?
Yeah. While we're waiting, have you thought about our question? What type of card or specific card would you like to see, maybe buffed so that you like the premise of it?
Yeah, what's a card where you can play cards from your bank?
Smuggled supplies. It's revealed
Yeah.
cards from your bank.
A reveal card. That is such a cool card. Like, I think that Parallel almost I don't know, like the banking system's cool, but you almost don't interact much with banked cards.
Yeah.
So I think that would be pretty cool. Not that I think like the game actually needs card draw, because well, every single turn when you're banking a card, you're technically, replacing that card anyways, so but yeah, I'm not sure. What would you pick, Muka, in terms of
Split
in terms
cards.
of mechanics?
Split cards.
Okay.
I want to see more split cards. I feel like it's a really cool idea. Be able to like choose between a unit or an effect option and like play them or whatever. So, right now there's 1.5 split cards that people play. There's Sendrillon, and then sometimes the guy that discards from your hand. I forget his name right off the top of my head. Scimitar Captain. Yeah,
Yep.
that guy.
Guerrilla Warfare.
So I don't know. I like the idea. There's that one 4-cost 4/4 that if you play a split card while it's on the board, you get both effects. Like, oh man, just make that card cheaper, please. I would love that card.
Yeah, that's one of the weird things about a lot of these cool cards is that they're just so dang expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just so expensive that it's like the opportunity cost of playing any of these cool cards over like the cards that are of the same cost but actually good are just so high.
Yes, it is. It is. I'm sure. I don't know. Like, I wonder, like, what we, Aftermath will be the second expansion.
Yes.
Where for us, right? So I wonder how they balance new mechanics with old. Like, are we gonna get more new mechanics, or are they gonna start buffing some of these ones?
Yeah.
That'll be cool to see.
And the question is, will Healing Tribal ever be playable?
Maybe. I mean, with Flourish and stuff, like maybe there's a chance that it all comes together in Aftermath.
Yeah.
Like that we get more cards that make that work.
I don't necessarily know if I would like to see more Flourish stuff, but that's another mechanic that doesn't see too much play.
Yeah.
Triumph of Earth is the only I guess Ogden has Triumph of Iron, which also isn't like meta or anything, but
Ogden has
Triumph
a Triumph?
of Earth. Yeah, Ogden has a Triumph, just like Earthen has a ship.
Oh, nice, nice. The only thing I know about the Earthen Triumph is that Shroud loves to play it.
Okay.
They play it the best. Oh man.
Okay.
All right. So Detsy, we are in a Shroud mirror match.
Oh yeah. I
This
think
is
it's. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, these long matches, Muka, it's just part of the Shroud lore, right? Because they were sucked into a black hole, and there, time is just endless, right? It's just it's just
time is like a
distorted.
concept. They just like it's just the point. Like, oh, here's time. Let's just go here. Let's go here. So
Exactly.
this game is really going on for like half a second, but we're here for 40
Yes.
minutes.
Yeah, it's basically Interstellar but a card game.
Exactly. looking at these guys starting hands, they both have good hands.
Yeah, I mean, um, I am no Shroud expert once again, so I would just play out my cards.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the main things I would be looking for is just to play around your opponent's triumph of a loss if possible.
I agree. That's going to be a big thing, right? We saw that in Feno versus Sattena, that Sattena was not able to really cover his triumph card, his like power cards, and
Yep.
then Feno back to back to back played 3 triumphs and just got like the craziest hits, and it just
Yeah.
like destroyed the game. Um, so you're right. You definitely need cards to kind of cover your triumphs, especially when we get to like 5. Perp here having to bank his siphon. I mean, he has really good curve, right? So kind of
Uh,
had to throw the siphon away, which is awkward. But he does get this venerated raider that gives him another 2 cost. So that guy's pretty good. Oh my god, I'm forgetting his name. Nullifier Acolyte, the
yes.
1/4. Yeah, yeah.
That card. So that card for people at home who don't know, it is a 2 mana 1/4, and and anything that you target with spells outside of itself costs an extra 2 mana to target. So yeah, affects whether they are hitting face if you're Markolian or trying to hit another unit, they will be costing 2 more each. And that card, when I first played against it, I didn't know that you could that it didn't count itself. So yeah, that yeah that card I thought was just like basically immortal, you know.
That's so funny. I can just imagine you just for so long being like, I
Yeah,
don't know what this card does. What do I do? Like, how do I beat this thing? I
yeah.
think
I
your
was
lack
playing
of explanation
Catherine.
says it all.
Yeah, I was playing Catherine, and I was like, all right, I just gotta spend like extra 2 mana on every burn spell, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Well, luckily you found out eventually.
Yes, I did.
Hylas now has a chance to buff his steward or play the Void Trapper. I think it's okay to buff here because like the Void Trapper will be protect. It can't hit your steward because you have the shield pod,
Yeah,
and then if worst comes worst, you just banish it.
yeah, that's hard to say. I mean, playing down your own Void Trapper is mana efficient, and then, but yeah, it does open up your opponent perp getting a copy of Singularity Steward, which I
Yeah,
don't think you
yeah.
necessarily want.
You don't want to give those away. No, you don't want to give the mirror match is like I think I said this earlier, but it is a battle of value. So
Uh,
you just don't want to give free value away. It gets like annoying when they are getting your resources and can use them back against you. It's kind of
Halloween's
like
right around the corner, right? Yeah.
yeah, I guess. Oh, he's going for the void trapper.
Yeah, yeah, that's giving out free value as well.
He's
So,
giving
in
out
the
we're
spirit
giving
of
some free
Halloween.
value in
Yep.
in the
Festive
spirit of
spirit.
Halloween. We're giving
Yes.
away free value in
I
parallel.
love it. Love it, love it.
All
That'd be
right,
cool
so
if
this
Parallel did a
trapper.
Halloween thing. Sorry, yeah.
No, it would. I do agree. I think that'd be pretty sick. We got some
uh,
Halloween variants of cards and stuff.
uh-huh, yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
definitely
pick
definitely the
a
team needs more work.
yeah, pick a card. Pick a card for them to work on that they won't work on, but we'll just pretend they are.
Yeah. Maybe Harf with a jack-o'-lantern, yeah.
Another hearth variant.
Yes.
Just give us all like just give us like 10. I want like 10 skins of hearth
Dude, I want to make a wallet with just Harf NFTs.
of every hearth.
Yeah.
That would be insane. All right, what are we doing? Are we ramping? Are we ramping if we're uh perp or do we just banish?
I think
We're
we ramp.
ramping.
I mean,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
this lines up
it's
clean, right?
hard.
Because then you can just
Mm-hmm.
banish and play the other dude. Or if you have to triumph, you can triumph. Like this will ultimately line up pretty well. This is really strong. I think Hylas is gonna be in trouble here.
Yep. I think it's one of those awkward things that like every turn you don't ramp is a turn that you don't ramp, and then that's an additional mana every single turn. Ooh,
I
he
agree.
holds
I'm
on to both
surprised he
of his
didn't play his
stores.
one
Yeah.
draw.
Yeah. I
He's
guess
just
he's not feeling very festive.
no, well, I think yeah, he doesn't want to give free value. And
Yeah.
I guess his thought process is like I can just drop both with an erasure next turn. Or I drop
That's true.
triumph. Like either or is an option for him.
Yeah, that's pretty strong actually. Technically, if Perp finds another cards of bank, he can go 1/1 into a banish. I'm not sure
Yep.
if Engine Whisperer is gonna do that much. I guess he can play it
It
last,
covers a
but
triumph. It covers like a
yeah,
unit triumph. That's pretty
that's
good.
true.
If you're Hyllus, your hands are pretty awkward right now.
For sure.
You
Ooh,
can Void Trapper the Venerated Raider. Oh, what do you bank then?
I think
All right, let's say like let's do
probably
something wild as bank, Honored Steward, and then
okay.
Harf Life Siphon, the LSC.
Yeah, I like this line, I think.
Yeah, this is good
We
too. 3+1.
so we get our own LSC, and then we're just gonna go ahead and life siphon away the
Yeah.
Venerated
This is
Raider.
better. This is better. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I just
I was
like it
just trying to
because
find a way to use all the energy, but then I was like, when you
uh-huh.
said hit LSC, and I was like, well, I just can't. You know when someone comes with like a 50-step plan, but it could have just been like 2 steps? That's
Yeah,
how I feel right now.
the instructions were unclear.
Yeah. He's drawn all the banishes, so like despite Perp getting a lot of value, like we know
Mhm.
Hyllus will just, just be able to slowly but surely remove all the threats. And he's powering his own Neve. He just has to find maybe some schemings, right, to get rid of some of these
Yep.
demos. But the way this game is gonna line up, I mean, there's only a one effect right now, but there's gonna be 3 more 3 drops maybe.
It is awkward for sure. Where does this Void
Ooh,
Trapper hit into? I mean, Void Trapper can hit into the Cruiser again to get more mana. I'm not
he
sure
wants
how
to
good
set
that
up
is.
his paradox.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the Paradox will prevent the draw on this Cruiser here. I mean, you could also just, like just go full on trick or treat and trade into the Void Trapper. Everybody gets Void Trappers.
You Void Trapper, I Void Trapper.
Yeah.
All right, what are we doing? Are we dropping Oh, he attacked already, so no paradox. We're just dropping the Engine Whisper, the play that we talked about before. Then we'll
Okay.
just banish.
Yeah, the Paradox still looked pretty good. It just didn't line up man efficiently. I
Yeah.
guess. I mean, didn't it? If you went Paradox, you could have went all the Honor Stewards, but I guess it does leave you
No, but
vulnerable
then you can't
to a
erasure.
new. Yeah, you can't. Oh, that's true.
You need the Engine Whisper to make the erasure one cheaper. But this is
Ah, yeah, that's true.
pretty strong.
It is strong. However, if a Neve's Dominion comes off the top, this is going to be one of the best Neve's Dominions of all time.
That will be a very good Dominion. That's very true. Power
Hylos is
Instructor. That's
running.
not it.
Yeah, Hylos is running only 2 copies, I believe.
Yep, he's running 2 Dominions. So maybe this one Power Instructor would have been a Dominion. Maybe he's gonna think about that when he goes to sleep at night.
Yeah. Well, he does have another
You can
draw if he
draw.
so
Yeah.
chooses.
You can draw. If it
Otherwise,
doesn't go your way, you
yeah.
just banish.
Um,
You don't ever be like that crazy in Adira, right? Like we're not at that point.
New Dawn. New Dawn. Wait, does New Dawn have a board wipe?
Yeah, Demo.
Wait, can Brand play Demo as well?
Yeah, that's here. Are you good? Are we good?
Okay, so I'm confused actually because Neve cannot play Demo, right?
No, because it costs over 6. It costs 6. You can only play with Neve. You can't play cards that cost 6 and over.
Oh, wait, where's that line of text? Dude,
It's in
I
the
feel like
passive. It's in the
really
passive. Yeah, it is.
I feel like
Yeah.
okay, so I used to make fun of characters in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime because they always just didn't know what their opponent's cards did.
Yeah.
But then when I play Parallel, sometimes it's like that. I'm just like, well, what is that like? Miasmancer, for example? Dude, I
Yeah.
swear, Miasmancer at some point was getting a new keyword every week. Like a new ability every single
Just shutting
week.
off a new keyword. You're like, oh, it shuts
Yeah.
off shielded. Oh, it stops defenders. Oh, it clears
Uh-huh.
pacifism. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
There was one time when I generated off Sanctuary the guy who steals your opponent's relics, and I stole my opponent's Gaia's Call, and I and I ended my Gaia's Call with my Asmancer, and none of my units get attack. It's like what? It's new
Sometimes
text all the time.
Sometimes we learn things the hard way.
Yep.
It sounds like you do that more than others.
Oh yeah,
You
for
could
sure.
telling us like 3, 4 stories already, unfortunately, of learning new
Oh,
mechanics through the
oh,
hard way.
there are more for sure. There are more where that came from.
That's funny. All right, where are we at? Okay, this does not look good.
Yeah, he unfortunately did not get a demo off of this
Yeah,
Adira.
he's
That
scheming the
was very
Triumph of the
nice.
Lost. It's
Yep.
scheming. Yeah, there was a Baron. Is there a world where you like take Baron? No, because there's no effect you're comboing it with. So I
Yeah,
guess
there's
you
no
just have
effect
to take
there
a
on that
scheming.
turn. Yeah, the Baron just gets straight into on that turn.
What the hell? Did you just Raider into Raider?
Wow, it just
You
goes
think you
infinite,
think
huh?
you think everyone's ever had a game where it's just like Raider into Raider into Raider into Raider?
Yeah, I mean, they just changed it so Ingrid can't generate herself, so I don't see
Yeah.
why there's
Yeah, why is
like
Raider allowed to
favoritism.
generate himself?
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, these stewards are still at 5. Hylas does have access to 6 mana next turn, so
Yeah.
if there is a Neve's Dominion.
If this generates a Raider, oh my Adira. Okay.
Okay. Adira, unfortunately Adira cannot steal a raider.
No, but Adira can steal games. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's true.
That's strong as heck. If you're Hylas, you probably double banish. 2, 3, 4. You can like Harf and double banish if you want to.
Harf double banish. Yeah, that looks pretty
You can
clean.
Harf Whisperer. Harf Whisperer 2, 3, 4, 5. You can Harf
Ooh.
Whisperer Harf Steward Whisperer double banish.
Yeah, exactly. With a whisper last to play
Yeah,
around
to
Triumph.
cover. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
And
pretty good.
then
I would do
yeah, I
that.
like it. I like it. And I think that there's a good chance that one of your either Harf or Engine Whisper sticks until your next turn, so you can't
Yeah.
even go like Power Instructor
A 3 drop.
treacherous scheming. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like treacherous scheming. So
I
I
think
think
you
that
do
that
that.
sounds
Bank the Steward. I feel like Honored Steward is like mid in the mirror.
Yep, I think so too. Like there's no time anymore for
All right,
that.
does he see it? Do you see the line?
Uh-oh. Oh, well, I
Order,
guess
order. That's fine, but order.
I mean, I guess it's arguable which one is maybe
But he gets an
worse.
erasure if he triumphs, right? So you definitely want to give
Oh yeah,
Whisper
that's
versus
true.
Steward.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, and I think the mana in general is fake anyways. So
Yeah. All right,
okay,
this
but
is
otherwise,
solid.
pretty clean turn.
Yeah, that's a clean turn. I mean, what do we got? Like 4 or 5 effects off this Neve? No demos in sight yet.
Yeah,
I
and
can't
one
believe you
thing,
asked if Newton plays a board
dude,
wipe.
I was actually so confused at some point because I was like, wait a second, is that a brand specific card? Like, but But the brand specific card is that 4-drop that you mentioned that I've never seen before. Yeah. Um yeah. Oh my goodness.
What did oh, we just drew an honored steward again. Like,
Okay,
what did
yeah,
we
yeah,
bank?
yeah.
Are we
Man.
adhering? He's gonna Adira high roll.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll match your Adira with my Adira.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Perp rallied last game into 2 Bannermen, so let's see what an Adira can do.
All right. Battle ready coming through.
Ooh, well, I feel like it's a triumph.
Okay.
Scheming,
Wow.
scheming.
That's
Okay,
really dirty. Really,
that's
really
pretty good.
dirty.
I mean,
It's
but you
power
know, there's a
instructor, I
power
think.
instructor, right? So
But I mean the power instructor is what you want to take, right? Yeah.
yeah. You have to take it. You can't take honored, but it's like it's
Yeah, no,
annoying
for
because you
sure.
kind of want to take honored a little bit.
Do you?
Takes it.
Wait, what's the point of
You
taking
just want to
honors
stop the
to it?
banish to just keep buffing. I mean, there's no like real point, is what I'm saying.
I
But
see, I
like,
see.
stop some tempo. But yeah, no
I
power
mean,
instructor without a doubt. Like you search your
yeah.
demo,
No, yeah, for
demo,
sure. Like you search for demo, search for triumph, search for anything. Honestly, like Hylas at the
yeah,
moment is not only lower on life, but he's also
or you just
lower on
bank it.
cards.
You just bank it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's
All right,
interesting. Interesting to keep the honor steward for sure.
yeah. All right. Ooh.
Oh man.
You gotta
I
bank, but
mean,
like, man, you don't want to.
yeah, you just gotta bank your honored steward. Unfortunately, I believe. Um,
You do honored, or is there a world where
I guess you can just
you?
attack into Adira. Actually, yeah, that's true. Yeah, then that's
Yeah,
actually better. Yep. No, you're right. I think we do hit the Void Trapper with this Honor Steward, and then we just
yeah,
trade into Adira.
yeah. I agree. What are we at? We're gonna be at 7 energy, so 2 turns away from a Neve. Still no demo in sight.
Uh huh. I mean,
So I
honestly,
mean,
I'm less shocked, Muka, about the fact that that Neve has that text that you can't run cards over 6 mana. Does that
we're
like yeah, so you cannot run spells over 6 mana. Does that literally only count demo?
no. I mean, you can't run units either, so no
Oh, you
shit.
can't run units over 6 mana
No,
either.
nothing
Oh
over
my gosh.
6. No relics either.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That
That's
that's
you
crazy, yeah. I must have missed that in the new patch.
No, no, no. You missed that in the game. It's been here since alpha.
Yeah, I missed that in the new patch for sure.
All right, so he hits face with the steward. He clears the Adira with his engine whisper. We're at 7 energy. These guys are kind of punching each other back and forth. There is an honored steward on perp side, right? So he can banish the growing steward, which is good.
Mhm.
What do we? I feel like if you're Hylas, you almost treat this like a burn deck. Like you're just hitting face, and then when your Neve comes up, like Neve just hits for
Yep.
6,
At
right?
this point. Yeah, I mean, at this point for sure, like your power and structure got stolen. You don't have any sort of value in sight. Like you're running cards, you have to bank a card every turn as well.
Yeah.
I think you just have to get
Oh, it's just
basically
double
you just have to
honored
trade what
steward
you
turn.
can. Oh yeah, that's gross.
This is
You
rough.
just
Oh,
get
yeah, this gets rough. All right, you got to draw your
any.
Dominion.
Yep.
We have to draw our Dominion.
Like what other
Dominion would be
cards are good?
great.
Yeah, like Wong is a little bit expensive, but Wong into like the last erasure might be
Yeah.
fine.
2 out of 18. 1 and 9.
Okay,
Yeah. I banks for
that is
you.
yeah. I mean, that would have been nice last turn, maybe.
Yeah. Do you ever play this, just bank your trapper and you're like, F it, I go Neve next turn?
I mean, you can go Neve anyways if you bank a carrier, right? Or a cruiser.
Oh, what am I talking about? Yeah, you just play both.
Yeah, yeah, you can play both, but then you have to bank the card you draw. I think that's better, yeah. Just play both, bank the card you draw.
I mean, the only other card that you draw is like Dominion, and then you're like, at that point, I think you're kind of fine. You're like, sure, I'll just Dominion. I'll take the
Yeah,
damage.
yeah, Dominion and then Neve the turn after.
Yeah. No Dominions yet.
Okay, Malia looks like it looks like Malia hit the bank.
Malia was no, Malia was I think one of his first banks. I think it was his
Oh,
first
okay,
bank.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see what card that hit though.
His Triumph is
Yeah.
pretty good. I mean, it's gonna get scheming, but Triumph is really good in Neve, right? It loads up
Yep.
your Neve a bit more. +2 effects. If you have a Baron, another second 5 cost.
It is so awkward though. It is a race against time, as
Hmm.
well as health, as well as board. Since you haven't seen a single demo from Perp yet.
Yeah, you haven't seen a single demo, but like he's winning the board race. So Hylas is also kind of in a tough spot. There's
Yep.
10, 11, 12 damage on board. Now there's a Siphoner. So he could just hit face and threaten lethal, right? Like what do we do?
Yeah.
What are we getting
Yeah.
from this Siphoner? Anything crazy? Honored Steward.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Okay. First Steward. Okay.
Dominion would be really I think like that is like the only card
True.
that
I
you'll
mean,
be at
I
1
I think if
health.
yeah, I think if that's the case, you kind of have to fire off this treacherous scheming just for the chance that this card's Dominion. I mean, you can even trade like Void Trapper into the cruiser then Dominion. I think that's like super clean as well.
Yeah, that is. It's better than like hitting face with it. All right, he's gonna hit the trapper. He's building value.
Halloween. Your sheet.
Okay, he starts his new dawn. Okay, that's pretty good, especially if like you risk losing your board, you can just keep building stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we
I
say
just
Dominion, but Hyllus will literally be at 1 health, and then technically,
the new dawn.
Perp can just like new dawn and just win, right?
Yeah, the new dawn thing, right?
So if you play Triumph, you get Sacred Siphoner, and I forget the last effect that was played.
It might have been treacherous scheming for the for the power instructor, if I'm not mistaken.
Be
It was eons ago.
Yeah,
Muka.
it was. I mean, if you Neve, you just risk it all in a Neve high roll. What does Neve need to hit for you to win this
Yeah.
game?
So you Neve, you go
You're at
face, your
6
opponent's at
energy.
10. But
You're
you're
at
also at
6
6 health
health.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are your other options? Wong doesn't do it. Treacherous scheming into Malia.
Here we go.
No.
The Neve high
Sorry,
roll.
Yeah.
First unit.
Malia.
Trash.
Yeah. Forlorn Companion.
Trash.
Dauntless Axeman.
Give me some Earthen Defenders, not Earthen Attackers. What is this? This is BM.
I want to keep the vault.
He's like reading it.
that's
He's like, this. He's like, does this work? And he's like, no, it's trash.
Yeah, Shroud is a great way to learn about new cards. Ooh, Morel.
Oh, wait. How many Honored Stewards are in the deck? You can't even see.
There must be at least one, I think. So you eat a 3. What 2-mana cards do you have? Another Trapper, I think. So you eat the 3 and the 1. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know how that's helping, but
Bro, he doesn't know. I don't know how many Honored Stewards he played. He doesn't know how many Honored Stewards he played. You just risk. You just risk it all and do 2. You lose this game anyways. Just do 2. If you hit 2, you feel like crazy madman. Okay, there's Glaive. No, there was none.
They're all gone.
Okay. All right, it was worth a shot. See, Perp, he's chilling a little bit, feeling good.
Look at that. Might be the weakest Neve I have seen in my life.
That was a sad Neve. The triumph out of Perp and stuff, it felt good. Look at him looking at that camera. He's feeling good. Doing a little shimmy.
The fourth wall.
He's like doing a little shimmy. He's like, yo, I just need one more game. He's on his favorite. He's on the Eunaeus.
All right. It's a cool deck. I mean, it's not quite Unishop, but it's like Temu Unishop, you know? Or like budget Unishop.
Yeah, budget Unishop.
Budget Unishop.
You like this deck? Why are you making fun of it?
Yeah, I like it, but it's just hilarious. The difference between playing Naeus and having Juggernaut Workshop passive.
Yeah. If you're Hyllus, man, do you go Neve again? Maybe just play Naeus. Yes, just like, yo, F it. Like, let's just switch it up. Like, I don't think his Neve. He has to win with both anyways, right? Like, why not do something a little? Why not get out of your head and switch?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think if he wants to play the most games, then he should queue Naeus. I think Naeus would have a better matchup, to be honest. And then, yeah, but if he wants just to get it over with, then he should queue up the Neve. Yeah, because once again, he has to get both through anyways, so.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Perp knows what he's playing, so I guess we're just waiting on Hyllus to get all set up and go. And yeah, we'll get locked in on this game. Perp is 1 game away from the top 4. That's a wild feeling, right? We've seen a couple reverse sweeps. This does not mean you're safe.
We have.
Yeah, so this can easily go the other way, and yeah, I don't know. It happened a couple times already.
Yeah, the job's not done. It's not
done. All right, we're waiting for these guys to load into their match. Detsy, how are you feeling so far about the top 4 that we have at this point? Not including.
I am feeling amazing so far. Super excited to see Feno play more. You know, once again, sad that we can't see Lamby in the top 4, but you know, that is, you know, Lamby can't win them all, so
Yeah, I mean, it's
know.
it's no, obviously no disrespect to the players who aren't streaming as much, but obviously the parallel audience has grown fond from like some of the guys that are at the top end and also create content, right?
Yep.
We get to see more of their personalities and things like that. But I think as we get more, I don't know, like we see more of these other guys at top, like PURP has topped 2 times now, right? So
Yep,
now he's
for
gonna
sure,
start to get
insane.
his own stride. He's gonna get his own fans and stuff like that. So I think like
I'm a
I mean,
fan.
you know,
Yeah.
you're a fan. I'm a fan too. I'm a hater and a fan.
Yeah, I love it. You
Yeah,
love it and hate it. That's the best sort of a.
he does it. He just you just see the list and you're like, why?
Yeah,
Why
you're
you
like,
do this to us?
you're like, this guy plays a different game than the rest of us.
Yeah, he's really playing chess and we're playing checkers. Or he's playing like
Yeah.
what is it? Is it Chinese checkers? Chinese checkers.
Yeah.
Is that the game?
Yeah. Chinese checkers or Chinese chess.
There's Chinese chess. There's a
Yes.
different chess.
Yes, there's Chinese chess. It's actually kind of similar to Western chess, but you have your king, but like the rooks aren't rooks. They're cannons. Yeah, it's awesome.
What did
Yeah,
do
you should check
something
it out.
different?
Yeah, for sure.
You got projectiles in chess.
I mean, it's a cannon. Yeah, it's a cannon. I mean,
That sounds
rook.
illegal.
like, what does even make like a rook doesn't even make sense. I don't even know what a rook is. Is it like a building?
I don't know. Don't people sometimes call it castle also? No, they just call it rook, right?
Castle's like the move, right? Yeah, where you castle the rook.
Ah, it is. All right.
Yeah, anything.
Obviously, I'm not that strong in my chess knowledge.
Yeah. Anyways.
I was a checkers champ back in my day.
Ooh, yes, dude. Same, dude. I was top 10 on some leaderboards online.
What the? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, you don't got to
world
show me up like
checkers.
that. That's a top 10 on a leaderboard for checkers. How do you even
Yeah.
find one?
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know, but I kept on losing to this one guy who apparently in his Italian hometown, he is known as Checkers Boy.
What the
Yeah.
heck?
and I literally can never beat Checkers Boy.
You think he's still playing checkers? He's checkers man now.
Yeah, Legend has it at least.
Yeah. That would make a crazy lore story. Man, he should get into like another game and have that as his lore story. That'd be insane.
For sure. I would love to learn more about these players as well as they progress through the competitive circuit. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
100%.
So the top 3 that we have at the moment, we have Zaratustraa, Feno, and Shogo, I believe. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, that's pretty surprising, right? Because I think Zaratustraa and Shogo were those 1 and 2 seats?
I actually don't quite remember. Yeah, actually don't quite remember.
I think they might have been the 1 and 2 seats, and they made it to the top
Okay.
4. That's pretty wild, right?
Yeah, that is wild for sure. Like a lot that we say that parallel or card games there's a lot of variance. It does take a lot of consistency, good deck building, focus in order to make it time and time again.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Like there is a level of RNG to it, but once you see names start to pop up multiple times, or even like within the same tournament, advancing when they had a high Swiss
Yeah.
towards like the top end, then you really can't say anything. Like they are showing you they know how to do it.
Yeah, especially these Singaporeans, man. This Lambyseries guy and Sequinox.
The
Dude.
Singaporeans are great. Don't oh, here we go. The Naeus.
Alright.
The Naeus versus the Eunaeus.
Yeah. Honestly, I have never seen this match before because, well, where in the world could you see this match? But I believe that the normal Naeus may be favored. I mean, once again, it just depends on generally who goes first, I think, and who can basically take control of the board, which I think the normal Naeus does a little bit better. The target painter, a little bit less threatening in this deck compared to the workshop deck, but
Yeah.
outside the workshop, you do have the other cards at least.
No, it's very true. I'm looking at Hyllus and Perp's hands right now. Perp's
That's
looking pretty
nice.
solid. That's a
Yeah,
very
that
good
looks good.
starting hand. Hyllus, it's a bit of a struggle. There's no one drops. You're like, what do I do? Um,
Uh-huh.
I've learned from players that used to be, play a lot of Naeus, like Brighty and stuff. That like, I think the rule is you keep 1/2 drop and you full mulligan for a 1 drop. So at least if you fail
Whoa.
every hit, 1 hit you can play on 2. But no, he just drew all his 3 drops. So no 1 drop in sight, unfortunately for Hyllus. And Perp has got a super good starting hand.
Hand in hand.
Yeah. This is gonna be tough, man. I mean, the way it looks right now is I'm like in my head, I'm thinking like Perp's got this in the bag.
Dude, yeah, like that is the dream hand for Perp. He's not only on the play, he's got target painter on turn 1, which is exactly what he wants, together with not only the gunslinger, but also trusty belt, which will allow him to grow this target painter if he so chooses.
Yeah. Um, if you're Hylas here, like what cards are we keeping? Like you're against the uni, right? So I guess you have to hold on to the Miasmancers.
Wow, yeah,
So
that's
maybe you
true.
send away you send away one of your 2 drops this turn and then hold on to the 3s, but Ruin Tinker is probably the next one to go.
Yeah, I kind of like just banking a Rune Tinker. I feel like on the draw, it's going to be near impossible to play that. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Do we
Back.
do we just draw belt here for the memes?
Whoa, yeah, yeah, I think we do. I've never wasted a mana in my life, and yeah, and I love it when players spend all their mana. So
There we
that's
go.
good.
So
That's gonna become a
2/4.
2/4, 2/4 with 2/4
Bro,
with. Actually, there's not a keyword for that in parallel. I just
with
realized
what? Oh,
for
with the
being able to
Naeus?
attack twice, for
Oh,
being
for
able to
double,
attack
it's a
twice,
double attack. No.
double attack like
But
double
I do
strike.
know that this right here is like one of my worst nightmares.
A target painter
Target
growing.
painter with a growing target painter that can attack twice.
Uh huh.
That's nightmare material.
Yeah, that is nightmare material. Honestly, this trusty belt idea is kind of cracked.
Yeah. Oh man, I hate hating and then getting shut up, but it's good. It's working here.
I'm not sure if it would have made a difference, but I mean, maybe it's just a difference in opinion or a different playstyle. But I personally would never keep any cards if I don't have a 1 drop. Um, yeah, so I'll just full mulligan, I think. But yeah,
Dude,
the
this
board
guy
is gonna
just
slip
keeps
away.
drawing the curve. This looking
Dude,
clean.
His list is good, man.
Bro, he's just perfect curve, and then he's gonna 3+2 with the drone printer next turn.
So he did bank his other trusty belt. How does it work with double trusty belt? Can units dual wield, or how does that work?
I never want to be in the situation where we find out. That sounds like
It's like
you should just
WWE up in here. Yeah.
yeah. It's like Stone Cold Steve Austin coming in with the like crowbar and just beating everybody.
Oh yeah.
That's an
Mm.
iconic oldie wrestling scene. But yeah, this looks as easy as it gets for Perp in terms of like what do I do next turn? If you're Hylas, you're doing like rocket science right now. You're like if I calculate the circumference of the moon of target painter's trajectory of attack, I'll be able to dwindle down the board to the point where my Triumph of Europa can kill something.
Yeah, he has to play towards Triumph of Europa, I think, because
You
he has to
definitely
hit
have to.
essentially the Kalare Cerulean Hunter, I
That
believe.
could
I
help.
think that's
That could definitely help. But like
yeah.
that costs 3, it's pretty pricey.
It is pricey, but I think there's no other way to get this target painter off the board. I don't think he's running Black Market Fixer.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting some more 1 drop, so that will pair pretty well.
Yeah,
But
dude.
dude, we are getting slapped. Does he BM play the Miasmancer just to clear without letting you draw?
It's honestly so genius. So I was thinking about Trusty Bell, but I wrote it off. But
Yeah,
in my Uneus, I actually don't run Target Painter because you can't get attack on it, like you can't
sure.
grow it.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, Trusty Belt solves the problem.
Yeah. What about like do you think there's a world for like a convergent build with the convergent 04 and you put the belt on it and then like all your units
Convergent
become
of war.
convergent? It just say
Um,
basic. It's an 04, and then every unit you play on the board while it's up becomes convergent.
is that a Cathari card or universal
Yeah,
card?
it's a Cathari Cathari.
Okay.
I'm thinking
You
out the
mean for the
box. I mean,
universal deck?
obviously this in a normal Naeus deck.
Oh, in the normal Naeus deck.
Because then you have an
Yeah,
04. Then it comes up
that's interesting.
1-5. It's probably
Yeah,
bad, but just brain thinking a little bit.
I like it. I like it. It's not on maybe the meme level of Trusty Belt, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah. Oh, there's a glaive and a target painter. Yo, what is I
Yeah,
think
what is
Perp is
happening here?
advancing tomorrow. Um,
I mean,
this is
Hylos needs
if
something
you're
real
Hylas,
good.
this is not what you want to see. Like this is not the combo of cards you definitely want to see. You didn't hit your one drop. He hit Painter into Trusty Belt on you. I feel like that's offensive as is. And
Yeah,
then now we're getting
it's annoying.
glaived. And you just keep drawing all these random two. Like, where's Magna? Where's Magna? Where is any other card that does something?
Yeah,
These guys are
none of
not it.
these
Harf
cards.
Harf is showing up to the wrong match. Let's send Harf home.
Yeah, literally none of these cards outside of Triumph do anything at the moment.
Yeah, I mean you could try to high roll Triumph. And then there's just a glaive, man. This feels not good.
Yeah, I think at this point you have to high roll the Cerulean Hunter Kalare and then actually remove the glaive, not the target painter.
Domina and Scanner Probe. Those aren't it. Those are not the cards we were looking for.
Yeah, nothing to steal either from his deck, I
No.
don't think.
You never know. I don't there's nothing. But like you probably just
Yeah,
still
there's
do
nothing I think.
2-2-1. Okay, 2-3.
Okay, support cruiser. Support cruiser can give you another draw for maybe another triumph or get closer to Cerulean Hunter, but again, even if you draw Cerulean Hunter, you don't have a way to proc it.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. The glaive
Oh,
can clear this all now. There's a
wow.
oh my, that's so BM to show up after
Yeah, it's just
everything.
the next card.
Yeah.
I guess it was two
Uh,
cards away since he didn't burn a card, but yeah, it's just like showing up
oh,
a
you're
little
right.
bit late
Yes,
to the
you're right.
party.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Gotta
at this point
draw.
he's got to draw like a mercenary gunslinger or something
Yeah,
if he
he's
wants
gotta
to proc
pop
it
it.
immediately.
Pop it. You gotta self pop. That's like probably the only way to get out of this situation. This is like hell on earth for Naeus.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a big Uneas fan, so like it's really cool to see this trusty belt action going on. But yeah, I would have loved to see Hylas have a bit of a better opening hand, and maybe the the cunning Scipion could have gone as well. I'm not sure if he necessarily would have drawn another one, but yeah, it just feels so bad to be on the draw without having at least a one drop. All right, Rune Tinker
All
coming
right.
down. Looks like my Asmancer is going to come down here as well. My Asmancer to clear, prevent the card draw. No real better use for my Asmancer. And then target painter can clear off a 1/1 and then go face for 4.
I think he's just trying to, figure out the most efficient way of cleaning while keeping this target painter alive and a monster. And
Yeah, I think.
yeah, this looks pretty solid.
I mean, I don't want to waste an attack on target painter since it can't go face twice. So I would like it to like clear and then go face.
Yeah.
Let's get the max value there. All right, that is an insane board. Wow.
That is crazy. I think we can confidently say Perp will make it to top 4 tomorrow.
Wow.
Excellent performance overall.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people are sleeping on this
Yeah.
universal Deus deck.
This
It's
Eunaeus,
sweet.
the Eunaeus. I think we're gonna see a bunch of it on ladder again. People are gonna, can this work? Can I figure it out this
Yeah.
a second time?
I mean, then people just quickly realize that they can just play Unishop still. But yeah, um, in a world where Unishop doesn't exist, I think like card would be awesome.
Yep,
That
here
could
we
be
go.
awesome. All
Hylas getting
right.
seeds. Perp fills up our last spot in the top 4. And yeah, convincing win with the Eunaeus.
Crazy, crazy. Ali, how did you enjoy those games that we just watched there? Oh, oh, Mike.
Oh,
It's
you're
Mike muted,
muted.
Alex.
You're muted. There we go.
We're
Yeah.
back. I'm so sorry. No, the games were very cool to see. Like I said, Perp with the different deck list, the universalness is always interesting. So it was definitely a good series, and congratulations to Perp making it through. It was a battle between like Stash power and like Cat headphones power, and like
Yes.
Stash came out on top. So but no, I mean, it's been an absolutely incredible and long day. I think us casters are definitely, we watched a lot of really amazing matches today. So I want to do some like favorite moments and also a prediction for tomorrow. And I called dibs on going first because I don't want you guys to take my favorite moment.
All
So
right. Okay. let's do it.
my favorite moment, I think, was when Lamby played the Adira into like the chain of synchronicities, getting
damn it.
more. That was just so cool. So I
You
don't
took
think
the
we've ever
best
seen that.
one.
I know. That's why I was like,
Was there
I'm
any other
calling it.
moment in this tournament, like in day one? I feel like that was the moment.
That
I'm
hmm.
thinking. Oh,
Hey
hey
guys, I'm
Scout,
back.
we got Scout.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry,
I was just
I
stuck
totally
in the black hole. Yeah, I
Scout,
came
you
here.
have to answer the question next. Then, what was your favorite moment in the tournament? Because
Ah.
Detsy and I cannot think of anything right now.
I know Ali literally did steal the best one. I heard it before I came back in.
sorry.
I would, you know what? I'd probably say New Dawn coming back with the 2 health against Lamby. So that was Shogo. That was really good actually, because I kind of wrote him off a little bit when he played the New Dawn early, and like it just looked like he was gonna get killed, get overramped, and then he won it. So it was a great victory for New Dawn. So yeah, that was the one I think. Other than Ali's one, which was the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think the moment in the tournament for me that was the most emotional was Lamby versus Shogo, and yeah, where Lamby ends up getting punished for mispositioning his Valarusi striker. He had it like it ended up in the middle, and then he used it to clear off the cleave, basically decimating his board, and then just being 2 points of damage short at the end of the game, where like basically anything extra sticking in the board would have just ended it. And then followed by Shogo playing Meredith and then not copying the cleave ability of the cleave, taking its stats instead. So yeah, that was a really emotional moment for me in the tournament.
I think my
Right.
favorite moment is honestly this target painter with the belt. Like I hate it.
Yes.
I hate it so much.
It's
Yeah,
so
but
gross.
it worked, and like I never in my life have I seen like a 5/5 target painter, but today was that day, and that thing was nasty.
Dude. Classic perp,
You know
man.
what?
Classic.
You know what as well though? You know what, Muka? Like your idea with the convergent, the 0-4 and the trusty belt, that got me thinking that there is a world where that exists, I think.
Don't blame your MMR loss on me. Like, just do not attribute me with the minus 200 MMR screenshot.
We're going to start seeing everyone just start running that 0-4 with a trusty belt slapped straight on turn 2. And we're going to all come to you, Muka, and say, why did you plant that idea in everyone's head? You've wrecked me for the season.
I'm going to be playing a lot of ladder after making that suggestion.
Why don't we take a look one more time at the final bracket just to see a visual of it all kind of culminating to our top 4. All right, so we got Zaratustraa facing off against Feno, and then Shogo, of course, facing Perp tomorrow. Whew, that is, those are going to be some sweaty matches for sure. Definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, I also want to give a shout out once again to the players who will be not advancing tomorrow: Hevel, Sattena, Lamby, and Hyllus. Amazing job making it to the top 8, securing a big bag as well as a big bag of points as well. So fantastic showing for all these players.
Yeah.
All right,
I want to second that.
predictions. We each need to pick one. That way we are not cursing anyone. So obviously Desi is gonna go with Feno. So
I'm picking Perp
Okay.
because Detsy took Feno. I'm picking Perp.
Okay. Scout.
Who are you picking? I'm going to go with Shogo. I'm going to go with
Oh,
Shogo
God.
because I was really impressed with how cool and calm and collected he was. So, yeah, and he was rocking the New Dawn pretty well. So, yeah, Shogo, I'm
All right,
backing
then.
you, boy. Go for it.
Zaratustraa is mine then. All right. Well, okay, so let's see. The broadcast starts tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. Broadcast, tell me if that's wrong. I believe that's the time. And reminder, guys, this was the first major, so $50,000 prize pool. The winner tomorrow gets a guaranteed spot in the Prime World Championship, as well as $20,000 and
Jeez.
17 league points. So a lot on the
Wow.
line. Obviously, if you come in second, 10 grand and lots of points too. It's going to
11
be,
points, not
good
bad.
either way. But there's a lot of glory for the winner of this first major. So we are all really looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you, anyone in the chat that watched for the majority of the tournament. These were some long, grueling Shroud Mirror games, but some really, really exciting stuff. So thank you to anyone that supported the cast today. And of course, thank you to all of our sponsors for helping put on this parallel league. So thank you. Any final words from my fellow casters here before we say goodbye?
Yeah, no more Shroud mirror matches for tomorrow, please. No more.
Banish Shroud.
And that's me saying as a Shroudy, please, no more Shroud mirror matches.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Bye.
In this arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.